their studio at one point because like they were just like getting into big disagreements. So that could have took a big hit too.
Well, a lot of it was, I don't know if any of you have, what is it, Stubbs A-List, AMC Stubbs A-List. So they were trying to do like that subscription model to, make a play on that like kind of streaming thing, but you go to a theater. So that was going strong. Like I loved it. I switched from Movie Pass and I would go 3 times a week to see every movie I want, especially 3D movies. But they're losing money off me because of that. But I don't own any AMC, but they were trying to shift their business model anyways. I feel like
totally work. It's possible that huge decline in 2017 was due to Movie Pass. I totally forgot they even were a thing. I had them too, and A-List is just so much better.
Way better.
I don't see the longevity in AMC like a lot of you do. I just don't get it.
But that's fine. But can I put a counter argument? Do you see the longevity in theaters? Period.
No, I don't.
So then, how do
you guys feel
to make movies and make profits?
Honestly, it's gonna go to a streaming model. It's gonna be a lot cheaper. Everything's gonna move to a like what we're seeing on Netflix. Big ticket movies, I think, are gonna fall by the wayside.
You think Netflix content is good?
I'm not saying. Hold on. I didn't say it was good.
What?
I didn't say it was good.
It's
not about quality. Gentlemen,
because everybody's stuck at home, dude.
Gentlemen,
can you hear me?
It's not about quality. It's about quantity.
Okay, but let me just make a point here.
But that's just because everybody's stuck at home right now.
We were stuck at home
why
before.
Studios still
and Netflix didn't jump this much.
The reason why the studios still
just look up
embraced the streaming at home model is because of, and just a perfect example is something like Mulan. Are people ready to pay $30 for the at home experience if they're not really getting what they feel is $30 of value? And how does that compare to concessions?
I loved
in far future.
Mulan
you
was
might be
the
right.
favorite movie for me.
If I have to pay $30 on top of the subscription, I'm streaming that shit on Twitch.
The original Mulan was good. The current one was a dog shit.
So I'm with whoever.
I love the live action Mulan.
I think all Netflix did is replace cable TV and satellite TV. It didn't take anything from the theaters.
I mean, I kind of agree.
That is literally exactly what happened. It's why pirating is coming back into vogue, because all they've done is just replace cable TV and the old networks.
I kind of don't.
Okay, so you guys know how I was talking about how AMC dropped from like 92.5%. How do you guys feel about? How do you feel about
Netflix? Just rose their prices again, bro. Like once you have 3 or 4
Netflix is hot garbage.
You're basically paying.
But from the same time that AMC dropped 92.5%, AMC has grown 449%.
I don't know if you guys know this, but this whole entire chat's being recorded and documented on YouTube right now.
That's been
happening.
Yeah, we know. Every hour.
Where?
Every hour.
It's been happening.
I don't give a fuck anymore.
Where?
Type in
Listen, this is Walmart Ben Shapiro. I don't care that you're recording me.
Just
great value, Ben Shapiro.
Copyright.
Oh, I want to watch it right now.
I do not care about your feelings.
I do not give consent to this fuckery.
Bro, the live stream has been going on for like 4 days. If you didn't know that, then you're new, so you should probably just chill out.
I just want to know
you
where
guys
it is.
chill out.
I want to watch my live stream.
Yes, we've had this conversation.
Disney music in the background.
Every day, every hour, we talk about it.
All I'm saying is I could go on YouTube and pay $4 and get the movie instantly right in front of me, and me and my girlfriend can sit here and just fuck the shit out of each other while we watch a movie.
And if you want to pause and go take a piss and drink your own beer, you fucking get to drink your own beer and take.
That's what I'm saying. And like, yeah, you can go to the movie theaters and you can pay $40, half of it for the fucking movie and the other half for a small popcorn.
Listen,
and a small
bro,
drink.
we get it. You have a girlfriend that you like to fuck, but you're paying $4 not to watch the movie. You're paying $4 to distract her so you can have sex with her. We're talking about actually going to the movies because you want to see a movie.
Well, then, honestly, that's not a good argument here, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you fucking.
We're talking
your reason for not going to the theater.
No, he's talking about having sex with his girlfriend at home and buying a movie.
I'm just making a point that that's also something.
We're talking about going to the cinema.
You're turning.
I'm not missing this
what
argument.
I'm saying. You're just refusing to see it.
You're talking about an extra purchase that wouldn't have. That
Okay,
wouldn't have
let's take
otherwise
the whole
happened.
girlfriend thing out of it, right? And the sex. I'm sorry I even brought that up, but I thought it was a valid point. Right?
It is valid.
Yeah, you can turn on your TV, put on a movie.
We always think about the consumer experience. But what's your new point? If you were going to make a new point, what was it?
This guy streaming the Bloomberg.
It's just I don't.
Bro, you gotta think too. You gotta think too that not every household in fucking America is a single individual.
Hey, guy
household.
that wants to stay at home. Why don't you pull all your money out of AMC and go buy a bunch of like fucking
Wait, why the
Mackies
hell
and
does that one guy
order
sound like
pizza
he's
at home?
calling into
Why are
a
you
talk
even
radio
here?
show?
Let the man.
Does anybody want to hear about GME?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. We like that stuff.
Caller number 3, you're up.
So, hold on. Let me see if
Caller from Tucson, Arizona. You're on live. Go.
You've got a good radio voice. Let me see.
I'm Walmart Ben Shapiro, motherfucker. Of course I do.
Oh, and for the record, I don't have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
It was just a point that I was trying to
No,
make.
yeah, you do. It's Rosie Palm and her 5
Pamela Henderson.
I just felt like that was
Eating tendies in front of your TV, is not gonna get you. You would if you went to the theaters, dude.
You go to
take a date out to the theaters.
People who go to the theater used to go to the theater fucking once a week are now going once a month, and they're doing Netflix and they're doing Amazon.
Dude. I don't really.
They still go, but they're not going as much as they used
But
to.
you can't assume everybody is. Like, listen, I still buy digital movies on Apple TV just so I can watch them. But at the same time,
Turn that
I will
fucking
gladly
bullshit music off, please.
I used to work in a movie theater, and that shit was just dead. Like 6 days.
If you're gonna put on music, put on something that isn't a fucking abortion.
I got a question.
I've never heard recorded abortions.
How many people haven't finished watching literally everything on Netflix?
Well, look, you don't have to watch everything on Netflix.
If anyone's curious who's streaming the music, it's Watercup.
Watercup, can you cut it out? You're not as good as the old fucking soundboard boy.
Just mute Watercup, and we leave him playing.
If you're gonna play something good.
Nah, fuck that. Don't play shit. We're supposed to be talking stonks.
Watercup's an admin, isn't it?
Alright, I'm muting Watercup. Watercup, you fucking didn't learn your lesson.
Actually,
see you later, Watercup. Nice knowing you, little bitch.
So much hate. So much hate.
Hate someone just spamming us with shit music. I'll hate anyone who does that. Just gotta mute him.
It might actually.
Watercup muted.
People wouldn't have a problem if it was actually good music.
If it was maybe relevant to the conversation in some weird way, but it isn't. You can fuck off. People aren't going to the theaters like you think. I think it's a good short-term play. I think after COVID fucking drops, people are going to go to the theater, but then they'll revert back to their old fucking habits. They're going to put Netflix on. They're tired. They don't want to leave. They don't want to have to fucking put on
mental argument.
They want to stay in their pajamas.
There's also VR substitution.
Is AMC going bankrupt? Is AMC going bankrupt though?
No, they're just not going to grow. They're just not going to grow.
If they're not going to grow, okay, but this isn't their typical stock price. This is a COVID stock price right now.
I could agree.
If they're not going to go bankrupt, they have time to pivot, and
you're saying you're not speaking like an intelligent investor. The price should include the future in it. People look at the price.
We're talking about long term, and we're talking about the $7 AMC right now versus what it'll be in 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Right, but the $7 AMC is including the fact of what it might be in 2, 3, 4, 5 years. People are buying ahead of the game on all stocks.
I know that, but
they're not buying for today. They're buying for tomorrow.
Stock. This was a $35 stock 4 years ago.
Tomorrow's speculation.
Correct.
I think we also have to look at a certain amount of the price as the uncertainty of the future with COVID. There's not going to be investment in this now if we don't know when COVID is going to clear up, when things are going to open up. It's still a question mark, so people are speculating on, we don't know. The price reflects the unknown right now.
Yeah,
and there is a lot of uncertainty with the subscription service, with the experience, and how much they can improve it. What sort of cash injections?
Well, you guys, on December 27th of 2019, the share price was $7.30. It's only $7.09 now.
And a lot of it has to do also with the studios. Studios have to support them. You need the Avengers that drive so much traffic. You need.
What do you think that pipeline of movies looks like too coming out?
I hate the fact that movie theaters are reliant on cape shit films in order to survive these days.
Well, it's the truth though.
Yeah.
And Disney is
stand
just
behind
Do you
that
really
statement.
listen? The next Avengers are going to slowly bleed out. Like they're not going to be. The last one was great. Everyone saw it, but it's not. It can't keep going with that momentum. People are going to get tired.
But we're also talking
you
about
gotta be kidding me, bro. Fucking
Avengers
Marvel
is
has
for
been around
kids
with
these
these movies.
days.
Bro,
These Marvel's been around with these
Avengers
movies
is for kids these days. What Star Wars was for you as a kid. Avengers is everything for the kids these days. So that IP is going to last.
These concepts have lasted for like the last
And I have
4
to
or 5
say, that's
decades.
really fucking depressing that this is their Star Wars.
It is. It really is.
I'm sorry for derailing.
This made a
And
lot
as a
more
matter of
money than
fact,
Star
Jurassic
Wars.
World is their Jurassic Park. Most of them haven't seen Jurassic Park.
But it makes sense if you think
In
about it,
other
right?
words,
You're
they're
not going to
seeing
see it
shit
that way
instead of the good
because you
stuff in the
hold Star
past.
Wars to a higher standard in your
And
heart.
if you
If
you think about Star Wars, bunch of guys running around fucking bathroom robes with a sword.
Yeah,
I mean,
man, it's
and
fucking
you're
hot.
calling this pathetic?
And also, Rogue One was fucking retarded.
I liked Rogue One.
It was better than the last.
You know why?
sounded so hurt
Because-
by that.
Okay,
Yeah.
you guys are not talking
You
like
know why?
investors here. You're
It's
asking if movies
because
are good or not. They
that
made
story
money.
was already told, and it was told a lot better
Yeah,
and a
well,
lot quicker. Why? Because it was
we
the
get
first level of
derailed
Star
from
Wars
talking like
Dark
investors.
Forces.
More importantly,
Kyle,
It was the
you might
same
be
outfit
wrong.
as fucking
We're trying to
Karate
get
Kid,
more
man.
important
A Jedi
than
outfit,
whether
the
you
same as
thought
the
Rogue
Karate
One
Kid
was
outfit.
good or not, more importantly than whether you thought Rogue One was good or not, was the fact that the Disney CEO even admitted that they oversaturated the market with a movie like Rogue One, and they slowed down the Star Wars pipeline, and now they're trying to figure out how to better time their movies. And you have to imagine that they've got a couple of blockbusters that they're working on during COVID, because we know they're filming movies right now, up their sleeve, and they're going to push these into the big budget films, and they're going to try and get the Avengers experience back. We saw this. Tenet was proof of that. They were trying to shove this stuff down our throats while we literally are all wearing masks and can't go out. They were still saying the blockbuster is back. The blockbuster is back. So there still is blockbuster potential. There still is potential for a better concession experience. We're just saying we like the fundamentals. We're not saying the fundamentals are going to moon, but we like the fundamentals. And
These
obviously,
guys
we
just
like
need to get
GameStop
beer and liquor license, and I swear to God, their fucking sales would go through the fucking roof.
They already do have liquor license.
Question for you guys, right?
All
So
the meme stocks.
what do you guys intend the future of GME to be in the coming week, maybe 2 weeks?
60,000 a share.
Realistically, all memes aside.
It's hard to
Short
predict.
squeeze.
It's based on the buying pressure and the fact that we believe that they have leveraged their position even further. That's
don't know
our
if this
belief, and it's the reason why we're holding and why we like the stock. So
We don't
the
know if
reality
this
of the matter is
works.
we can't give you a time period. If you want me to just give you a time period late next week, but that is a complete estimation, and you can't predict the future. We
Now, what kind of numbers would you be
high
expecting
short
late
interest.
next week?
Even by our most conservative numbers, they still have a short interest in it, something like over 50%. We believe that number to be higher. We are flying blind because we don't have short interest, and we are holding because we have endurance and because time is not on their side. If they keep leveraging their position, they still have to pay interest. They are still bleeding. They still have time value working against them. And yes, they have a big daddy who gives them a little bit of cash injection. They may have a manipulative relationship with Robinhood in changing the amount of stocks that the average investor can buy. And there has been a loss of media momentum. But at the same time, we still have momentum across the world because clearly the price is holding steady at a certain point. This may not be our low. We don't know where the low is, but it's a matter of endurance and holding. And the fact that we believe that the paper fell off the boat, the people who have never invested before, who have never felt a stock go low before, they've never seen that sort of red in their lives before,
I just have a question. Do you consider negative 40% holding steady?
That was my question as well.
I'm not talking from the high. I'm talking about just
Why
over
didn't it just
time.
go down to $5 today?
You can't look at the volatile stock as a normal stock. I'll just say that.
Exactly. We're talking about a highly volatile stock. What is it, like 700% implied volatility on options? It's absurd. We like this.
Yeah, I mean, if it's worth what they want us to think it's worth, why didn't it just drop down to $30 today?
Because we like it. We hold it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
of the meme stocks that are going on right now, I think BlackBerry has better fundamentals than AMC. They actually are doing.
As someone who loves the company and the industry, I think they were also a mess before COVID. Like they had the whole acquisition of Carmike that didn't really do amazing and probably wasn't the best idea. And they spent a lot of money doing all the upgrades that people like.
There's no competition practically now. Like everybody else has gone out of business. I mean, for the most part, if you're gonna go see a movie, it's gonna be at an AMC when the shit blows up.
Yeah, that is the one redeeming thing. I think from what I've heard, AMC is probably one of the most stable players in the market. Like
actually,
Regal
Cinemark
just got acquired and was weird.
They've got a lot of
Don't forget as well with the new Biden presidency. It's likely that I don't know the exact time frame. Nobody does, but let's say even in 6 months, everything's open back up to almost full capacity or full capacity. What do you think is going to happen with AMC and with moviegoers? It's going to spike. It's going to skyrocket.
I mean, you're not only is it going to spike, you're going to have like 2 years worth of A-list movies, right?
Exactly.
All those Avengers movies that weren't releasing,
there's a ton of
they're
stuff.
going to get released.
Everyone's gonna want to go see, even just for old times' sake, because they haven't in a year, 2 years. They want to go see a movie out with their friends, dude. They're gonna blow their money. They're gonna get all the snacks they wouldn't usually get because they haven't gone to a freaking movie theater in 2 years. So it's
They're going to have to drop all the bad assets.
It will take some time because it takes about like a year and a half to make a movie. So like all the production kind of is halted.
They've been making the whole time. It's slowed, but like if you're still getting a year and a half worth of movies in 1 year, that's still better than
and don't
1 year
forget animated movies as well.
Also, these big studios. Hold on,
But animated movies don't make it to the theater that well. They don't.
Animated movies do awesome in theaters. Dude. If they make a Frozen 3 or something, dude, it's gonna go off the charts.
Animation. Okay, I thought you said anime.
No, animation.
Right, never mind.
Guys, they're going to stagger these releases. Don't think they're all going to hit at the same time. Studios don't want to cannibalize their own products.
Yep.
It's going to come slow.
It's all scheduled.
I don't know about slow. I think they're going to spread them out, yes, but I don't know.
The movies are getting dual releases in theaters and in like streaming platforms too, though.
They're not putting all their eggs.
That is where it gets speculative. Like, where do you think they would cannibalize their own film going experience?
Maybe
by also
a little, but I think
HBO
realistically,
Max?
anyone who's willing to stream it probably would have. Most people would probably have waited to stream it anyway, and anyone who likes going to the theater is going because they like the social experience, and going to or just going to a theater for the sake of it.
Yep. Right. So what if they continue to get money from selling stock and then they release a streaming platform and you subscribe to that so you could stream in-home or you could go to the movie theater and people that aren't members could also just go to the movie theater.
Bro, they're gonna move to some sort of I like that. They're gonna move to some sort of subscription sort of model option to where you don't have to pay a la carte and visits to the theater will be included in that. And dude, a lot of these like big players in the industry, like directors, Christopher Nolan for one, actors, they don't want the movie theater, thing to be completely eliminated. Just from what stuff they film on, like Quentin Tarantino, like some stuff is just shot almost pretty much specifically to be seen in the theater.
The studios
not
like
even
the
on a
theater.
TV, no matter how nice it is.
Boomers.
Here's one thing that AMC can do. What they can do, they can open like kind of like a child play area where you babysit, like sort of like the thing. So people with kids or whatever, they can come through for a couple hours, just drop them off there and go see a movie. It's be cheaper than hiring a babysitter.
It's actually kind of an issue because a lot of theaters can't do that because of like location and like malls and stuff, and a lot of malls have regulations on keeping underage people, with parents.
So if I had a
you're
magic
really gonna
wand, and
you're really gonna trust some fucking sex offender AMC worker with a child.
Guys, you forget that they've already been doing that in many theaters. They have the children's playroom. They do the fucking birthday party bullshit. That's already in the fucking. That's already in these companies. That's already reflected in that stock.
Full disclosure, by the way, I used to work at AMC and I still have a lot of friends who work there, but.
And they're all sex offenders?
Are you a sex offender?
What years did you work?
Actually, my GM got fired.
Guys, that's some insider knowledge shit. If we know that they're all sex offenders, we need to drop this stock.
What year did you work at AMC
for the stuff?
What years did you work at AMC roughly?
I worked there up until 2018, and for a brief period, I worked at corporate as an intern.
And how did you see the the improvements from within? Did you see them?
I worked in cybersecurity, so I couldn't really say anything other than what I've heard from other people. That I don't know what all I should say, publicly.
Sure.
Walmart Ben disagrees.
So is that a sell or a buy?
Walmart Ben is not a he's a qualified retard.
Financial.
So, and he says sell. Walmart Ben says sell.
I mean, personally, I would if you're wanting to make a long-term bet. I don't think right now among the hype is probably the best time to make a decision.
Of all the meme stocks, Walmart Ben says, but now it used to be. There's no more GameStop money to be. I think the squeeze has been squozed. But my money's on Blackberry of all the meme stocks these days. They're the only one who actually fucking doing anything.
We like GME. We like that stock.
We still like GME. I'm holding. I've got shares.
Sorry, I had to buy extra just because I wanted to talk
The last
AMC.
hour was about AMC. I couldn't tell. My bad.
You're right. You're right. We're talking AMC. We're talking all the meme stocks because probably
it's meme stock
honestly,
radio.
the GME play is based on the 122% short interest.
That number.
That's what it's always been from the beginning. It's never been for the long play. It's like it's got a potential if they really try. But 90% when I came in, like it was all, oh, how can you? That's over. It's gonna spike. It's going to go to infinity. That's the theory. That's only the play. If you want a long play, that'd be the AMC would be the long play stock. But I have stocks in GME, and I think like 20, something like that, and then AMC pretty much probably 40. I'm in both.
Hello.
I'm like being forced to invest with Cash App because nothing else is working.
Anyone in the buy now, pay later industry? Afterpay.
Payday loans, you mean?
No, like those companies, Afterpay, ZipPay, OpenPay, like all those sort of.
You sound really familiar.
Rent to buy bullshit.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. I've been in this channel for the last 7 days. Saying I sound familiar.
No, from a Minecraft server.
Oh.
Can we not talk about Minecraft? Roblox is the future.
Is Minecraft is the parent company of that? Is that publicly traded?
Even if it was, don't buy. Don't buy.
Microsoft, mate.
Actually, yes, it is.
Minecraft is Microsoft.
As a school teacher, I can tell you that that is, a fundamental part of most kids' experience right now.
You're a school teacher?
I sure am.
Well, then you're definitely a certified retard, and you belong here.
God bless.
Hey, it's school teacher. Cool.
Welcome. We've got a call coming in from Toledo. Go ahead, caller.
Holy.
Wondering, is now a good time to get in?
Toledo, I'd say go with your gut. Go with your gut, Toledo.
Okay.
My gut says
I put in a buy order for $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's going to go higher?
We're not financial advisors.
This is not financial.
Well, we are all certified. The only thing we're certified is retarded.
Come back February 9th, and the answer will probably be probably.
Hold on.
Let's talk real for a second here. Whoever said 120%, that's not the case anymore for that short. They definitely have covered some of their position. We won't even know. The filings aren't out.
Actually, we don't know their covering strategy, whether they've taken new positions.
Hey, now I have a question about that.
Of course, go ahead. Question.
Okay, so if the squeeze has not been, if the squeeze has squozen, okay, so basically, if the shorts have been covering even a little bit, wouldn't the price have risen instead of declined? Or would they have been covering as their short ladder?
Some are arguing that that's what's happening, where there's a manipulation along with some squeezing, but it's tough to prove. This is It's all speculative. We won't know really. There's what is it, Tuesday? We're supposed to find out the next set of numbers.
Yeah, unless they fail to deliver again.
They could cheat and fuck it and just pay the fine and figure that's the cheaper option. So we could still get fucked.
Oh, one more thing.
Walmart bet. Hold on. One at a time, gentlemen. Who's up?
So the question that I have is that how many more positions of GameStop is being shorted right now? Like what is the percent?
We don't know. We don't know. We might find out on Tuesday, but there's a chance we might not find out.
Yeah, we're waiting on the FINRA.
So if it's over if it's still at least like 50 or 40%, does that still allow for a squeeze?
It could, but their fees will be lower. This is my understanding, and I'm a certified retard. So let's be clear, this is not financial advice. But
is that Ben Shapiro?
It's Walmart Ben Shapiro, yes. So
holy fuck.
Walmart Ben Shapiro is of the understanding that they could just eat that cost for a little while and fuck us later and play long game on it, and we may not see a squeeze for a while. Could be a couple weeks, it could be a month.
But if it happens in a month,
don't ask for a number. Don't ask for a number.
Would it be nice?
Would it be nice? Sure, but that doesn't, because full disclosure, I had GME
it will be incredible. But the thing is, of course, that we need.
So theoretically, it could happen in a month.
But theoretically, they could fuck with stock, bring it down to $5, and then squeeze, and that doesn't matter.
It'd be worth making it hurt for that long.
If they scare away enough paper hands,
there's some whores in this house.
Exactly. If they scare away enough paper hands,
how long people hold, because the longer we hold, the more difficult their position becomes.
Well, I mean, I think it really all comes down to what happens on the 9th, because if the report comes out on the 9th and the numbers are a lot lower than what everyone's saying,
but the thing is, it's not all dependent on the 9th either, because we do have other, they can still take other positions. We've seen how they can leverage their risk. Particular things such as bona fide hedging, if you want to research that, that's basically shorting off the books, and B, just kind of moving their risk around with options such as synthetic longs.
Okay, I don't know what either of those are. Said synthetic longs.
They're complicated ways of extending time on their risk, and that's about as simply as it can be.
What was the other thing you said?
Bona fide hedging.
Oh, bona fide hedging. Okay, I'll look into those.
Boner.
I'm happy to be part of something that's.
Wait, isn't the report on the 9th supposed to reflect January, or is it supposed to reflect recent?
It'll reflect the 2nd, I think.
Tuesday. So, we can't cling on to any one number coming from FINRA. It'll be nice to know, to get a little bit of clarity, but regardless, we know that we have them in a position of short interest, which is why we hold. Because we like the stock, and we expect that somebody else might like the stock too, particularly and other hedge funds that might see a serious profit.
Wait, hold on. It only shows it as of the 2nd.
We are going to find out on the 9th the numbers from the 2nd. Yeah, that's our lovely financial system.
No, that's good. That's around this price.
Isn't that? Isn't that something that I don't know the hedge funds would be aware of and use to their advantage even still?
Oh, they are using things that we probably can't even calculate to their advantage. I mean, they literally hire geniuses, mathematical geniuses, right?
They're probably
guys, real quick.
Right now.
So I'm really close to selling at a massive loss. I need someone to give me some good news or some hope before that shit happens.
Don't sell now, because the true value of the company is between $60 and $100.
I'm not a financial advisor, but I would say wait till you get more data.
Yeah, it's too early to jump ship, man. If you're already taking a loss.
I'm taking an 80% loss right now, my guy.
Nobody wants all your money. What's the point of selling?
Ignore the bots on the internet. Ignore the garbage reporting that we've seen from Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, and CNBC, and all of those sources. And all, for example, the New York Times starting to tell people how they really should invest. Ignore all that. We literally call it FUD. we like the stock. We still think it has short squeeze potential, and there is no lifeline that is going to come that is going to confirm that for you. But the profit potential,
don't like this stock anymore.
very risky investment, is enormous.
I just want to hear. I want to hear it like rationalized somehow. That's what I'm really struggling with. Is that it's
only
this shit makes
it's only a loss if you sell.
See, that's
the rational side of this is we have no idea what the fuck is happening. It's really looking like the hedge funds might win in this scenario, although we cannot know that for certain until the new FINRA report comes out. So if you don't feel comfortable waiting this long, if you feel like it's going to keep dropping, which it most likely will, and you're not comfortable with that, then by all means, man, whatever makes you feel the most comfortable.
Even in our best case scenario, it will drop before it squeezes. First of all, second of all,
go to GME.com.
We are just kind of applying a decent amount of logic. We don't believe that they've covered their positions because they would have taken such an enormous loss and that would have been the end of them. But we believe they've covered some positions, they've taken some new positions, and they've leveraged time. They've tried to buy themselves time because, of course, we are not an organized people. We are not working together. We all just happen to like the stock. And they know that that works against us, but still we have endurance. And I think the price, in my opinion, reflects that.
But at the same time, the price also reflects the fact that they fucking look at how much money they've already taken from us. Like they've probably already recouped a lot of their losses.
No, they haven't.
Yeah, but that's only if you think they hold it already.
No, they haven't. No, they have not. They have not recouped most of their losses.
They're still down on this deal.
They're still down.
In no scenario have they won.
Our
here.
money is like
They still got a bite of their. They still got a chunk of their ass bit out. So I mean, like if they theoretically covered all of their positions, they still ate a lot of damn money.
I have a separate question.
Covered all their positions.
Who was I supposed to DM for the other group?
Oh no,
tendies for life.
He's not
here.
But
He's gone.
But it's not.
Tendies
It's
for
not
life.
an other group. It's the lock channel that's in the same.
It'll be a room within this room.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, boys. We all get to hang out.
Yeah,
That's essentially what it's going to be.
The trick is to go to the retards, the real retards.
So we don't have
Is that guy?
whatever
Is that guy
bitch
struggling
ass
to?
name.
I'd like an invite to that as well, digital spell.
Guys, I brought the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Is it life?
Can we make a channel
or
for confirmed
LYFE
GME
too?
investors?
I think that's what he's
That's
making.
the intent.
Is that what it is? I wasn't here for that.
Wait. Who do I DM?
Going with your time.
Look,
Tendies for life.
Oh,
not
here.
gonna, listen, guys, you need to slow down because he's not going to be able to handle that volume. He talked about it earlier today. He said he'd let people in, and he's going to be pretty clear about letting anyone in anyways. So take a pill when it's ready. Like, we'll go to it, right? Like,
Okay.
there's no need to fucking bum rush it. It's not going to do him any favors. He's probably got like 1 billion DMs right now to have to filter through anyways, and the room isn't even open yet.
Okay.
He just doesn't want bots.
room.
He wants real people.
The idea
He doesn't want any bots. He wants real
Exactly.
people, and he doesn't want people fucking around that can just access it immediately.
Exactly.
Is that guy
some new
struggling
data.
to hold still in here?
Say again?
Anyone interested in regional GME price index of 5 different exchanges? I'm
Sure,
posting the
please.
link right now to Nitro Boosters.
They disabled links.
So
You can copy
So
paste
we-
that and add the age.
Data force is good.
You can actually type links, but you have to tick them. That is, you have to surround them with ticks,
You mean quotation?
not quotation.
No,
like a
it's
tick one.
like in the opposite direction. For me, it's function escape. It's like a little.
Hey, what about the fucking gamma squeeze?
Gamma squeeze is probably a bit of a dream. That's my thoughts. I am a certified retard, of course. I think we'll probably see a second squeeze, in my opinion.
A second squeeze.
We won't know shit until the next report. How about that?
Tuesday.
Yep.
Tuesday we'll know better. Tuesday
That's
we'll know
literally
about last Tuesday. That's the other thing. Tuesday we'll know about last.
How high do you think it'll have to be on Tuesday for people to get this thing moving to the moon?
That's like predicting the weather a month from now.
I think at least 80%. Just from my
Yo,
opinion.
to the dude who posted this, that screenshot in Nitro Boosters, what's the green line?
Green line?
Which exchange is that?
Let's see. I'll check the code.
Is there an image? Or...
So the green line. Let's see. Like, where's my green? It's number. Whoa! It shouldn't have a green one. There's a.
Is it like a light
teal
blue?
and
Teal. Let's go with teal.
yeah, that's number 4, which is New York Stock Exchange.
Got it.
GME.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hold on. HTTPS.
The H is missing, isn't it?
So we've had a few people who talked over a while ago. Does anyone else have a point they want to jump in on now? We've got a moment.
Well, I don't have a point, but I have a particular
All right,
question.
particular question. You're on.
All right, so I was looking at a link that was posted on Wallstreetbets. It was a link to the FINRA Morningstar page or something. So I'm not sure if that's like valid or credible or whatever, but it said some shit about a 240% short interest, and I'm like, how? There's no fucking way that's real.
No, that doesn't look right
Doesn't
at all.
sound right, but what date was that posted?
I'd have to search it again, but I was just like, there's no fucking way that's right.
Sounds a bit much.
Coming from the side of, if I can represent people who already assume that the squeeze happened, are they assuming that the retail drive of the hype 2 weeks ago is what caused the price increase, and then it just volume died, and then the representation of the
I think the volume died when they start banning people from buying. That's where it really died.
Well, right.
Otherwise,
I
it was
think the retail hype was the squeeze.
Yeah, I think. No.
That's
That
what would
wouldn't be a
price
squeeze.
up
That's a stock
organically,
rush.
right?
Yeah,
That's a
they
stock-
think
that's
it's
a-
the squeeze, though. They think it's the squeeze.
That's what they think, yes.
Yeah, so a lot of people think that's a squeeze, but honestly, I think that's probably a stock rush.
Right, because that's just organic until it was halted by some brokers of people just trying to get on it while they can.
And it looks like a hype curve.
Especially like you can see it almost match up to media outlets too. Like
The price
you can see your
jumped.
buzz, and then you can see media take it, and then
The price jumped 10 times, more than 10 times. And if that was just I've never seen a stock jump more than 10 times within a matter of
I've
hours.
also never seen a phenomenon of everybody with an iPhone and an Android purchasing on an app.
Oh, I am. There's Dogecoin phenomena. There's AMC hype. There's all this. It's all going on still.
Well,
And a lot of it is
Dogecoin
because of retail
Dogecoin
media.
is piggybacking off of Gamestop, so.
No,
I think Dogecoin was just a pump and dump.
Well,
It's all just this kind of meme, kind of sticky activity and media, and everybody wanting to get in on the hype.
I don't know if
a lot of these people that bought
Doge is
shares of
riding
GME don't even know
fine.
what short is.
So the reason Dogecoin went up today was because Elon Musk had tweeted about Dogecoin basically like 3 or 4 times. The reason it went up to 8 cents that one day, I think it was last week, Thursday or something, was hype specifically coming from AOC's Twitch stream, which had over 300K viewers watching live. Everyone in there was basically hyping up I have to go actually.
That's also when everyone's money was stuck in Robinhood and they couldn't buy GME or AMC.
Yeah, and the hype had happened with GME, and trading hours closed. And people heard about Doge, and everybody was excited, and they wanted something to buy and not get in on some crypto.
Sounds like a good guess, but we don't. We can't know for certain.
We don't know. Of course, we're just idiots.
For the question earlier about somebody lose 80%, not financial advice, but you already lose 80%. Does the last 20% really matters for you?
Sorry, it was me.
He really can't lose too much of that last 20% with the actual price of GameStop. So he might as well stick around just in case another short squeeze.
Hold on. Anything is so first off, anything is possible. So what I've heard over the past few weeks, look, I don't know a shit ton about the stock market. I look to all of you retards to help me do this and all of my retardedness to help understand it. But what I do know a little bit about is wealth preservation, and this concept of should they sell the last 20%? Should they stay in? There is honestly no knowing the correct answer. But what there is knowing is an understanding of risk tolerance and an understanding of risk as it pertains to your personal portfolio. The idea of saying this is a risky investment and I'm going to do it is such a healthy exercise because you're beginning to set the expectation with yourself about how much you're going to go in and how much you're willing to lose. So in reality, looking at this as will it go up, it shouldn't be an exercise of you've already lost this much. That's definitely a sunken cost fallacy. It should happen before that, and this might be a little bit of hindsight, but it should happen before that, and this is the amount that I'm willing to lose regardless. So I and now look at the fundamentals or whatever meme sentiment you want to look at. Does that make sense?
And that's
You should ask yourself the question.
Great investment. That's not investment advice, obviously, but those are just that's a great opinion that you have, and that's just a part of investing is diversifying. And when people say diversification, they mean that some of that diversification is highly volatile and risky, but not a lot of it, which is why every single person's situation is different and the amount that you go in is different, and going in knowing just how volatile something is and the profit potential, but the volatility and what that means for risk.
Yeah, exactly. No one's going to get
remaining rational in an irrational world.
Yeah, no one's going to get upset if especially your financial advisor, though I'm not it, if you want to spend 5% going to the slot machines, no one cares. If you want to try and win the lottery, then go for it, but at least do it within reason. And that way, no matter what happens, it's not have I lost 80%, it's what do I think will happen next regardless.
I agree. I totally agree with this standpoint. Like I have like $4,000 in right now, and like I down. But right now I've been in the chat every day. I'm just taking in the information. Try to stay calm, try to stay rational, try to ignore all the random yelling and just take the information that you need without try not to be biased. Because you need to basically filter out all the good information, put it together, and tell yourself, is this what I believed 4 days ago? Is this what I believed last week? And if it's still true, then let's hold. If the market is not what you think, before, then, maybe it's time to sell. Not financial advice.
A lot of this, we've been talking about a lot of complex stuff in this channel because, in my opinion, the most important part of this channel is trying to guesstimate the strategy that the hedge funds will use. But if you're new to this and if you're new to investing, there's a foundation starting at shorts when you still don't know enough about stocks is, just starting backwards. And, maybe that works for you, but there's just a lot of things that you have to learn, like the difference between technical and fundamental analysis, some of the main indicators of technical analysis, some of the ways that we trade fundamentally, what we think a bubble is, why some people think we're in a bubble, why some people think we're not. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of letters. If you're interested in technical analysis, look up the letters RSI, look up the letters MACD. If you're into fundamental analysis, look up earnings reports, look up cash flow. There's a lot to learn, and that's really
and let me add one more point here. I think at this point, with the company being under the new management, it's not going to go back to $4. I think with the new management team, this company is going to go up in the future.
Yeah.
So at my point, my thought is, is either going to, have to squeeze, or I'm just going to hold it because it is now a good stock. Like, my average price is 140. It's still probably a little bit damn high. But honestly, I think I'm going to just keep buying GameStop because I think they're under good hands. I think just from the standard fundamental, this company's worth is going to be above $50 one day. So if I'm buying it at $50, maybe it might be loose. But if the squeeze didn't come in, I'm going to hold it until I can get my money back because I trust I think as of right now, the company probably only worth about like maybe like $10 to like $15. Not financial advice, but I think in the future,
the market cap.
the market cap, I can't fucking tell. I don't really like to look at market
Someone's
cap.
saying 2 billion.
Okay, so I looked up the FINRA data, and apparently it's about 2 weeks old.
Yeah, FINRA's.
Yeah, we get new FINRA data on the 9th,
That's like
which was reporting on the 2nd.
$2 billion is like $25 a share.
And we've heard,
How do you come to that?
$25 to $30 fair value estimates thrown around, but I mean, trying to get a fair value estimate on it right now when such a phenomenon is occurring around, and probably it'll bleed into the inside of the company. It's tough. It's tough to really get a fair value estimate on something as
That 2 billion valuation is from Bloomberg. So take it with a grain of salt.
Yo, bro,
no one is buying
right
because
now the market cap is 3.7 billion. So if you think it's going to be 2 billion, then you're basically betting that it goes halfway down.
I'm not saying that. I said Bloomberg reported it.
No, not you. The guy that said 2 billion.
That was me.
Hey, we should have a soundboard guy.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we need to recognize
something.
We need to recognize that this is a unprecedented time, and you can't look to other situations to kind of reflect what's going to happen.
I'm so fucking sick of hearing that phrase, unprecedented times.
It really, well, it is. It's fucking true. Walmart Ben Shapiro believes it. Walmart Ben Shapiro is all for the unprecedented time.
No, it's not about the belief. It's just that word. It's just fucking sick of hearing it. Actually.
Well, what kind of phrase do you want to use? Do you want to use "this is new ground"? Different territory, new horizons. What do you want to say?
A regulator.
So what do you think about
in a regular market?
Yeah.
What do you think about
unprecedented times?
I mean, you guys.
It's like just fucking.
D Bucket Value is no longer updating his YOLO bets anymore, so he probably sold this morning.
No, he's not updating
Yesterday's news, but
he has to testify. He's long. He already pulled out everything he was going to pull out. He's long on this shit. He's the one that said the stock price is between 60 and 140 bullish.
He's getting fucked with by the government. So
you think he didn't sell because why?
He didn't sell. He is not doing the daily updates anymore because he has to testify. And he has a lot of pressure on him right now.
Why do you think
pressure,
he sell?
especially because he was at the forefront of all this. Because he is going long on the stock. He already said himself in his videos, if you watch what he did, that he thinks the stock is worth between 60 and 140 bullish long term. And that is why he invested in it to begin with. And if we're sitting here at 50 right now, I don't think this guy's about to sell and fuck everybody over. And go
he pocketed like 13 million.
Yeah, he already pocketed it enough, which is why he's going long on the rest.
That's why he's set.
What was GME this morning?
And for people saying that this is unprecedented, like, yes, with the short squeeze, this is unprecedented. But for people that are new to investing, crazy like occurrences in the news and things like that are very much a part of investing. And sometimes you'll have been in something just like on a fundamental long-term basis, and you're gonna have to react to like seriously price changing news, And
this is a black sheep of a situation. I think it's just there are a lot of black sheets of the situation. It's like astronomy events. Like basically, this thing happens once every 500,000 years, but there's a lot of things that happen every once every 500,000 years.
I just think there's a chance that
this a black swan. Hey, see, now that sounds better.
I'm not gonna say he didn't sell this morning, but to say that he definitely didn't sell this morning, I think that's even more false.
So okay, I got another question. What's the difference between a short squeeze and a gamma squeeze?
Actually, want to know that one.
I think one of them is gamma radiation.
What my understanding is, short squeeze is you can have like long squeeze
options and something called Greeks that relates to options in terms of volatility. And
the incredible
one is shorts of stocks. They're not that different, but a gamma squeeze can be even higher just because of the way that time value and volatility affect the price of an option. Options are complex. Like if you've never got into trading before, we've probably thrown around the word options before, but options are an added level of complexity. to the whole deal.
options are. Isn't it like gamma squeeze has a like exponential portion in it? So it's like if short squeeze would be linear, then that would be like to an exponent. The gamma squeeze and would be like much more violent but shorter.
And there's there are certain things like, for example, there's some level-headed minds, like in terms of the fundamental trading world, that say that the market is in a bubble. And being an investor and like investing in the market, you just invest like with what you know. Like if you're starting off with investing, this isn't financial advice, but invest with what you know. If what you know is video games, that's the sort of stuff you should be investing, because you know what Activision Blizzard is up to. You don't have to be reading an earnings report to know the sort of stuff that they're up to. It's you should learn more and more, and as much as you can, but get into the things that try and understand those things, and then you can move on to understanding why some people think the market is in a bubble. Do you think the market is the best it's ever been during COVID-19? Because that's the way the S&P 500, which is an index which kind of tries to tell us exactly where the market is at, that's what they're saying, and of course, we like the stock.
Try to tell you what the market's at. It's telling you what the market's at.
Can we get a random?
Essentially, with a choice of 500.
Well, the market is only a perspective outlook on what the actual realistic market is. What we're calling the market, these charts, these graphs, these numbers, it's a perspective outlook on what like the realistic market is, what's actually going on.
It's people.
So if people are looking too far into the future,
on something that's real.
Yeah, people are looking too far into the future, and this gets too meta, and people are doing stupid shit. Everyone has Robinhood on their phone. Every stimulus check goes into the market. It's COVID. It's a bubble.
Yeah, and it's called passive investing. And Michael Burry, who we know as having predicted the 2008 financial crisis, has said that passive investing is a problem. And not a problem because of the individual investor, but a problem because of institutions who just think the S&P 500 can go up forever and stock prices can go up forever. But of course, we know that a bubble popping is natural to the process. And, I'm not predicting a bubble. I'm just saying it's one of those things to look into.
When you have every single person investing, it's like better for everyone, though.
Yeah, but the market, stock market isn't a good unit of measure of the economic stability of the world. It's relatively a fictitious. I don't want to say it's fictitious, but it's not a. I guess essentially it's not a good unit of measure of economic stability. It's just kind of a beacon of it, and hence why we have bubbles.
Yeah, it's almost reactive to it, and reactive and speculative.
With an abstract market and physical trade, there's a certain amount of money that has to exist in the market and a certain amount of money that has to exist in trade. And if those are unbalanced and it's shifted too much into the market, that would be a bubble, and there's not enough money being transferred hand to hand. If we have too much existing in the market and all of a sudden everyone has to pull out at once because some shit happens, maybe after COVID everyone goes broke and realize, oh fuck, like I couldn't leave my money up there. Everyone's gonna lose a lot of money, bro.
Well, I don't personally think it's in a bubble territory right now, but it definitely seems like it, and it just depends on what you're looking at and what you're investing in, right? So that's kind of, it's hard to say, like, look at the fucking historical charts. It's crazy, but again, we're sustaining it. So what's it gonna take to break it, right?
Exactly.
I don't see how Tesla can be worth more than the entire auto industry.
Go ahead.
How can Tesla be worth more than the entire auto industry if the market's not in a bubble? Because Tesla isn't succumbing to the actions of the rest of the market. So if Tesla is operating within the market and it's considered accurate, wouldn't the whole market be off then?
The market is in a bubble. They've been saying it for a while.
And like people who are just arriving, like we're not saying that the market is about to collapse. The thing is that a market can be inflated, but what pops a bubble
is about to.
Everybody suddenly being like, actually, I'm going to get out of here because I don't think this is going to keep going. And at what moment would that happen all at the same time? You can't predict it. I can't predict it.
Dude, you know Harry Dent?
Doesn't mean the market crashes. Everybody's aware.
Do you
of
know
that.
Harry Dent? He predicted the '89 collapse in Japan, the dot-com bust, and Donald Trump's presidency and shit.
Harvey
He's
Dent?
predicting
Harvey Dent.
Harry. He's predicting crash in 2 years, 2023.
Well, we'll see. I mean, with the amount of money that's been printed out there and people not having jobs and things of that nature. I mean, there's going to be a lot of foreclosures in the future because, I mean, governments can't keep supporting people's livelihoods, you know? Like, look at Canada.
Okay, so I heard you guys
Canada, for
are in
example.
denial about GameStop. Someone told me you guys are still bag holding down here.
Who's that's speaking? What's your Discord?
Boy, that's cap.
All right, everyone mute him.
Well, okay, no, hold on.
Go ahead.
Walmart Shapiro here. Walmart Shapiro here wants to let him say his piece before we mute him.
Well, okay, yeah, sure. Well, basically, I heard everyone here. Someone came to my channel up there and back off.
Okay, I don't care. I
Like,
don't care about the story. Just tell me what you think.
okay, here's what I think. I think that the last 3 days, when everyone was yelling diamond hands and that short interest was 130%, was a complete lie. And all the articles
You're
came
right, it
out
was
and said short interest was
120%.
at 39%. No, but that's you. The reasoning behind that is that you think that all the data that's been out right now says short interest at 39%. It's very clear that a short squeeze happened, and I think you guys claiming that there's going to be a second one is complete bullshit, and it's leading a lot of lambs.
That's
to
great.
the
Short squeeze happened, or a lot of people got in on the hype? Which one?
Nobody with regards to data, but thank you for sharing that. We let this talk.
Yeah, can you post your data sources on Nitro Booster? Yeah, it's actually IMH Market Data and S3 Capital Partners. They're actually pretty reliable, unless you think they're lying too.
So look.
No.
So something you just came to the conversation. I'm just gonna call you Mr. Bear for now.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Bear, we're not telling anyone to buy right now. We're not jumping up and down saying there's going to be a second squeeze.
That's not
We're
true,
talking about
because the last couple of days, everyone has been saying buy.
As a matter of fact, we were talking about the entire market, and
came in
talking about.
Yeah, you came in way late to this convo, my friend.
Okay.
You interrupted a pretty crucial combo. I was learning a lot.
Wait. But just to the guy that said he's claiming S3 stuff, isn't like the latest S3 report released today sort of still suggesting higher?
No.
interest?
They all say 39%, but the real data won't come out until the 9th.
What's this like? What is this post that? Because it doesn't mention 39% anywhere. In
I'll
this
I'll send it to you.
today.
These news articles came out like 3 days ago. It's in Bloomberg.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
it's
the
all
one that
over
they
the place.
released today. I'm talking about the one that they released today.
Speaking, I'll send you again.
specifically.
I heard
They're basically openly admitting
I can
that short
explain that a
interest
little bit. I've been here for a while why that is that way. That's because the data, the S3 on Friday before, and then the change in percentage over the Monday, and if you look at the amount of volumes changed, didn't add up. Everybody can see the volume traded between Friday and Monday. What did happen was S3 formula did change on that calculation, and S3 announced it. They changed it on Sunday. So
Number 7 and number 8 for screenshots of S3 data posting their like recalculations and how it changed the graph.
Where's this at? What channel?
GMEFAQ.com, GMEFAQ.com/GMEHQ.
No, it's /links now. Sorry.
Links.
Yeah, /links.
Hey, one question, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it. You're on.
But this GME, do they pay dividends or not?
Small ones.
Yes.
They don't.
The answer in short is yes.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes,
But not anymore.
Yeah. You get one Funko Pop delivered per quarter.
Better be one of those hell rare ones.
Better than AMC right now.
Guys, you got to understand. Too, people coming out and telling us figures about short interest and this and that, and we're S3 and whoever and whatever. Who gives a shit? The point is that right now, one of the biggest things that we're definitely experiencing, and nobody that has been a market participant in, like, let's say the last 6 months would know this or have learned about it. But there are short and distort campaigns, and people pay a fuck ton of money to create that misinformation, and we're seeing it everywhere.
You mean to tell me that someone wants to cover their interest when they're exposed to the public? No.
heard silver's
I think
good.
it means both ways. It could mean like this all could be a hype that all this misinformation of interest, or it could be the other way around. It's
Yeah.
you really can't.
I mean,
yeah,
the alternative
yeah,
isn't that
misinformation
crazy that
campaign.
maybe you're just wrong. You know.
I think the main
for sure.
point,
That's fine too. But
yeah, the main point to take away from this entire thing is you have to do your due diligence. You have to make up your own mindset. No one
Exactly.
here is doing it for you.
Hey,
We're
I
just
agree
here
with
having an
you.
open discussion.
I agree with you 100%. And honestly, the reason I went short GameStop wasn't because I thought, I mean, there were some fundamental reasons, but the main reason was because the sub changed so much that any skeptic at GameStop was immediately downvoted and called a hedge fund shill. So it's like, I want people to do their due diligence, but I feel like what happened with the state of the sub is that you could only do due diligence if you supported the fucking hype.
So what increased the
That
price
pains
of
me.
GameStop? The mass inflow of randoms or the short squeeze? Which one?
Oh, they go hand in hand. They go hand in hand, man.
I mean, look at the growth.
Because you
Like,
have,
listen, there was a fundamental
Okay, but the,
reason.
the influx in the price goes hand in hand with the volume, but the drop in price does not. So the people buying raised the price, but the volume going down didn't drop the price.
But see, here's the thing. The alternative is that the short squeeze did happen and people just dumped their shares. Like seriously, if you bought shares at $60 a share and it goes to $350, a lot of you are gonna sell. So everyone yelling diamond hands, like you can't just assume all the retail investors just held just because people in Wall Street bets are saying that. I guarantee you the majority of them already sold off most of their positions and just squeezed.
Yeah, and we're buying them back.
All of the data that you're giving us, like, we appreciate your speculation, but all the data you're giving us, it doesn't actually like contradict what we know and what we believe to be their strategy, which is covering some of their positions, so we can go ahead and use logic and Occam's razor that, but also
turn on the generator and then how do you turn on the other stuff?
leveraging their risk in ways
Okay.
that
Just turn
buy
on the
themselves
generator.
time and still bleeding out, causing them interest. And there are some theories that there are disinformation campaigns in order to buy themselves time and to disorganize us, which has been effective because a large influx, the sub is not the same. We're talking about a growth that's through the absolute roof. So it's not the sub anymore. And we have retail investors quite literally in Australia buying this stock, but they're gone now. And now it's a matter of squeezing, and that requires people liking the stock. And I like the stock.
I like the stock.
I like the stock.
I like the stock. So I looked into what he said, right? And I did notice the total short value back in 2015 is 61 million, which
Guys, if you're not on the
starting a track
microphone,
here.
please get off. If you're not talking, please.
Wait, yeah, say what you're gonna say again.
Yeah, so the total short reported since January 15 is like 61, and that's 60. But the trade value for the past couple of days has way past that. So
ready?
Hmm?
All right, you keep talking. If he talks again, I'll figure out who it is.
Okay, so basically, it's almost like one guy that I heard. It's like basically if they recover their short, just like 10% of the total value per day, all the short share will be gone by now. In the past, like 4 days. So it is possible that the squeeze has already happened, because just on January 25th
the most volatile stock in the world.
Hey, if I could just interject real quick, I have a quick question.
Go for it.
What does the 122% that I keep hearing thrown around, what does that represent? Is that how many of the physical stocks in circulation have been shorted?
So like when you hear a short interest number, it's basically how many stocks did they borrow, and then how many stocks are they trying to buy back? And so when you hear that number above 100%, a lot of people like wonder how could they possibly like have borrowed more stocks than exist, because a lot of the laws do allow a broker to lend out a stock that was already shorted, that was already lent out. So essentially like a stock
like a bet on a bet,
borrowed, shorted, lent out, borrowed, shorted, lent out.
So how many stocks? So you're saying 122% of GameStop's total stocks have been shorted?
Currently, right now, we don't know the percentage.
But based off of 122, it would mean that 122% of GameStop's total available stocks have been shorted. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Yes.
It would mean
So how many total stocks do they have in circulation?
Hang on though, because that data you're quoting with the 120 is old data now.
It is old data.
Right, but I still. But here's what I'm getting at. Can we take their total? Can we take their total stock amount from the time that information was released, compare it to volume? And if I'm yelling, I'm sorry. I'm in my car, so.
That would be 61.8 million stocks.
You could.
We've been trying to crunch the numbers, and we've been getting help from people with Bloomberg terminals, but we're still, we're still in a wide range of speculation. But
the thing is that the stock is so widely traded that we can't just look at the volume and give you that sure answer of saying they have covered their positions or they have not covered their positions, which is why we take the reasonably conservative position that they've covered some, taken some new ones, and leveraged their risk, which is why we still do, like it essentially.
Yeah, and I agree with you, but it just seems like, and I'm not all that experienced, which is why I was posing the question. Like I've been in this GME HQ for like, I don't know, since last week, and I don't know, I love it, and I love the stock, and I'm not selling. But it seems to me it would be simple if we could just take the 122% information that we had, compare it to the total stocks in rotation, that's available, and then look at the amount of volume per day since that data was released, add all those up, and then to at least get somewhat of an idea of whether or not they were able, if enough stocks even moved to come close to that 122% for them to get out from under the interest of it, to get out from under the short.
There's just so many other factors and so many other financial instruments they can use, but the number doesn't suggest that they have. The number, we don't think the number suggests that they've covered their positions.
But
of course, it's a high risk investment, and we don't know.
But they can't use other financial instruments to cover. They can use them to hedge, but they can't. They have to actually deliver the shares.
Exactly. They can use them to hedge, and that buys them time. But that's
I have a follow-up question then. If they haven't covered their positions, then why is the stock driving down in value?
Well, that's people losing confidence that there even is a squeeze, where
also the massive short volume
doesn't go up just because there are shorts
leaving.
Let's also address that this only works if enough people hold.
Not to mention it was the most hyped stock.
Well, you force them into the short squeezes when they short the stock, and while they're shorting, people buy it, and that was the momentum in Wall Street because everybody like buy. But soon as that Thursday where they got rid of Wall Street, Discord, couldn't trade, and then they shorted stock so crazy and nobody could buy on those platforms. I think that's where it just changed the game.
Can I ask a follow-up question about all that?
Yes.
Basically, doesn't it mean if these guys manage to cover their positions, essentially there is no longer any such thing as a short squeeze anymore?
Exactly.
This was one of the most shorted stocks of all time. If they somehow managed to cover their shorts while being under the scrutiny of the whole world, it was like one of the most hyped stocks of all time. How you get out of that?
Keep in mind that really there's only been one true short infinity squeeze ever, which is the VW one. The time before that it was attempted was Piggly Wiggly back in 1934, and it failed. There have been other times that are similar, but didn't quite reach the same level. And with this particular one,
I'm just waiting for
it was dependent on millions of
just
people.
waiting for
acting.
Horn and what's his name, Tendies. Probably I like the stock too to come back.
Honestly, here is my thought: is there is way more than enough value in the past 2 weeks for them to cover. But if they do cover, you have to remember they shorted this damn stock at $4. If they cover on the day where the value was like $300, $400, we should be getting 20 bankruptcy report by now.
That's true.
That's not true.
Why not? Why not?
Because it's just
Oh,
one
they
of their
lost a bunch of
positions,
money.
and hedge funds back each other too. I mean, you saw Citadel and what was it, 0.72? They ended up refinancing Melvin with like $3 billion.
Okay, so that's easy math, right?
They would take that.
If they're short from $4,
It's not easy math because you don't know when they covered. It's not like $4 plus 300. You don't know how.
Hey, chill. Just let him do the math really quick.
Civilized
Dude,
covers.
it's very simple. You lose everything at $8 at 100% loss, right? At $12, it's double your original, basically double their assets under management. At 300 or whatever the fuck it is,
it's basic math.
It's very easy.
It's basic exponential math.
It's
shorted at 4, it goes to 8. It doubled, right? If you're short, you have to pay. You lose your entire initial investment on the short.
Which is why we think that they employed every single strategy they had. They did a short ladder. They tried to get a panic. They may have, we really don't know, made sure that some of their interests, such as Robinhood, did not allow this retail hype to keep on going. They went ahead and started doing their media rounds, speaking to CNBC, telling them, oh, we've covered all of our positions. They went ahead and did cover some of them on the way down. They went ahead and took some new ones. They went ahead and leveraged, it's a complex, intelligent group of people. They're going to use every single thing in their arsenal, but still they're at an incredible loss. We believe that their short interest is still very high, which is why we think there's still potential.
Couldn't the stock have gotten to where it peaked just with the hype, with absolutely no shorts covering? Because it seems like that to me.
It's possible. Yeah, that's entirely possible. It just feels like
it's not unrealistic to say that this was the most hyped stock of all time, considering who had access to it and which celebrities were tweeting.
And we're seeing like indicators like regional price variation being above the global financial crisis of 2008. There's like 4%. 4% of variation between the stocks.
Hold on, how is regional price variation indicative of a crash?
Due to the Volkswagen report of the Infinity Squeeze, the pretty much breakdown of it.
No,
the true indicators, right? Weren't the true indicators based on different geological, like different market variances leading up to that event?
Yeah, there was like a huge peak of
whoever's yelling in
14%,
French in the background. Can you mute yourself?
There was a huge peak of in the paper. There was a huge peak of 14%, which is in the graph that I posted a while back. It's 140 per mil. We are now at 110 per mil of variation across 5 different exchanges around the world. And we have not been, after the weekend, we have not been below 4%. And the financial credit crisis in the paper was at 4% peak.
Also,
so we have still some measurable amount of variation about how valuable the stock is around different places.
Somebody messaged me and said, that we haven't really mentioned Robinhood's because this person can't talk. They've restricted, I think, further being able to speak here. But that Robinhood's restriction of trading, that we haven't spoken about that enough. And that was really a part of the price going down. And like I've heard a lot thrown around the number 17% retail investor, but that number is also outdated. Along with our short interest numbers, that number is outdated. And retail investor numbers could have been a lot higher. I mean, I'm talking about a lot of people were installing these apps on their phone and getting in. It's very easy to get
even my boss who's not on Reddit and so on, Everybody knows.
And those people are probably gone now. That's probably part of the reason
Guys,
why the price is deflated.
Have you seen the GoFundMe for the Super Bowl ad for?
Don't do that because you will get in trouble with SEC.
Oh yeah.
On top of the fact that you'll get in trouble, if you don't believe all the airtime's already been purchased for the Super Bowl, which is in what, 5 days? Not even 3.
That was 5 days.
Somebody
It's Monday.
I haven't really been keeping
Not
up with
even
the
5 days.
What's going on?
Oh, they do bids for airtime. They do bids for airtime.
I mean,
Hold on.
Do you think the Super Bowl is going to approve an ad just blatantly thrashing another company? No.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I
With
mean,
4 days to go.
You're kidding yourself if they want to open them up to that sort of
I
liability.
assume if you pay them enough, sure.
They don't want to open themselves up to that sort of liability. That'd be a slam fucking
No,
dunk
they wouldn't
lawsuit.
be liable for anything. It would be all on whoever's running the ad.
Have we made the ad already?
Don't a
Have
bunch
we
of
made the
ads
ad already?
just
We better
slam
hurry
on
up and
other
make that ad.
brands?
Please don't show that
No, we
ad. You
haven't.
will actually get in trouble if you actually make
Yeah,
an
let's
ad
just
and
drop
then
this
tell
combo.
people
Let's
to
drop the
try
combo.
and buy the
Let's drop the
stock,
combo.
right?
Okay, so
That,
the combo.
yeah. Don't do that. You will actually get in trouble.
Ad, or is this just?
Let's drop in the combo.
Because at that point, you're literally pumping dumping. All right, I'm stopping.
Let's just go ahead and.
Yes, let's drop
Pumping
the
dumping what,
combo
dude?
and move on.
Pumping
Let's,
dumping
let's,
what, Robin
let's
Hood?
drop the combo and move
What are you
on.
talking about?
Have you guys talked
It
at all
depends
about
on-
the
listen,
all the
it
option
depends
calls
on-
at $800 for March?
It's a super. The point is, it's a Super Bowl ad to promote the message that you guys are talking about right now.
Yeah,
The
no,
Robin
no, no,
Hood
no, 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 no,
No.
no. Do
Is that
not
not it?
make any fucking ad with any fucking message.
Let's just
about
drop the combo about the ad and move on. Someone said something about 800. Put,
Yeah, so
it's a theoretical
have you guys
combo,
talked at all
right?
about
I'm
all
not-
those
I'm not
option
like-
calls that are?
Interesting.
That's what
Interesting.
that's what I wanted to bring up.
There's
too.
one that expires this Friday and another one next
No,
Friday.
there's
right?
all of those option
And
calls
there's
that they were talking about yesterday about that are going to that are for March for $800.
Mhm.
Oh, those people are
Could
fucked.
just be a tard with too much money.
What was the
IBM
strike
those
on
are
them?
like over $600 or 600%.
If
Got
they're
like millions too much.
they're puts, right? Which gives you the ability to buy at that price, right? Excuse me, no, they're puts, so they're shorts, so you still have to buy it, right?
No, they're not puts. There's somebody trying to. Somebody suspected it might be hedge funds trying to hedge their bets in the opposite direction.
Well, I mean, yeah. But like that's just a scenario that in that case that's just a scenario where like if they do a put at 800, then they're doing a scenario where if it gets to 800, okay, they can cover their losses, which means they're putting a safeguard up.
It's just one of their safeguards.
Also, don't forget the price that hits 380 at one point. So even with the new report, we won't know which short was placed at $4 and which short was placed as $380. And chances are there will be a fuck ton of people who shorted GME when it was high up. So
Yeah, I would
there's
consider
going to
that.
be a huge confusion with the short interest at that time because we don't know which percent is new, which percent is
Well, here's the thing. Okay, mute yourself, please. Mute yourself, please. If you shorted at 400, all that means is that you expect it to go down, which means you already bought the stock, right? And you got to sell it, right?
Yes.
In fact, the more that people short, the more the price goes up temporarily. Unless people have calmed down already.
Were these
No, because you buy the short, which means you buy the stock and immediately sell it. It's a neutral act.
It drives the price.
No, that's inaccurate.
No,
You don't buy the stock on a short, you sell someone else's stock.
Well, pretty much, yeah.
It's pulling it down.
It's not a
Opening a short
neutral
position
action.
will
It is
drive
a
it down.
deliberately, distinctly bearish action.
It makes it go
It
down.
pulls it down.
Yeah, it pulls
Closing
it
your
down.
short position will drive it up.
Yes.
Do you guys think that the most worrying thing right now is how many people seem to have lost interest and sold out?
That worries me a bit.
I've said for a while, retail doesn't matter in this. It's institutions that do.
Right.
Exactly. It doesn't help with the
'Cause that
buying
was
pressure.
what was really worrying
I
me.
don't think that makes it dead in the water because the institutions are the ones that can see profit potential and start to push. Because remember that it's a matter of time. Time is the most important commodity that they don't have.
If other hedge funds are seeing this as a way to make a quick buck, and if they keep sticking with it, then maybe they might save our asses. I have no idea.
Yes, they will be buddies up there.
Have 5 nacho tacos off the dollar menu.
Yo, taco order man, can you shut the fuck up?
And then I'll take a nacho fry box.
Please mute yourself.
Jesus
Stop
Christ.
talking. Stop talking. Everyone stop talking. You'll be able to find out who it is.
NorCal Schmokin.
Yep, it was him. I'm muted.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. It's the guy with a monkey head and a space suit.
Let's all publicly shame him quick for a second. Hey, NorCal Smoking.
NorCal Smoking.
You fat fuck, lay off the chalupas and fucking hang up.
Stop eating fucking.
Dollar menu? Did you spend all your money? Or you cannot eat only? Dollar menu.
I didn't think people had money to spend on fast food these days.
Okay, so got a question. I saw somewhere, and I don't know if this shit is real or not, but I saw somewhere that they were doing a whole bunch of $800 calls. And I was just like, well, are they doing it to cover their ass or what?
That's what I was just asking about.
We just talked about this, yeah.
Listen, hedge funds hedge their bets. Okay. So they're going to do a number of instruments to kind of, soften their position.
Okay.
People also get on.
Interesting that it's that high, though.
Around for options that are way out and really cheap that don't really know at all what they're doing and do it here, do it in other stocks and stuff.
There was a lot of volume on those, though.
Yeah, it was huge amount. They must have been cheap individually, but there was a huge. I can't remember what it was, but it was like millions.
Was it during a time when you couldn't buy the actual shares, but you could still buy an option or something?
I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Okay.
In any case, don't we figure that as far as interest goes? Go ahead, sorry.
Are you not able to purchase GME through Cash App anymore?
You are never able to purchase on Cash App, I believe. AMC.
You're only able to purchase AMC, but at a fraction.
Okay, I was getting this confused.
Actually, I got something from
Cash App public trade
at some point. So we got a thought, apparently there is going to be a short hold because we down percent. Is that true?
I didn't hear what you said, man.
Apparently there's going to be a short hold because the value went down 10%.
Yeah, tomorrow?
How you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, did he go down by 10% today?
Go down by, what, 40, I think?
Holy fuck!
Yeah.
So you're in the Discord, but you haven't even checked the stock price.
It's been a while. I just haven't checked because I'm just waiting on a chorus of people here being like, "It's happening! It's happening!"
Bro, didn't you hear?
Better for your mental
has
health.
been squozen.
I missed out, huh?
GME is back to 350. What are you talking about?
Let's not spread misinformation. Let's not spread misinformation.
From
if it was at 300, then that would literally cover my my losses.
Ooh,
I don't want to trigger a torrent of fantasy here.
300. We're trying
Under 50 now.
But isn't this mainly just it? This is so much about perception because people are freaking out more than they were super excited when it was at 35, and now they're ready to kill themselves when it's at 53. Like some of the same people. So, are we not going to probably see a torrent of institutional interest when we go up a few dollars in the next? If that happens tomorrow, will people not start going, "Oh shit, GME is going back up"? I mean, that's kind of what we're hoping for.
I'm gonna be very
And that was the slingshot theory that someone posted at 2 a.m.
There was when was the previous short hold? Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
And what it just fluctuated around, or not fluctuated, it just stayed consistent around what was it, $90?
Yeah, it stayed around $9, but in the morning it shot up 30%, and descended through the day and had another spike at I think $112.
I'm be honest with you, I kind of wish Joe Biden would just bail out the fucking hedge fund and let them take the hit.
That's not going to happen.
Hey, a man can dream. A man can dream.
Let's dream for the squeeze then.
Are you saying women can't dream now? I'm kidding.
I didn't say that. I just said
I
a
think
man
I read
can.
that article.
Can they vote already?
Tom Brady, y'all.
What was the question again?
Can women vote?
I don't.
In American, yes.
Shut the fuck up.
Can we have the sexism kind of just die? We're here about stocks. We don't give a shit about
Yeah,
content.
listen, man. We're here to talk about GME. Y'all can hate women like after the shit.
Women are fucking. Yeah, we're about class warfare here.
Yeah, y'all can talk shit about women later.
Yo, eat the billionaires.
Filthy fucking rich.
Come on.
Chest pounding is not accepted here. We're monkey brained, remember? If you
what
want to make our
monkeys do.
chant, it's ooh goo goo gaga or ooh 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 ooh.
No, that's the chant.
That put to see the
That's the
name
real chant.
There we go. There we
The
go.
price blew up and the shorts dipped down.
That's the real chant.
All right, that's a good one too. All right, we get it. Now you gotta turn it off. All right.
Yeah, all right.
No, I want to hear the shanty.
So do I turn it off?
Then find it on YouTube. Find it on YouTube. We're not here for this. Fucking Walmart Ben Shapiro is getting a little pissed off.
Are here for this.
Well, you know what? Facts really don't care about the feelings.
Let's hear
That's
Piggly
right,
Wiggly again.
motherfucker. You want to hear about Piggly Wiggly?
Can we hear about the short squeeze of GameStop of 2021?
Not yet. Not yet. Not
Some
until it
point.
happens.
The squeeze already happened, dog.
Maybe. Maybe not.
We're betting on it hasn't happened. The people in this room are the one who were fucking apes, were certified retarded. We're betting on the fact that the short never happened. And we're betting on the fact that, our mom didn't fall off the stair when they gave us birth. Which permanently
If squeeze
caused
was
our
only like,
retardant.
what was it, 480? That is really
It could have half squeezed. It could have been a half squeeze.
If I bought a ticket to a festival, I want to stay there at least for like a week or two. I didn't like. Why can't you just? You can just cannot not. You cannot like stop betting. What the hell? Have to be in this.
I mean, it's bullshit. They halted it as soon as the squeeze was about to start.
That's what I was saying. That shit was rising up, and then it just fucking stopped.
Yeah, it was fucking high.
I saw it hit 600.
Can't do that.
As high as Elon.
That's a good.
Dude, that motherfucker was high.
Any financial advice for when
Yo,
the
he
next
owned it
squeeze
though.
is
He
gonna
owned
happen?
it. He didn't delete any of it.
We're not allowed to give financial advice.
I don't know. I think they might. I think
Oh,
the
yeah,
squeeze
that
was
was the
actually
day.
happening like a day or two ago, and then they did some type of shady shit to stop it.
Well, yeah.
I got another
Robinhood-
fundamental smooth brain question about ladder attacks. If short ladder, like, there's all this debate about like, did they just make that up on WSB? If they're driving the price down with a ladder short attack, what is to prevent them to just do that to everything forever? I mean, you might say they do that, but like,
It costs them money.
One, okay, so one, it costs them money. Two, if the price drops below 10%, then then it gets on the restriction list, which means they can't do it. They can't do it for a while.
Yeah,
they can't do it the next day, but can't they do it as much as they want within one day?
No, because
No,
in
they
the
don't.
long
No,
run,
10%.
it's not profitable for them. They continue to lose more and more money every single time they short ladder.
But there was like a
Have
paper about
we
shorts.
seen any sort of evidence of like them actually covering though? Like, have we seen that volume of shares being bought up?
We cannot differentiate it from the hype volume. Like, there's no way to tell it.
We cannot tell.
Well, the paper about short ladder attacks said that there's at any given moment there's at least 100 different tickers that are being attacked all the time with short ladders. So it's pretty common tactic.
They use bots with. How they able to do this shit?
Is the point to push it down with this, or is it to scalp?
To push it down and to kind of give people more.
When they push it down, they
apathy,
get
I guess.
people sell. Yeah, exactly. They're not gonna.
Got it.
Like,
If they were out, it wouldn't
the
be like
ultimate
this
goal is to get people to
aggressive
give up their
with,
shares,
like,
but
everything they've been doing.
Yeah.
It's to give
I like-
indication that the stock is going to go down to get people to give up their shares so that they don't have to drive the stock down all entirely by themselves. They're just nudging the market in the direction that they want.
And those people who sell out at those after the short letters, those are emotional traders, pretty much.
We have to
And
remember,
if there's like shady traders on the market with some employee who puts,
but also
like
remember,
a bit of code that would like put stop losses on people's stocks without asking the customer, then those get triggered too, and that inflates the amount of available stock, so that drops the price.
I'm more
even
concerned. I'm more concerned about like how much of their positions have been covered and what is their short interest, because
It's too hard to allow.
We just won't
I
know,
know,
man,
I
until
know, we
Tuesday.
won't, I know.
Yeah, I mean, but we do have the short volume data, which gives you a little bit of a sense. You can't trust it totally, but I mean, they've been for the last 7 trading days, more than 50% of the volume has been
Oh
short
shit!
volume.
Well, as long as that shit is still around 50 and their short interest is high,
Hey,
then
enough
it's
about this
possible.
fucking GME bullshit. Can we hear the Piggly Wiggly story?
Yeah, do you guys want me to post the link again?
Well,
From last
isn't
night?
that GMHQ? As far as I'm concerned.
Whoever has the soundboard, maybe they could play the YouTube video.
No, it has
for
to be a
everyone.
live read. Come on.
Which one?
I don't know if it gets any better than that guy.
British guys.
I think every time we
I only
talk
don't.
about
I don't want to hear
Tuesday-
anyone else say it ever again.
Yeah, link it into Nitro.
Listen,
Yeah,
normally
the
Walmart
actual-
Ben Shapiro would read that, but he doesn't have the time tonight.
Yeah, I know the actual soundboard guy isn't there, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh man,
That's,
he's great.
Yeah, the
I thought the British guy was coming at like 5:45.
I thought y'all cursed the British guy out. What happened?
Y'all definitely cursed the British guy out and mocked his accent.
He lives in Japan, so he's probably
Because he had 3 liters of beer.
That's fine. He's okay with this. He'll be back.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sharing it. It's
How
you
many
have to
liters,
paste
Farva?
it, copy and paste it.
Why'd people curse
3.
him out?
is it from Study Buddy?
I don't know. Things get weird sometimes.
Wait,
here.
where did you post it? Oh, Alexander, is that you?
Last night, yeah, last night.
All right.
It's super silly. It only took me half an hour. I just wanted to rush it out. I got like I did a call to action at the end like an idiot and got the date wrong and shit. Tuesday, 2-3.
Question. I was asking. Oh yeah, Tuesday. What like we don't get up to date data, of course. What date was the data from?
February 9th is when the new report comes out.
On the 9th, we'll get data from the 2nd.
Okay, great. Right after the event, great.
Is that a nice way to show?
Is everyone watching? That's really nice. I had to edit a lot out.
Thanks for making it.
Are you guys purchasing GME now?
Watching
At
what?
Open later in the day
Nah,
tomorrow?
dog. I gotta get paid again, or liquidate some of my other stocks to do that.
If you were, then.
Tomorrow around 12:30 would be a good bet, depending on where it stands tomorrow at opening. Not financial advice, once again.
Obviously, yeah. Just trying to see what people's moves are.
I trade something tomorrow and make more capital.
Yeah.
Any ideas for tomorrow, anyone? Anyone see any good setups?
I would say down like today, except you don't have a short ladder.
Probably just gonna stay consistent around $50.
Did he
man.
get taken,
trying to test our
did he get
will.
taken off
We
the
think
short
that we're all
ladder
gonna
list?
disappear.
Tonight, yeah, definitely. Just look at the drop it took at opening. It will definitely get them on the short ladder list. Definitely.
Do you guys have experience in crypto exchanges? Because this is listed in 2 of those.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
No, like, would you? What's your trust level on those guys? Of getting, if like the stocks run out, and can you get your shit?
Oh, I get the joke now. Yeah.
The
How do I
only
get into crypto, right?
the thing that is most concerning about like the after hours right now, it's that it's getting under 50. So, and the lowest point is at 49. Seeing that, I bet tomorrow morning we'll still get a big drop, just because of the 50 mark. It's gonna be
To be honest with
discouraging a
you,
couple people.
this shit might get the fucking like 40 or 20 or 30.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, if it keeps leaving before like if it keeps dropping like before the 9th, I don't know, people might just fucking give up.
That's
Oh
what I
yeah,
think
if it's
will
around
happen.
like 20 or 10 bucks before the 9th, I think it's done in terms of the hype. Well, the hype might already be done, but
So our main objective is to scare everybody off. We can't have lots of millionaires.
What is the expected outcome on the 9th?
See, I know we say hype, but like you need. It seems to me like you need people to hold more than necessarily buy. You need to hold out for them to cover their shorts.
If more than 50% is still shorted, right, and we're still holding at least 50%, I think maybe it's possible, but I like I said, I don't have enough data to even say some shit about this.
Yeah, I feel you.
And who's to say that they didn't get some more shorts because they're like, oh, these soft ass paper hand bitches, let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
No, but that's actually possible though.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
afraid.
it's fucking possible.
at like the
They're a bunch of greedy
$100
fuckfaces.
range, they could have shorted it then,
I mean,
right?
shit,
Yeah,
if
they buy
they would have shorted it at 300 and then made back
Yeah.
their short position, knowing that the momentum from the public was going to fade.
Yeah, that would be a nice strategy.
That's pretty much irrelevant to us. We don't care about what those guys are doing because they can
Dude.
already close it. They've already closed it. We're worried about the guys that shorted at $5, $10, or 25.
Yeah, I was about to say, dude, like I do never discount their fucking greed. They lost billions. You slap these motherfuckers in the mouth. They're gonna get that money back.
I don't think so.
The other
Yeah,
thing,
they're gonna sign something in the next stimmy
the
bill
other
for
thing
that.
that worries me is if they slowly cover their positions, but not doing it all at once.
It's likely what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what I think.
But I mean, we have a net gain in short volume over total volume right now.
I mean, for people that fucking like got in early, yes.
And somebody was saying
in the last 7
earlier
days.
that GME does pay dividends, so even in the end game, dividends will be paid out to people.
Yeah, you're gonna get like 2 Funko Pops per quarter, and yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna be able to buy like a
Shit, that's
fucking
a deal
candy
for
bar.
some
They need to do that
I
now.
may be able to buy
Well,
a candy
I mean, if you're down, don't fucking sell. All right,
I'm fucking
Don't
selling, man.
fucking do it.
There's
Don't
yeah,
take that
there's
loss.
absolutely
You
fucking sell.
fucking moron.
no reason to sell right now. If you're like over 70% like fucking lost, just don't sell. What are you gonna do? You're gonna pull out like fucking 3 peanuts? Like just leave them there. You never know what can happen at this point.
Sorry, I thought this was
that's
all
what
your
I'm
GME
doing.
Discord.
That's what I'm doing essentially. Like I'm not gonna lie, my morale is really, really low. I'm probably on like my 6th shot already, but I'm not pulling out because there's really no fucking point to doing it. That just complicates my taxes.
Pull out game strong for you, bro.
Well, good.
I
You
wouldn't
just
really
keep
want
your
them to
shit
pay
together. All of you, keep
What
your
are the
shit
actual
together.
indicators of a
Question.
squeeze happen? Is it like gradual and then, or does it just happen? Like,
Well, so for
do you like it?
Volkswagen, it was pretty much sudden. It was pretty much like almost not instant, but it was pretty quick.
So like it can happen like
It
it
took
can
a
happen
couple.
within
I
like
think
an
it
hour,
took a week,
say,
right?
if you're not watching the market.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that don't try to compare this to Volkswagen because there was a different catalyst for that.
Yeah, it was just two companies against each other.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think if as long as the volume shorted is high and the short interest is high, the conditions are there for a short squeeze. The thing is that we need to force them. Well, not we. Sorry, let me correct that. Some outside entity has to force them to close their positions like immediately. That's what needs to happen.
That won't.
Yeah,
It only happens if we buy, right?
No. Us buying will not trigger that. What will trigger that is something that causes all of the hedge funds or anybody that's holding a short, whatever causes all of those people to close at once, that will trigger the squeeze. Assuming that they have a large position open and they have high interest. That is what will trigger it.
Is it not us that triggers the price though? Don't we have to set a price for them to buy it, and that's the new price?
No, you want to
See,
set
right now-
You want to set a baseline which is high enough for them to have to buy back those shares from you at a huge premium.
Exactly.
So the baseline right now is $50. I think most of their shorted positions were like 4. Don't quote me on that. But the thing is, and what I think everybody else is perhaps thinking is that they are covering the shorts slowly but surely. So again, as the guy was saying, we need a catalyst, and we need it sooner than later, because they can keep this going for a very long time until they eventually cover everything.
What am I
So how are
hearing
they
about
covering their shorts?
buying like an
Whenever
emergent?
you
short
sell
volume
your
exceeds
shares,
the normal
being a
long
fucking
volume.
pussy ass paper hand, they buy them and it starts to cover their shit.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What is if they shorted at the value of $400 again with the capital of Citadel and Griffin, or how his name is? Would it still squeeze?
Wait. You're saying what if they short at $400?
Yes, and like they shorted once at a very low price, like $3 or $4, and one time at
Might not be
400.
shares available at that price.
Okay, if there isn't any shares available, they should not be able to short anymore. Second, I don't think they can set a price of 400.
They
to
could have
short.
restored back when the price was up at 400.
Yeah. The price has to be like up there in order for you to short because you're expecting it to get low. You can't say it's like $50 and oh yeah, I want to short at 400. That makes no sense. If it's at like
I think that's what he was saying though.
Yeah. If it's at like $50, you have to short at at below that price.
That's what he was
People keep
saying.
saying that
He was
Yeah, when we
speculating
get to
if we
400
put the
again,
money
can they just
into that.
triple down?
I mean,
They can keep shorting it.
I
over
mean,
and over.
yeah. I mean, they can short as much.
They're gonna keep doing it because they're trying to get us to all sell. If they can keep doing it and get the price low enough, they're basically like fine, and they'll never have to pay back.
They're gonna have to. That's taking a lot of risk if they're willing to push it down to the levels they originally shorted at right before the short interest report comes out. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they backed off.
Now, theoretically, right? Assuming the short interest is high, assuming their short positions is high, and the short interest is high. Even if they get to the number that they're trying to short, if they try to close them all at once, it's certainly going to go up. That's why they need to do it slowly.
Yeah, they can't cover all their shorts in one trade, right? It's gonna take quite a while.
Yeah,
days of just buying, straight buying over and over.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Doge is pumping in case you're holding a bag.
So then,
the
do you think it's gonna? Do we think it's gonna like
I love you saying
skyrocket
word
it?
guy.
Because obviously they need to buy a lot and then deflate as they're slowly kind of clearing their shorts.
So theoretically what you could do is if they start shorting, you would have to bid higher, right? You have to buy it, you have to bid higher, they buy it and then sell it. Well, if they sell it right, then you have to keep constantly buying and buying and buying and buying and buying, because otherwise it costs the price to go down.
Yeah.
Well, what is that? What were the full outstanding shares shorted like a couple weeks ago? Like the last number that we actually have that's reliable.
Okay, so so from what I can tell, in the beginning, GameStop was like 80% shorted, like literally 80%.
In the beginning, it was like 140%.
Yeah, 140%, and then sometime it dropped to 80, and then it dropped, and then I think recently it dropped to 50.
No, that's not the FINRA data.
Oh, that's the FINRA data. Okay, well then that's outdated.
No, I'm saying that it never dropped officially to 50.
Oh,
I'm not
so
even sure about 80.
so then what's the last number then? What's the
We
last
will not know the official number until the 9th.
Well,
so
okay,
basically,
what
hold
is
until
the
the
out?
9th.
What is the
The
outdated
most
figure?
recent official number is 120%.
120%. Okay, so
Have even that many shares been bought in that time? Like, I mean, we have people who are legitimately buying this share and buying this stock like crazy. And then you have a whole bunch of people that also have to buy to close their short position. Like, does the math work out in any scenario?
That's a concern. That's a concern
And
of a lot
how
of
did
people.
the-
It's
the
the volume that
fraudulent
we've
No, it
seen
doesn't.
doesn't reflect the short data that we're
I
seeing.
mean, you can see the short volume day by day, and there's no way that
Yeah,
they could have closed out those.
The
positions in
S3
this
data
time.
doesn't add up with the volume that we've seen for it to have been at 120% and to drop to 30.
yeah,
Something's off.
Yeah,
and we're
They
not
just
sure why.
changed it this past
So are
weekend.
you guys familiar with
Changed the outlook.
wherearetheshares.com, or do you guys think that's a conspiracy theory, like the idea of counterfeiting shares, or what's the deal with that?
No, I don't think that's a conspiracy theory.
It's a potential explanation, but we can't confirm.
I'm gonna
it.
be honest with you. I have no idea if that's legally possible.
It's
How
very
does that even
possible.
work? Fraudulent shares.
Institutional ownership is at what 95%, and then I mean, I don't understand how we could be having this
where are you
volume.
getting that number of institutional ownership?
Let me pull it up.
Because I mean, if that's still fucking high, like most of the institutions are still holding it that amount, then they're still kind of fucked because they can't short anything, even if they wanted to.
Nasdaq says it's
Nasdaq.
111.
Yeah, you got.
Oh, you
Wait, okay, is it for that index though? Excuse me, is it for that market though?
Sorry, I forgot which market. Was it the European one?
Because remember, there's multiple markets, and Nasdaq just so happens to be one of them.
I thought we were talking about Nasdaq. My mistake.
Like, are the majority of the shares held in Nasdaq?
Well, can
I
somebody?
mean, I think it's just general data. But they are listing 77 million institutional shares outstanding, active positions, and only 70 million actual
So
shares.
as of what date? The like January 15th or what? What is the most accurate? What is the most accurate
I'm
data?
looking for a date, but they don't have anything. It's just their
What
the
happened to
data
GME?
free symbol.
Going to moon or what? What's going on?
Or is it live? What are we talking about here?
I can say it changed since yesterday, at least. I don't know the time, but if you have it up and looking.
So are you assuming that it's live? And keep it. The keyword is assumption. Is it live?
I think it's based on the last filed 13Fs, which will vary depending on the institution.
Okay.
But I mean, still, even if it's anywhere near 100%.
So what is the total volume or the number of shares like issued out to the public?
Are you talking about the total shares that GameStop issued?
Yes, for people to buy.
It's around like 60 million.
70, right?
And
Yeah,
wait,
something
79
like that, 60
million
to
something.
70. Yeah.
79 million in total, and you're saying that institutions have like 70 million shares.
69 million total.
Okay, so 69 million total, and then how many of the institutions allegedly have it?
Guys, this is the whole thing about the counterfeit shares. There's way too many shares on the market. Think about how many institutions are holding, how many of us are holding. The numbers don't add up. There are way too many counterfeit shares out there.
No, did Robin Hood make fake shares?
Robinhood, if they did, they would get in so much
No,
fucking trouble.
No, that's not. That's not how it
It
works.
would be the
was
it would be
It
the
was the
a
market
hedge
clearinghouse.
fund.
makers.
It would be the clearinghouse.
Robinhood's
And
buying the
one
shares.
theory
I
was
don't know
that
if
the
they're fake or not.
clearinghouse of Robinhood had actually made so many counterfeit shares that they couldn't
They could
make shares for Robinhood.
There's only 50 million shares out on float.
Maybe
And
this
that-
is
Wait,
an
wait,
extra-
wait. How many are floating?
50 million.
God, wait, like,
There's-
okay. So that's
So
that's
there's
just out.
69 outstanding shares. There's 50 in float.
There's 50, and so literally 50 million has been trading back and forth like over the past 7 days ish.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, that's okay.
I mean, I think that seems high to me. I
That's
mean, they'd have an
incredibly high.
incentive to keep it as high as possible, right? Like, because if the lower the float, the higher the likelihood of a squeeze.
Well,
regardless of the
yeah.
short
So the higher the volume that's constantly trading, that means they can like shave off some of that stuff.
Hey, the guy that did the chart comparison between Volkswagen using that data from that article, I think he's from Germany.
Yeah.
Can you cross-reference these data points with see what the trade volumes were the day before? Is that what you did? Because I think you just did different markets and locations, right?
Yeah. And these are not volume data. This is price data. Over 15-minute volume average price.
Hold on, let me see some shit. So you said 69 million, right? Is the total outstanding shares, or just shares that were issued out to the public, right?
No, 50. Well, yeah, I mean, yes.
69
is
Total is 69.75 million. The float is 46.89 million.
Remember, the float is all the things that are publicly owned and unrestricted.
Okay. So I just find an article from the Monopoly Fool for February 2nd. Says the short interest is only 39%.
How much? 139?
No, that's
39.
not right.
Isn't that the one that they adjusted the calculations?
Yeah, and then you see all of a sudden they're publishing that S3 data everywhere. Like Reuters, everyone is pushing that out and pushing the narrative of the short interest has dropped by half in one day somehow.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Not at all. Like, I mean,
Oh
due to
God,
the
it's at
changing
50.
calculation.
God damn.
And on the day when it supposedly dropped, the short volume exceeded the long volume, and the price went down. Like, how is that possible?
So the
that's-
daily,
they
the daily-
changed their the way that they do calculations, right? Like,
yeah.
Like that's predominantly the change. Like the actual change didn't really change all that much.
Yeah, so I'm looking at TD Ameritrade. Don't know how accurate that is, but it's saying that the total volume for today was 62 million. So that's how much that was just being constantly traded back and forth today.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, probably a lot of that is just
Man.
like day trading and high frequency traders trading the same shares back and forth. No.
So then that could potentially either be people just selling off, or that could have been a short ladder attack, right?
Yes.
Could be.
Most likely
And
just
to do
retail
it both
traders
at the
trading
same
back
time.
and
The short
forth.
percent of float on January 15th was 226%.
So I mean, so you're saying that like twice the volume of the outstanding shares was traded.
Twice the
couple of
volume of the
days
float.
now.
Twice the volume of the float. Okay, got it.
Yeah, you
If
really
they
should
would
be
have gone
looking at
down to
float
a
numbers,
39%
not-
short interest, if they would have gone down to a 39% short interest, we would not have only gone up to $480 with that many retail investors in here.
I mean, it's hard to know.
Everyone
the
was buying
distribution.
though. So how much of that was like a stock surge from retail investors, and how much of it was a short squeeze?
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, the
I don't think we know.
average volume for the last 10 days were 97.2 million.
Yeah, it's been pretty high, and I believe
God
2 days
damn.
ago
Hey.
it even got up to. Or that might have been AMC that got up that high.
Jesus.
Monday was
Christ.
quite volumetric.
I believe it was 3
Yeah.
times what Apple was being traded for, and I
Okay,
believe
so-
it was like maybe third or fourth most traded stock on the market.
So so today's opening was 92. Then so outstanding shares is 96.7, like the guy said. Jesus. Okay.
69.7.
Whoa. Okay. So it's saying held by institution 111.26%. How's it possible?
None of this stuff adds up.
That makes no sense.
Right.
That's the point. That's why we're waiting for the ninth.
So then, that there has to be counterfeit shares somewhere. Because how the fuck are you issuing more shares than GameStop?
Because of
How
shorts.
is there 50 million in float?
This is why I bought 30 shares
What do you mean?
today.
How is there 50 million float?
No.
No. So I'm looking at 2D Ameritrade again. I don't know how accurate this shit is, and I don't have like level 2 data or some shit like that. I have like the basic plan, right? I'm looking at GameStop right now, and it's saying that percent held by institutions is 111 million percent. That means somebody somewhere is just like fucking holding more than they should have. That makes no sense.
Wait, is it
Yeah,
111%?
they issued counterfeit shares,
Or
and
is it
they're
111 million shares?
Well, no, it's held. Okay, so percent held by institutions 111.26%.
Doesn't that have to do with something when it takes a couple days to settle and you've got people like selling stuff that they haven't quite gotten yet, that you get those counterfeit shares, air quotes, but really it's just sort of a double counted share?
No.
I have no clue.
Somebody explained it in here yesterday a couple of times, and that's kind of what I got. I'm not saying I understand it.
Could that just be like the shares that are kind of
What was your question? Are you talking about T+2?
Oh, okay.
Guys, why do you think they want us to sell so bad? It's because they have so many counterfeit shares on the market and they need them back. And if they don't get them, they're totally fucked.
Hold on.
Totally fucked.
Okay. So based off of TD Ameritrade, it's saying that percent held by institutions, the percentage of outstanding shares that are owned by institutional investors, calculated from current quarterly filing as of today.
That's from Q4, right? Quarterly filing, that means it's literally from like Q4 of last year.
Yeah. But I mean, like, okay, but I mean, I'm assuming so the GameStop shit started happening like the beginning of this month or towards the end of last month, right, or last year, right? It's like in December. So would that still be accurate?
No, because if they want to cash it for profit, a lot of them probably already done so.
Okay.
They have way too much opportunity in the past literally 1 month to cash out their position. So whatever from December is not accurate anymore. Whatever reported in like literally this week is what we care. Which there just aren't enough data.
Okay, so then this number is not really helpful anymore.
And so based on couple source news that I just read, there's I think so the news I just read is basically saying the original shorters is already out. Whoever already short the stock like Marvin, they're already out, they're done. Like
Where are you getting this?
is basically CNBC and
Well,
Dude,
they
I'm
could
not
have
listening to CNBC.
hedged out their position, but they didn't just cover.
So I'm gonna ask my.
They were
buddy
running
later
ads
today.
to tell us that Melvin covered. Like, why would you run ads?
Yeah.
That might be a fucking SEC violation. I'm not entirely sure.
Does the CEO's son have like a TikTok or something? Like Kelly and Connor with daughter?
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter if it is
It doesn't really matter because
right?
I
Like, 'cause
wouldn't.
they can pay the fine. It is just a fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect their son their son or some shit to like reveal something. Theoretically, isn't SEC supposed to be able to enforce them to close their positions? But historically, they have not done that shit.
No, they
No,
can't.
fines
they
are
can't
made for the
enforce them
little guy.
themselves.
SEC is there to enforce it on the little guy.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like theoretically, or not theoretically, but like SEC could at this point force them to close their positions. if they wanted to.
I don't think they want that relationship with any hedge fund. I don't think this is the type of
Dude, the
situation.
Oh
SEC
no!
is
I
fucking
don't
full of crooks.
expect it to happen. I'm just saying, could they?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, they could murder the CEO in his sleep.
No, I don't think the
No,
SEC
No.
can. A
That's the
broker
CIA.
can.
That's the
SEC can do
CIA's
pretty
job.
much everything.
That's the CIA's job.
Who do you think pays the CIA?
Government.
Us.
The SEC.
Technically,
They're at the helm.
technically us, considering that they.
Bernie Madoff is calling the shots from prison. I don't think you guys understand.
I mean, either that, or fucking Jordan Belfort.
Yeah.
Sound guy, I love you.
No, but you guys should really look into Bernie Madoff's relationship with the SEC, and you'll lose all faith in the SEC.
Oh no! I
Hey, sound guy?
do not expect. I do not fucking expect the SEC to do shit. I really don't.
I
No.
really don't know if it's actually in their authority to do so. The only one that I know that it has that authority is the brokerage firm that actually lends out the shares.
So,
yeah.
Fun fact about the SEC, specifically Janet Yellen, right? She actually had to file an ethics approval to sit down with these firms and brokerages to talk about what the fuck is going on.
She had to get a waiver because apparently
Yep.
she's received money from Citadel before.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think that hurts us. I think if anything that helps us because she's probably knows that there's going to be even more scrutiny on whatever comes out of this.
You know,
First of all, the simple fact that she even has a relationship, she should be accused. Like, she shouldn't have gotten a fucking waiver. Somebody else should be doing that.
Yeah. But at the same time, this is gonna sound completely ridiculous. I still have fucking faith that it's not gonna turn out as we think it might. A little bit of faith, but not a whole lot, considering so far, like this administration is fucking tired of corruption and bullshit of the last 4 years.
Yeah, but they don't do shit about it. So.
Well, it's only been a month, so.
So this is an
I mean,
opportunity.
they've done a lot in the first month. Like, regardless of what you think, like what they have done a lot. Regardless of whether you think what they've done is good or bad.
And I'm not trying to drag politics into this, but this is inherently political because the SEC is has a chair appointed by the administration. It ties in, so I'm sorry that I brought it up if it pisses people off, but it's
I understand. I understand. You were just trying to make a point. I'm beyond. I'm telling you my feelings.
They're all corrupt. Let's move on.
Yeah, they're all corrupt.
Bro, are we going to 25 tomorrow?
And you're not? You're an infallible, non-corruptible human being?
Huh? No.
Pretty good
Okay.
moral standing.
No. I'm just saying. I agree with you. You're just making a point. Like I'm not.
I mean, with the SEC, there can be corrupt people. In
Yeah,
it,
I'm
dude.
just saying. Like, listen. I don't expect the government to do shit and help people anyway. I don't.
Dude, if I worked for the SEC, I would take fucking bribes every day of the week, man. I hope they hear this too, because listen, call my line, hit my line.
So, did anybody see that post in the subreddit about that Tradesmith Daily article?
No.
The drop in GameStop short interest could be real or deceptive market manipulation.
I have not read that. No.
I read earlier saying something about that there's a way that they could actually not cover their shorts, but actually make it so where it seems like they did. And the SEC even wrote a memo back in 2013 explaining it.
They can do that for sure, yeah.
But that's I don't think that that helps them in terms of the bi-weekly FINRA short interest. I only think it helps them like in terms of the information that's going out right now from S3 and the others.
Well, what it does is they take out other longs and stuff, so it actually looks on paper like they actually did cover their shorts, but they're just actually extending it.
Get floating shares data from.
Yeah. They hedge their risk, but they still have to return the shares.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like eventually someone has to fucking return the shares. Like it doesn't matter if they get bought out by somebody or whatever. They still have to. I mean, like they could go bankrupt, but bankrupt doesn't keep you from paying your debts. It just keeps every motherfucker from like going at you at once or suing the shit out of you. You still got to pay it back.
No, bankruptcy literally keeps you from paying your debts, except taxes.
There, I just posted in Nitro Boosters.
And one fair theory I also heard is they probably also did their debt in parts too, so they might be working on it in chunks and just kind of use the market to kind of break it up.
I think they're probably they're probably getting capital from other like hedge funds and just doing it in chunks. Maybe I have no idea.
Why?
Honestly,
you
I
guys,
think that
think we'll hit 25?
Oh,
Why are you
we probably will hit 25. They could buy shares from other companies to cover their shit.
Oh my god.
Guys, if it goes that low, it's probably done.
no, I mean,
Just fair
they're not-
warning.
and I hope that they're not that stupid, because then the obvious like short volume and short interest pushing it down that far, they're just going to be at such high risk again.
And if they haven't covered, they're definitely going to cover then when it goes that low.
Okay, so if it gets the 25, I mean, like, for anybody that like bought this shit early, they're fine. Most of us probably gonna lose our money, but they're still gonna eat a shit ton of money.
If the short interest is right, like where we think it is, and not the bullshit from S3 and Ortex, and it's going to take them multiple days to cover. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. I mean, not financial advice, but
yeah,
I mean,
It's not just going to dip to 25, and then they're all going to settle out in 5 minutes, and it's going to go up to 26. That's not how it works.
but
If
people
it
have
goes,
to be-
even if it goes to 25, it's going to be bananas. It's going to be that will still be a short squeeze.
Yeah, it'll still be a short squeeze. It's just that, like, I don't know, it might not hit it, might not fucking hit 1,000. It might.
It's not going to
it
hit
might
1,000 in that case.
Yeah, it might hit like 400, maybe 500 or some shit. I'm literally pulling that shit out of my ass right now. But like, it could hit that.
But then most people that like bought in higher, even if it goes back to like 80, they're still not going to sell. I mean, why would you in that instance?
Right.
Because you can place your cash somewhere else and make it work.
I mean, even if it hit 25,
The people still focused on GME are greedy as fuck. We're not selling it.
Well, some people are dumb.
We were here yesterday.
I'm not fucking selling until I at least make my money back.
I'm selling when I can afford a Tesla and Tesla
Yo,
short.
at this point, I just want to fucking make my money back. I'm at 290, dude. I need fucking help.
Yeah, my shit is in the red. Like I have literally all fucking red on my screen. So I mean, like, unless I make my money back, I'm not selling this shit. There's literally no point in selling. It's just that's
Well,
just
now
more
when the-
fucking paperwork I have to deal with on taxes.
The company hype or
Who
no
hears the
hype,
soundboard
this
guy?
counter
No
squeeze is
fucking-
worth more than what it's at right now. Fair market value. That's what they think it's around 100. So
So,
who has the highest cost basis?
sorry, interesting tweet from S3 just came out. The S3 short interest percent of float could never hit 100%. So even their numbers cannot go above 100%.
It could. Their
It
algorithm
was, though.
could go over 100, and it did. They even announced that it was over 100 until this past weekend when they changed their algorithm and cut the short interest in half.
I think he's talking about the new one.
Yeah,
They can't
literally.
go
Yeah,
over
that's
100.
literally. It's 6 minutes ago. They tweeted that out.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. The algorithm that they're using now, since Monday, it can't go over 100%.
So I don't think that's misleading information. If they had announced that publicly on Monday, which I don't think they did.
No, because last week it was over 100%.
Yeah.
So they changed.
It's I'm literally looking at the short interest, right? And it's in this shit as of the 15th, right? Last month, it's saying the short interest is 121, at least for TD Ameritrade. That's the number that they're giving me.
Dude, I literally was logged into ShortSite from S3 on Monday, and I could see the data, and then I saw them adjust the algo, and it changed the graph.
Yeah, I still think they're in the, we'll find out hopefully Monday if they're reporting instead of taking the fucking hit that the, short interest is as of the end of last month was probably in the 80s, and that we're seeing over the past week a good 30% recovered, maybe.
Oh, are you guys talking about S3 partners?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. I'm not gonna reread this because I think you already fucking said that.
I did. I know what you're talking about. Sorry, did me sound like a prick there? Yeah, I did.
Oh, they just tweeted something 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Did you already read the tweet about the 30?
I didn't read that, but here, yeah, let me read that real quick. It says GME short interest percent float is the third largest domestic float, with short interest over 100 million. Is this supposed to be like 1 billion then? I don't fucking know.
What the fuck?
100 behind Spay War. Wow. And AMCX, which is the not the entertainment, is it? Fuck, I can't remember what AMCX is.
The cable channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus, why? That is high as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys still holding?
There's two other
Of course
companies
we
that
are.
are being shorted the fuck out of the out of existence.
Okay, wait. I have a question.
What's up?
Okay, so like, let's say if there was to be a short squeeze, would it be like how big of a jump would it be? Let's say from $50.
There's literally no way. There's literally no way to tell.
We don't know.
No way to tell. Okay.
There's no way. There's no way to fucking tell. I literally can't tell you. I'd have to
You'd have to be omniscient and see everybody's portfolio all at once to see
I'd
what
have to be a fucking
percentage of
oracle.
open. What
was
If I knew I'd have a limit order set.
But now you just have to be good at math. But anyway,
getting high enough.
No,
Hey guys,
because you don't know what people would be buying or would be selling at what price. Like,
Right.
it's not just
Yeah,
knowing
that's why I
the
said
math.
you need to
It's
be
like
omniscient.
you would have
You
to
have to
actually
know
have all of
exactly
the
what's going
information
on
at
in
your
every
disposal. What
portfolio.
You have to
everybody's
know
selling
not
at
only
that
your
particular
ABCs,
day.
but also your pluses and minuses, and that's just not going to fucking happen.
It's not 40 chess, it's AD.
Guys,
Yeah.
anybody who
Bro, we're
takes
doing
losses
string
anyway,
theory chess.
like I hate to say this, but anybody who's taking losses, please make sure about your local tax legislation, so that if you're not gonna make that much profit as you're taking losses, maybe you should save some of them for the following years.
I was
So-
about to say, like, I mean, like, you're not gonna trigger a tax event until like you sell and move to your account. But if you're taking heavy losses, well, that's a tax write-off you could do for next year. Offset some of your goddamn income.
We have it like for next 5 years, but yeah, depending on how much you're taking it.
So every M in the MM
S3
thing-
anyway.
Yeah, every M in the MM thing represents 3 zeros. So 100 MM is just 100 million. It's still a fuck ton of fucking
That's a shit ton of money that they
Yeah.
that they're gonna eat.
Yeah, but
for
Just a drop in the
for a hedge,
bucket.
yeah, for a hedge fund that has billions, whatever, dude.
this is what I'm not understanding. So short interest over 100 mm. Last time they reported like their dollar value of short interest, it was 8.8 billion. So what is this?
GameStop's sitting at
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that?
$50 a share.
Nah, bro, you lying.
I'm trying to remember when they reported 8 point whatever billion.
Well, so the
Okay, but that's an 88 times difference. What that would the short float would be like 4%, bro.
Have any buys set at around like $8?
So the dollar value of it is the number of outstanding like short positions times the current share value, like the close, right? So
Watch them push it. Watch them push AMC to 4 and GME to 20.
Bruh, I'm going all in.
Just to
but
fuck
you
with
see
us.
here, the question that they're responding to and that thing that they just posted 4 minutes ago, the tweet, was basically saying, "Are you guys lying about the short interest?" And they didn't answer the question.
Yeah.
Wait.
So we've basically gotten nowhere with the interest discussion. Is it fair to say?
It's because
we're not going.
It's because we're missing out.
Guys, we're not
We
in
literally
the
don't
whole
have
thing.
we're not
trying
gonna
to
do
do
that.
it's just circles, man. We
It's
just gotta
missing
wait
If you
for
look in the
Tuesday.
basement,
Just
there's
gotta
a
wait for
post-
Tuesday.
If you look in the basement, there is a post about somebody who like I don't know, reverse engineered, a better way to say it, their algorithm change. So you can actually see, at least as of earlier this week, what the short interest is likely to be, before they changed it.
What is it?
I got a question here that I'm sure other people I could answer, but I'm curious what other people's thoughts are. They're not able to chat and voice chat because their fucking audio's jacked up. They said, are there other international agencies that can get involved because stocks are being traded globally?
Yes, but it will happen.
I think because Melvin's an American hedge fund, it probably stands in the jurisdiction of the U.S.
Those mother
Would
truckers.
there be any reason for this resistance for the price not to just plummet if the short interest was completely gone?
Us.
I ain't fucking selling, and I will get that shit in an actual stock certificate and frame that bitch in my house.
How do you get a stock certificate nowadays?
Nice, good idea.
I don't know. Google it.
Yeah. What if everybody took out a physical copy of their stock receipt? And
Yeah, motherfucker, now you can't get my share. Fuck you.
no, they have to buy a physical copy of it.
Yep.
No, they just update the ledger and cancel your certificate.
This FINRA report comes out
Tuesday.
Tuesday. It comes out Tuesday, but what's going to be a number that we're looking for in terms of short interest?
Anything over 100%, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Honestly,
I've seen some like
would still be pretty
I guess
significant.
articles and posts that says like we're not necessarily looking for 100%, but
Wait,
what I was-
even if it's above 100%, we have to check how many of those shorts are reloaded shorts at 400 going down.
Good point.
Which are probably a lot of them.
Because they did double down.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like if the
But those
stock
aren't going to
goes-
generate as much interest, are they? Because they're new.
Yeah, they won't.
Anybody watching the order book on GME right now for like the
Or
last
is it
5
like
minutes?
$100?
Yeah.
No, it's
I am.
been like there's 11 for 600. There was 2 for 1,000. There's been a couple for over 600. There's over 3,000 orders sometimes for over 600, and then they just get deleted.
It's the ledger playing catch up, I think. Is what somebody explained it yesterday. Yeah, somebody explained it yesterday. It's just the order, the ledger playing catch up with past orders, I think.
Because the way it works is it'll take what 3 or 4 of those and then compound them into a single price and mean them out. Is that how that works?
I don't remember. Somebody explained it yesterday. I wish I could remember, but it's just the ledger playing catch up.
That's interesting. I just read that Citadel had fought pretty hard to, maybe it's old news, to stop the IEX exchange to put from putting in their new little thingy. I don't know if anyone else saw that.
Is there a Discord split or something? New little thingy? Are there Discords now?
No,
Sorry, let me figure out.
not that I know of. Unless
Well,
the
now-
mods who hijacked the subreddit decide to make another Discord.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Oh, sorry. Here's one of my new little thingy. Citadel Securities asked the court to overturn the SEC's bipartisan approval of a trading method launched by a IEX group.
Wait, what does this have to do with GME though?
Not much. I was
Melvin Capital shorting GME, therefore it's connected.
because they were looking into. It's just an article on overall with Robinhood's ties to Citadel, and that came out of it as well. That Citadel tried to fight that.
I don't know.
Get paid
Didn't
tomorrow, so I can
Melvin-
buy more.
Yeah, Melvin shorted Tesla for like months, right? Like, there's no way
Years.
they're gonna for years. Holy shit!
I'm pretty
There's
sure
no
it was
way-
more like years.
Yeah, there's no way like they're just gonna, cover it the next day or a week for GME. There's no way.
They should.
So what did they get? They got $12.5 billion, right? For assets under management.
they have
something like
so
that?
many assets. They're just gonna wait till the price is low enough and then cover then. Like, it just doesn't make sense to cover now at all. I don't know why people are saying like it's gonna.
They're
it's gonna
professionals.
spike.
They're not just gonna run to the hills because they took a loss.
Yeah, I don't know why people are saying Friday is gonna be the day or Monday is
Because
gonna
of
be
the
the day.
options.
Yeah, but those did nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a week, could be 2 weeks. Like you don't know how long it could be. It could be
Yeah,
as much as
but
a
I
month.
mean, like, if Melvin holds this for like 3 months, how many people in Wall Street Bets are gonna be here?
Not
much.
much.
I don't know if
No.
they'd hold it for months. Like, I mean, there's still been tons of interest.
I like the stock. I added it to my portfolio.
Hodler,
I'd like
man.
them to
Hodler, man. When fucking Bitcoin went down,
Like,
I fucking held
We
on.
fucking lost, you chumps. Accept it.
Wait, you never lose
Yeah.
until you sell.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay.
For real.
Honestly,
what is
I'm gonna
stopping all
keep it
this from
just for the
going?
meme. That's
What-
so there's just like not much to lose, and I think we can trust in the new management. I think he have really great ideas, and I will say for whatever happens, the stock is not going to be below $50 when the new management step up and transform the company.
Bro, they got the guy from Amazon, dude.
They got bright ideas coming in.
I just hope they get it above 300 so I can make more.
What's stopping us all from going out to fucking GameStop and spending money? 'Cause that's like
if
the
shit
pandemic.
happens.
Yo,
You can go spend money at GameStop, but that's not going to be affect the price of the stock until the
Well,
next
I mean, if you have, if everybody goes and spends money, and then they're like, "Oh fuck, we had da 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 da," sales of the weekend. Is that theoretically a reason to ignite interest in that stock?
We would.
Well, no,
potentially,
because
if
here's
we
the
all
thing.
got obsessed,
All our money
maybe
into the stock,
a good year wouldn't put them back up to 200.
Gotcha.
I'm just saying, if you
what
go out right
what
now,
we should think about doing is everybody figure out what you're really good at. Probably that's your job, and then see if you can get a job at GameStop and make a fucking change.
Okay, so you could go out and buy a whole bunch of shit from GameStop, but the thing is, it's not going to make the price go up because it won't affect it until the quarterly report comes out.
Is that in March?
Oh, okay. So
It's different
what's
for
your
every
point,
company.
dude?
I don't know when GameStop's is, but
I have a question.
I think so. I think it's in March.
Yeah, what up? Go ahead, bro.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of retarded.
You're the guy with a question? Go ahead.
Is
The best thing you can do is just hold and
Go
buy
let
the
the
is
guy.
it
stock.
possible? Is it possible
Let the guy
to?
ask the question. Let the guy ask the question.
Is it possible to create a short ladder detector?
Mic cut out.
What? Your mic cut out, dude.
Cut out.
he's
I
asking
s-
if it's
uh,
possible to create a short ladder detection. I think that's his question.
Yes, that was my question. Yeah.
I mean, we already know what it looks like. It's very
It just
unique.
happens to look a lot like normal activity sometimes.
Except
Yeah.
it goes like way down into like the 100th decimal point. Like
Yeah, it's thousandths of a
Or
penny.
thousandths decimal point.
Yeah, thousandths of a penny. So you'll see, like right now, if you're looking at the order book, like there could be an order that comes in for 50.1991, right? And then that's a sell, and then you could see another one down the line for like 1991, but they're not buying all the shares at once. They're buying like 5 here, 2 there, and it's very scatterbrained purchases of, like I said, thousandths of a penny. And so you
So
just look
what
out for
kind-
that. And it's very obvious too, because their sell volume is always whole, even round fucking numbers, 50, 100, 80, 20, with that 1,000th of a cent.
That's why we need the uptick
identifier.
rule.
Can I follow up? Yesterday were
One level.
and then the other days have like these crazy red candles.
Yo, what's that girl named
A
Helen
follow-up.
Keller, dude? She's gonna.
Helen Keller, where
I had
you
a
at?
follow up to that question. And in your mind, it's different than HFT, high frequency trading, because it's so sporadic. Is that like you're identifying the difference there?
It's so sporadic and it's fast between, like it's so quickly done that the order book is moving at such a volume that most of the time, actually, all you will see is 1,000ths of a cent trades happening.
Okay.
I really wish I had like a recording of the other day where the order book was literally just the fucking ladder attack all day, and it was just fucking that. It was all that, and there were plenty of buys that were coming in, but it was all that fucking. It was fucking retarded. It's stupid. And it should be illegal.
And in
the
my
buy to
mind,
sell ratio was still
HFT
like
would
1.5,
be
like,
legal,
and it was
I
going
think.
down. Like it was ridiculous.
I have a
Well, I'm
follow-up.
trying to
to that.
differentiate. Sorry, go ahead.
So what kind of data do you need? Is this like level 1 or level 3 mark?
You could get away with level 2. NASDAQ offers it on their website, actually. Not sure how fast it updates, but it's level 2 market data. not Nasdaq, NYSE, I think.
Yeah, it's NYSE.
Nasdaq does it too.
Also,
okay.
if you're a university student, you can check with your university, especially in America. A lot of them have Bloomberg terminals in the library, and no one's using them now.
Yeah, Canada too.
The thing is that so one, I don't have an access to a Bloomberg terminal, but it feels like when you look at that level 2 data in front of you, you're just doing all of this processing with your eyes. I just want to be able to play around with that data, and I don't know.
Yeah, so you can, like I said, you could try and scalp it or scrape it, excuse me, off the NYSE or Nasdaq website. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I'm not sure if they've implemented API, but I'm sure they also should have that available, because you have level 2 trade data coming directly from them to things like Fidelity Active Trader Pro.
Yeah, so I've been I've looked at some APIs. It costs about $100 maybe per month to get real-time level 2 data. So
you could have it.
better.
You could have a bot just scrape a web page. They have orders that show up on a regular old HTML web page that you could
Yeah,
pull.
but those are not
They're like,
live.
Yeah, I know. That's not
isn't there
live
like
data, it's
somebody like
delayed. But that's the alternative if you don't want to use the API.
Isn't there somebody just streaming level 2 data on YouTube?
Oh, that guy's so fucked.
I don't know if you guys care, but that.
But also,
Robin
you
Theo is
can't
going
use
on
that data
live
to
with
do
Vlad.
you can't use that data that's being streamed to do analysis on it. Like, that's the issue.
So right now it's like 50.15.
Yeah, but there's massive volumes for after hours.
No?
Yeah.
What?
No. I don't
No?
see massive volume. What are you looking at?
I have one at 22,000.
That's not a lot.
That's so low.
For after hours?
Yeah, that's little.
kind
Dude.
That's really low.
That's
Physical retailer, a physical video game retailer over
Wow.
in the States, and it trades under the ticker.
like let's look at
Murray's most
fuck it.
recent.
Let's look at Twitter's after hour chart real quick. Yeah.
Wait, Twitter?
Yeah, Twitter's after hour chart is similar per minute. Their volume's in the thousands per minute, and it gets lower and lower as the day goes on, but it's low. So I wouldn't worry about the after hours volume. The only time you would worry about the after hours volume is what we were experiencing on Monday and Tuesday, honestly.
I got a question that came in to direct message, so I thought I'd post it or speak it. Someone's asking, or Young is asking, what happens next? I'm down bad 70K. I don't know what'll happen. The stonk went down to 50. What's going on now? Will it ever go up? What's the game plan? Is there evidence that a game plan can work?
I got server deafened. Cool.
Hold, bro.
It's always been
financial advice, though.
There isn't much of a game plan, really. It's.
I mean, that's literally all you can do is hold or buy more.
The game plan is just wait for the real data to come out.
Because I mean, after they get everything ready, like it's gonna go up, dude.
Did you guys see the post on Reddit
What do you mean?
about what could be done? It was posted.
Can you?
Great play. It's about emailing the investor relations at GameStop.
It's full. You can't. It's actually.
There's an email that you can send also, though.
What do you mean emailing them? Like, what would that do?
Put pressure on them to call an
Give
emergency
them our
meeting.
smooth-brained idea.
I mean,
You
they
can
call
request to have a
emergency meeting.
shareholders meeting
I
and
guess.
request a reverse stock split.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you see it now.
What? Say that again.
Pull back their shares.
If they split, they pull back their shares.
Just go to Wallstreetbets and see at the top.
Yeah,
It's
that
called
would
how
be
GME
nice.
can still be a great play.
But wouldn't they get in trouble for market manipulation?
No, a reverse split's perfectly legal.
Oh, shit.
It's basically
Well, that's only
recalling all the
retail
shares.
investors. Come on, man.
What
They
does
just
that
want to
mean?
make sure that there aren't counterfeit shares circulating.
Yep.
My understanding.
Oh
Wait,
shit!
Somebody posted on Reddit. I just
I
got done
can't.
reading it. Just go
Yeah.
on Wallstreetbets and
We
check it
don't
out.
actually need the reverse split to happen. We just need the vote to be called. That's it. Fuck the reverse split, really, right?
No.
Yeah, no one's pushing for that. They're just saying email GameStop, but that was one of the things that was proposed.
Yeah, because you need a reason to call a vote. You can't just be like, "Oh, we're gonna vote." Okay, vote on what, asshole? Right?
Can
So anybody
guess.
gonna write an email?
Can we just
Apparently their
But I'm
voicemail's
gonna be
full,
honest
so
with
plenty
you.
of
I
people have
think
called.
like
Copy pop the email.
I think in
Somebody even
GameStop's
put a
case,
template email in there as well for those that
I
need
think
help
in GameStop's case,
drafting
the
one.
best thing to do is just not to do shit.
Yeah, but at the same time, GameStop they don't want the shares to go down to zero, isn't it? So, you know.
It's mind blowing that they've been silent this entire
They
time.
could say, "Well, we didn't do shit," so.
And then they continue to be shorted.
Yo, where's the guy from The Big Short, dude? Doesn't he own the stock?
Wait, Burry?
Blackberry.
Can you guys hear me?
I don't know if Burry's
Yeah.
still in though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, I wasn't proposing one thing over the other. I just want to bring that to y'all's attention. That post on the
A
Reddit.
reverse split could still force an
Sam.
off. The counterfeit shares could be, you know, proven at that point.
Wait, what do you guys mean by counterfeit shares?
So it's possible for shorts to, and it's illegal to do,
Why are a
to
bunch of people
short
getting-
shares.
What does that mean by global deafening, dude?
Someone is messing. Some admin is deafening people.
They're
But
trying
the
to
issue
find
is
the
like,
streamer, I think.
is there any evidence that someone was like naked shorting the stock?
I mean, just the outstanding shares and float and everything that's going on.
So check the SHO list. That was made
yeah.
to prevent like naked short selling, and GME has been on that list for like 30 days or something.
2 months.
Yeah, that would be enough
Yeah.
reason for
So-
GameStop to do something about it, isn't it? You know, the GameStop as the emitter of shares, they could claim they worry
Yeah.
that the company's been for 30 days on that list, isn't it?
A reverse.
But no one fucking does anything about it, so
A
what's the
reverse
point?
split.
No, they
could be the
could
catalyst.
do the reverse split.
The call would have to come from major share investors.
That'd be us, no?
So retweet Ryan Cohen.
Ryan Cohen could do it.
Tweet Elon Musk.
No, tweet
Is gonna do anything.
Mr. Nintendo himself.
Yeah, I don't think GameStop is going to intervene. I think what happened was they got a large flux of cash in, and it was just like, all right, well, we can actually afford to hire. That's why I think they got the executives, because they're just going to put themselves in a better position for the future. I don't think they're going to try and trigger the squeeze or whatever.
No, but I think from their perspective, to make sure that the short sellers that have been punishing them for years actually have the shares that they were shorting.
Actually, they might have the cash to fight back.
Hey, someone made a
Well, and
post on
secondly, it
Reddit.
helps the brand value moving forward.
Someone made a post on Reddit titled "How GME Can Still Be a Great Play," and they listed a number for the dedicated
That's
investor.
what we were just talking about.
That's
Okay.
the post I was referring to.
Sorry,
There's an
cut you
email
off.
address that
Which
people list. No, you're
subreddit
good.
was that?
Yeah,
I already emailed them just now, just in case. I mean, it's easy to.
I tried to put it in Nitro, but it got automatically removed. So you have to look up for yourself.
Just remove the H from the H. Just remove something so we can just like it's not a hot link.
Yeah, if you just remove the H at the beginning of the link, it'll go through.
Wait, what's going on with
All
this
right.
phantom?
I'll,
Dude?
If deep fucking value actually called this damn number, this would be hilarious.
Okay.
Dude, he's
shoot,
gonna be
sorry.
like, yo, I like the stock.
I guess we know who the soundboard guy is.
I posted it in Nitro Booster.
Wait.
point. They're saying
be
in order to
televised,
save
dude.
the company from bankruptcy, but I don't think they're at risk for bankruptcy anymore.
They aren't. No, they aren't.
I don't think they've ever been, dude.
I mean, they were if they were if the fucking shorts kept on going, yeah. But like, they're pretty golden now.
Yeah, I don't think Melvin is gonna go bankrupt.
No, I don't
Melvin
give a shit
already
about
got
Melvin.
bailed
I'm
out
talking
by
about
Capital.
GameStop.
Oh no, GameStop is great. This is the
Yeah,
best
no,
thing.
they're good now. They're even better now.
They were also, even if this didn't happen, Microsoft stepped in and gave them a cash injection like 2 months ago. There's no way they're failing for the next
Oh
6
yeah. There's supposed to be some type of deal with GameStop and Microsoft. Yeah.
Hey, I don't
Yeah.
trust that fucking post, dude.
What?
That's a zombie account. Unless they're a hell of a lurker, dude.
Okay.
The
So okay.
the
So
Reddit post?
Yeah, that guy's kind of got a zombie
How-
account a little bit.
How much would like the percentage of like shareholders would need to trigger the vote?
I mean, I don't think shareholders can trigger a vote. I think it's just them requesting it.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's noted in some fucking document or something like we got this many people requesting this and that and that.
Yeah, their
Um,
shareholder board has to approve it.
Are short positions covered, Young? I don't know. And he was the one who asked earlier if he's lost 75K so far. Man, that's a decision you gotta make. Everyone in here will tell you to hold because we all firmly believe the squeeze hasn't happened. Well, not all of us. A lot of us believe the squeeze hasn't happened. So
Yeah, dude, this is just
Wait,
like
also, please don't invest what you can't afford to lose. I have a
Yeah.
friend who's not coming back to school next year if GameStop doesn't go up. Like, there are some people who should not be investing this much into GameStop. Right?
Well,
That's just
Wait,
there
he just
is-
took out his fucking student loans and he bought GameStop at 350. Like, I feel so bad.
Well, there.
Don't be that guy.
So
Oh
there
yeah, I
is
recommended
a-
him Burger King, and I hope he makes it. Holy shit!
that's a year's worth of work. Do I think GME can go up to 200? Not financial advice, but if the squeeze gets squeezed, yeah, absolutely. 200's gonna be nothing, I feel.
1,000.
Yeah.
1K, dude. Like, if you look at
And there it goes. I think that was it for the evening, wasn't it? No, we got 40 minutes still.
look at the Volkswagen.
Oh, if anyone was thinking about transferring, by the way, from Robinhood, if you're still over on Robinhood to, I guess in my experience, Fidelity, I submitted it on Saturday and it got done today. They were saying
Yeah, I
up
think-
until like Monday next week, but I have all my AMC shares, a Nokia call. I'm waiting on one more GME stock to come over. I don't know what's going on there, but I'm able to trade my AMC and Nokia call if I wanted to today.
Yeah, and Fidelity
And I started
actually
the transfer on
gives you,
Saturday.
like an instant deposit too.
Dude, sorry. Iwaro, how long do I think hedge funds can keep paying short interest? I'm not answering that. It's not. It's.
It depends, bro.
They can keep going forever.
I mean, they can keep going as long as other hedge funds are fronting them up. So
Yeah, and Citadel's fronting the fuck out of Melvin Capital,
yeah,
man.
and plus they're also borrowing money too. So like, I mean, they can go pretty long on this shit.
Whew, the money they're borrowing, dude. Oh fuck.
And that's another thing. They're borrowing a shit ton of money. Like,
Oh man.
Could you put the money into context? How much is it?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't have those numbers on me. All I know is that like they're borrowing money, either taking out like lines of credit, or they're just having like other hedge firms like give them
But
money to.
hear me out on this. The company is under new management, so what are they gonna do? Wait to the point that it's gonna drop below $4, which is the point they shorted on? You know, like
Okay, so
Wait.
here's what they can do, right? if it gets to the price at which they were shorting at, then they can just close the rest of their positions and only take that hit from the from the first 50% that they lost from, and then they'll be okay. Now, if they close the shit out all at once, then a squeeze does end up happening. But they're gonna have to do that shit slowly.
But the thing is, the company is under new management, and everybody believes the new management is going to be great. So the price is not going to stable anywhere near the original price. And in fact, after the hotness is over, the company's stock is going to be under organic growth.
Well,
the company doing great.
Yeah, but the thing is, they could have covered, and then which drove up the price to like 400, 500, and then they shorted again, which brings their position at 400 short, which is
I really
amazing.
don't think that's the case.
They couldn't have covered.
Yo, that's one of the plays they could have done.
Why do you think it's not the case?
Like,
I think
What's
it's
the
very
fucking,
likely
the
that they
fucking
did
media
that.
hype? I come back to the media hype, dude. Global attention to GameStop stock in a couple of days could easily drive enough traffic of people opening new accounts and getting instant deposits by, of like 10 grand with Robinhood Gold right off the bat, basically using Robinhood margin without using margin, buying GameStop stock, causing the freeze. Like, I really do not think that was a play. As conspiratorial as I might get sometimes myself, it's a bit of a stretch. I don't think they expected it to shoot up that much.
We know for a fact that hedge funds are shorting the stock from like 400, right? So like even if Melvin isn't doing them itself, like we at least know that someone else is, right?
These hedge funds aren't going to let you guys just roll them. You guys
Are you
missing
saying that they're shorting at 400?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's very, very, very likely that they did that because they have to somehow cover their cost basis, and that's the easiest way they can do so.
If they short at 400, if they short at 400, then that might ease the bleeding like by a lot.
Wait, they
got
can
base
make
bid
back
assets.
their losses if they start shorting it in their
No,
crash.
there's no way in hell they would make back all of their losses, but they can ease the bleeding. They can offset a good chunk because they've already lost like at least half their portfolio.
Yeah,
Well,
something
yeah.
like 17
But
billion, wasn't it?
They're not going.
They literally lost half of their assets from this shit.
Yeah, but they're not going bankrupt anytime.
Yeah, they
No.
won't.
But we're not
go
banking on
bankrupt.
them going bankrupt either.
Guys, I'm looking. From a university. I got an account with S&P Global Market Intelligence, and they have a short interest ratio graph that updates daily. It's at 1.03 times at this point.
Wow, still 103%, huh?
The fuck?
How recent is that data?
There's no way.
It's from Thursday, 4th of February.
Wait, are you sure? That's still a lot. God damn.
Wait, but
I don't
that's
think. I don't
Guys,
think
can
it's
we?
correct.
Speculative.
That is
We try
speculative
something then?
data.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I am very. I'm not
But it
gonna
has
lie,
been what this shows like last year. It has been like 41 times.
Okay,
Even
can
if
we
it's
try
real.
it? You have
it's
historical
real.
data there, like going back 2 weeks?
I have historical data going back
Okay, so when is
over
the
a year.
last time that we have information from the information we had before it was the algorithm?
Sorry, you're cutting out.
Okay.
Wait, I have a question.
But when's the last time we have accurate data before the algorithm was changed from our source, S3?
A weekend was the changing point, I think. When did?
I have a question. You know the short interest data that's coming out next week?
It's twice a month, right?
Yeah, I think I asked that question real quick. It might tie into what? Yeah, it's twice a month.
Yeah, you know that short interest data that's coming out next week? Like, how far does that go back to? Is that
the end of next month?
Before the squeeze or after?
Second
Second
of February.
Paycheck. If you
No,
do your job today, you get paid 2 weeks from now.
it's gonna be it should be from the 16th of January because that's when the last report was
Yeah,
announced.
twice a month. Twice a
Yeah.
month.
Yeah,
16th of January.
That doesn't help us
So
at all.
16th to what?
Probably the 30. Fuck, I don't know my months anymore. Hang on.
31st?
31st. No, I'd bank on the 31st. The last day of the month. It gives us, yeah, I mean, it does. It does give us some insight to where the shorts are and what the short interest can be.
Yeah, we did have a big dip between 27th and 28th. It was from like 347 to 193. So we can see like if new shorts got in or not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The
So
data
using
has
that
been like
school, what about this school data that you've got, or on your school account?
Like if
Can
we start
compare
from
that to
Wednesday,
last Monday?
like if we start, what day was last Monday? Let's see. That's 25th. Okay, I would start a bit earlier. That like 20th. That's a
Well, what day
Wednesday.
did S3 change their number?
Well, I'm
Monday.
This is just daily data, like 10 data points.
Yeah.
So
okay. So can we
Wednesday,
compare
20th, it
that
was
to that?
2.13x. Yeah, maybe. Thursday, the week before, it was 1.25x. Friday, 2 weeks ago, 0.36 times. Monday, 25th, 0.4 times. Tuesday, 26th, 0.4 times. Wednesday, 27th, 0.66 times. Thursday, 28th, 1.05 times. So in Wednesday and Thursday last week, we have had an increase of like 40% short interest rate. And then after that, last Friday was 1.22. And this Monday was 1.65.
Okay, it's like added.
And then, and
That's what
yeah,
this
and then
is.
this, like Tuesday this week is 0.79. Yesterday 1.45, and like today 1.03. So I don't know how they get this data and how it's.
Yeah, it's not what I thought it was. Never mind then.
FINRA report have like holdings information or any other good stuff on it?
I would hope so. That would update a lot of aggregate data then.
Here's my question. If the short squeeze is already over, right, and they shorted on the top, at like near $400, they're the one that want this thing to be over, so the price drop down as fast as possible, right?
Yep.
Why
It's the
haven't we
ones
get
that are
so
that shorted it?
why haven't we get like shit ton of news about their take? Like we only get like couple news on this whole squeeze and Marvin take a loss, but like if they really want to push this down, I think and they really did the short squeeze, I think they have enough data to basically push this down twice as fast.
We get to know what they want us to know.
When there's billions of dollars on the line, the media isn't necessarily reliable. Billions of dollars is a lot of money to the media. They do a lot less for a lot less money. Entire presidential campaigns aren't even billions of dollars.
Guys, just remember that Citadel has, they're backed by big banks. They have a lot more money than people are, I think, taking them for. And so, they have a lot of money to just drag this thing out for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Well, I mean, didn't we just, go down 75% in 3 days?
More
I think that's pretty fast.
What was the update about? Like, has anybody like touched base on that? Like, where everything went in the green? Like, what the fuck was that all about?
What are you talking about?
Well, we had a whole day where everything was in the green. All the meme stocks were fucking, profiting and stuff, and it's right in the middle of them shorting. So, I mean, what exactly is the change in pattern? What is that representing?
Do you mean yesterday?
Yeah.
It's gonna take
Were
somebody
they
smarter than me.
on the short restricted list?
So we're going to be on that list tomorrow as well. Does that mean it's going to be a green day tomorrow, therefore, or what? Like, what?
Hold on, let me look inside my crystal ball.
Not
real quick.
necessarily.
Yep, it's a
Well,
full
no,
green day tomorrow.
well, no, I'm just saying nobody's talking about that, and that's a pretty fucking important thing.
It's not though. It's not. It's actually the short sale restriction list doesn't mean you can't short the stock. It just means you can only short it on an uptick.
Yeah, understood. But I'm saying that the fact that we didn't see things go down further and continue to get knocked down is some sort of representation of some sort of information.
I hear what you're saying. I don't.
Wait, wasn't that-
I'm
wasn't
not
that
smart
from-
enough.
if it
I'll
went-
admit that I'm not smart enough to interpret the data to give you a good answer.
I think it's because
if it
we're
went
not
straight
sure.
from 220 back down to 20, it would just hit the news again.
Right.
No, wait, wasn't that from the CTO news when we won up like 20%?
So my question is, are we going to be taking two steps back, one step forward? Is that the pattern? Or?
Nobody knows what the stock's going to do.
Gotcha. Just trying to get that discussion a little bit more talked about. That's all.
Yeah, no, I know.
If we knew, we'd all be day traders instead.
You can be right about everything, and the stock still says "fuck you" the other way.
If we lose, at least you have been fight with other brothers and sisters side by side for once.
Hell yeah, man.
Fuck.
Hell yeah. Lose until you fucking cash in.
Not locally.
The real tendies are the friends we made along the way.
Shit.
That's gold, actually.
Friendies over tendies.
I mean, I like both,
But it's true, man. Like, that's what's got me going over in my head. Like, no matter how many times we go over the numbers, it just fucks me up that, like, how the fuck could they have possibly gotten out of the short squeeze with all this attention, all these people so coordinated, buy. It's like, yeah, okay, some people got
Because they're
scared and they sold
really
off, but
smart,
that,
dude.
that can't. I mean, yeah.
You want to know how they did it? They covered. It's that simple. They just covered their shorts.
Would you like to hear a statement on it?
Yeah.
So to put this in perspective, you have to look at all the data, all the information, all the news. So on the 27th, we had reports of short sellers losing 5 billion. Melvin Capital says it lost 53%. As everybody knows in this Discord, you hear this all the time. How do you lose money? Well, you sell, right? Because you don't lose money until you sell. But you can lose money if you cover. And Melvin lost, and they lost a lot. So when we take a look at all this and we say, what happened? So on January 11th, according to Ortex, estimated SI was at a high. On Friday, January 22nd, everything went to a high. The cost to borrow, the estimated SI, the free float on loan stocks were all at a high. On Monday, January 25th, all this started to happen. All these indicators, your estimates, your free float, your on loan stocks, everything started to go down. Right? By Friday the 29th, they had all begun to level off with 60% down on all these indicators. On Monday, February 1st, all the indicators leveled off. So what exactly happened at this time? We had major volume that came in. Tons of stock trades were going through. This is the short. We're talking 200 million for 3 days. And then the stock price, a couple days later, goes up to 480. And everybody was going, come on 1,000. And that was too enthusiastic.
Wait, did you say the 29th?
What days did it go up? Let's take a
I
look.
think you're not realizing that we had like.
Okay, let's go through
3.5
this. The
billion
estimated
people in this
short
world.
interest on the 14th was 79. The next day we have the actual interest come out, right? That's the reported one. So the estimated stayed about the same. Your free float stayed about the same. Your on loan stayed about the same. On Monday the 25th, all those indicators, the cost to borrow, the free float, the on loan, everything started to drop. Volume, 197,000 or million. The next day, 177 million. The next day, 178 million. What happens 2 days later? A high of 483. At the same time, all those indicators are still dropping like a rock. 60 to 70% drop. until Friday, January 29th, when they started to level out. Your cost to borrow now is down to 18. Everything on here, the free float, days to cover, estimated short interest, everything is 60 to 70% below. You're now on a plateau. So there is still some short there, but the amount of short that is actually out there is probably what you wouldn't see in a normal stock market. Melvin Capital took a huge hit, and the short sellers lost over $5 billion. And then we have the huge squeeze to 483. But everybody said it's going to be 1,000. I'm sorry, but I think most of it's gone. You got a chance, but if it drops below 50, I don't see it happening because 50 is a huge friggin' wall. You got a lot of stuff down in the sub-dollar range, but
You sound old enough to work at a hedge fund.
I do
Why
not
do you
work in a hedge
say-
fund. I am a friggin'
Why do you-
forensic computer analyst. I can pull everything, all the porn off your system if you want.
Who's talking right now? Because I want to get connected.
And I already posted the one Ortex chart. I got another Ortex chart. If you want to see it, you can compare between the second and the third. I just
Hey,
need
does
somebody
the
to put it on
Ortex
the paste
chart
bin.
account for synthetic longs?
Yeah, I want to hear your opinion on the synthetic long situation.
I don't think
that you
there's
didn't really
anything
address
to
that.
do with it. It's just more volume that went through.
So you don't think
What
there,
is a
there are
synthetic
any?
long?
You don't think there are
600
any
million
synthetic
shares
longs traded?
traded in 3 days, just about.
What is a synthetic long?
I'm just
If you don't know
curious.
what it
Like,
is,
do you,
then how
no,
can you
no,
say
no,
that it doesn't have
no,
anything
no,
to do
no,
with
it's
it?
not. That's not. No. I'm just. So you're saying that you don't think any synthetic longs were created in this process?
It's possible.
Literally none.
But the indicators are not showing that there's anything left really. There's a plateau now. So there's something there. And I'm pretty sure it's all the shorts that are still kind of holding out. Because one thing that you got to
Why
think
do you
about,
say
do you think
$50
Melvin
is the
Capital is going
wall?
to go out and get rid of all the shorts they're going to pay high price for?
I'm pretty smooth brain. What's a
You guys should listen to this fucking guy, dude. He's the only person in the last week that said anything real in this fucking room.
We're asking him
But he's
questions.
citing
I'm trying.
Ortex data.
I'm just looking at the charts. I'm looking at all the information. I looked at the news. These guys lost billions of dollars. And they even said, well, we're out. Well, I've got a funny feeling they may actually be out. They
Can you
lost
tell
How do
the
you
it.
explain
days
the
when
short
they
volume?
covered?
They took a huge hit. You got him. You did hit them. And they took a
Yeah,
shit
but
ton
Which
of
day?
hits.
Which day on
imagine
your data?
you're
Because I'm
them.
looking at S&P Global Market Intelligence data right now, which has daily short interest ratios, and I can say the dates when they lost. So which dates do you think?
It started the 25th is when I'm showing the short interest going down, and everything drops. The free float on loan, the on loan shares, it just drops like a rock.
So you're telling me
I'm
they're
seeing
covering
that
all
on
these shorts?
22nd, man. I'm seeing it drop 100%.
You're saying
from
that there's a lot more
21st to
volume than I've
22nd.
heard anybody else talk about.
I'm showing volume,
volume on
and GME
22nd?
volumes. To go back and look at the 22nd, the 25th, and the 26th. What was the actual volume?
Yeah, those are huge days. Huge days.
Huge.
Biggest days.
So either
Yeah, that was the
Don't you
retail
think
rush.
they?
Like after they had like 1000% short interest ratio on 20th of January, and on the 13th they covered most of those, and they were left with 50% short interest.
That's what I'm showing.
And that was one of the big
13th
volume
was
days.
144 million.
That was huge.
That's when the shorts went to the highest. Believe it or not, the estimate was higher than the actual what came out in the FINRA report.
The FINRA short volume data from that day, you said the 13th, right? Over 50% of the volume was shorts.
Yep.
You can't cover
This
more
says
than 50% of the volume with
0.47.
shorts.
This says 47% here.
Not shorts covering, shorts shorting.
Can I ask why you think 50 is a wall? I'm curious to know what your DD is on that.
Just amount. It's one of those numbers that people pick. And what was our prices back right around the short time? High of
15.
43, 40. We had all these 40s going along.
So this is just like TA basically.
This is
I
like,
think once we cross,
it's kind of like
50,
what do you call it? 100, right? I never sell or buy a stock at a 0-0 mark. I always do 99 cents, 98 cents, something like that. 'Cause that's when it hits.
You're talking about like a mental barrier, basically.
It is.
Yeah.
It is huge. Everybody was talking about the sell wall or pay wall the other day, which is hilarious. Is resistance. That's when people go out there and put a bunch of, even a single guy will do it. They'll dump a ton of stocks at some price point to try and move this market one way or the other.
It just broke 50 right now.
The question is, what is it open at?
On after hours.
We broke into
It's
the
been
upside.
going. It's gone.
No,
from 49 to 50 all day.
like all after hours.
Dude, if it hits
I am
25
hoping that it hits about 200. I
Bruh.
don't
If
think
it
it
hits
is.
about 200, I can get my money back.
Exactly.
Hoping it hits
I know.
10.
Am I the only buddy
Yo,
here
what
with
about
puts on GME?
okay. What about in like when the FINRA data comes out and says like it's still fucking 120% shorted?
Then somebody's
Well,
lying.
it's gonna jump. That's what's gonna happen.
Somebody is lying, and somebody's going to go to jail.
If it's yeah.
No,
So
it's,
wait,
dude, it's not jail for lying. Wait, that are you missing the fact that it's a $20 million fine for misrepresenting themselves?
It is, unless you're
like with all
This estimate I have
you're
on
allowed to
2nd
lie.
of February.
You can lie and all that,
If
but
their
if you
FINRA data
actually
is
take
2nd
money from
February,
people because you lied, you actually go out there and do something like that, or do some hinky shit, you can go to jail.
If they misrepresent on the 9th, if they misrepresent the FINRA data, it's a $20 million fine to everybody.
That's not what I'm
knows that.
saying. I'm
The
saying
US
if
Justice
the
System
FINRA
was made
data
for the
comes
poor.
out and it's at 140%, let's say, right? Somebody fudged numbers and they burned the books.
It's a beast thing.
And they'll get fined.
Can I ask real quick?
What happens if it's a
You
data
said you saw
aggregation?
this the other day. You were here the other day. I was here all day yesterday. I didn't hear you once mention any of this yesterday.
I haven't talked at all because you guys just trash the crap out of anybody that says anything bad about this stock.
Oh, there's plenty of time for you to mention reasonable
Well,
facts.
Hunter,
We
I
were
have a
asking,
question. Absolutely,
we were
I have a
asking for
question for
reasonable
you.
facts all day.
And I posted the text.
Aside from when it became a circus, obviously.
Yeah.
So
I
what
just
price
want
do
to
you
ask-
think they covered at?
I just have one question. Are you personally still holding? Because it's kind of weird, because if you already sold everything, why are you still in the chat? Because,
I'm
I'm
holding
just,
a couple shares.
Maybe he's trying to
Hey,
save you
this is-
guys from yourselves.
But I did make some money off of
Yeah.
AMC. I'll tell you that.
Attack what he's saying, not the person. Like, everybody here has a conspiracy. Anybody who says something bad about GME, you're like, oh my god, he's a Melvin intern. Like, dude,
what I'm estimating about.
Honestly,
No,
we've heard
all
everything
I'm
good and
saying.
everything
Can I give you
bad.
just
We've
one
heard
point?
All
everything
I'm
good and
saying
bad.
is we were asking for facts all day yesterday
Well,
during
you
the
said it
quiet
now,
hours,
so-
and
Alright.
we
Yeah,
got nothing.
no one- that-
So
I was in
we
it.
had all this
Well, I didn't
information
hack into
that-
Ortex until yesterday afternoon.
Why wasn't it brought forward?
I've been here the past
would've
week.
helped out a
I've
lot.
been here the past week telling you guys the short squeeze has already fucking happened in every channel,
People
and
get
people are
defensive
fucking
when they
yelling
don't
at
wanna
me.
accept
The
reality.
squeeze has not squoze. Diamond hands.
It's just an opinion, though. Like,
The
I don't know
squeeze has
for a
not
fact.
squoze,
Just giving an
diamond
opinion.
Brian Cohen.
Tell you, like, this data that I'm seeing shows that the FINRA report will report 79% short interest.
Really?
And like, because 1st of February it was 165%, 2nd February 79%, 3rd of February 145%, today 103%.
You said it
what about-
plateaued, right? What does that translate to? What does that represent? That there's a possibility that something's happening? Like maybe it's not going to spike that high, but they need to recover a certain percentage of what's
Yes.
left.
So
I mean, there was someone in here the other day who was saying that he expects it to spike up a little bit, and for the hedge funds to try to
Yes.
recover.
They
using
have to
some
recover.
mechanism at a lower price. So they want everyone to set their limits low in order so that they can recover at a lower price.
I mean, look, the
But,
thing is,
I'm not sure how
the
that
thing is
works.
quite simple. Either way, like even without the entire short squeeze situation, the company is recovering quite well. Actually, they had made like lots of finances shit. They got the leader of AWS for their the technical team, and they now have Ryan Cohen in like the
CTO.
major management team. They're not
Yeah.
doing bad whatsoever. Keep that in mind.
long
Like
run,
even look, the
yeah.
company is not worth 400. We all fucking know that.
Coddle.
But it's definitely not worth below 30, especially considering how long they've been on the market and how everyone fucking knows them. Their hype or the fucking knowledge is pretty much what keeps them so big. If they
Their
just
drops are
manage to do
leveling
it
out.
right. If they
The
actually
drops are
manage
leveling
to
out
like,
anyway.
Like radio silent
So
the whole time. Is
going back to the drops, you're leveling out. So you're pretty close to a stable price. My concern is 50 and then all the hits below.
So I actually have a question.
Currently, we're at the 10% variance.
It's probably going
the
to
stock price across different places around Earth.
honestly.
So we're currently not at the stable point.
If we're hitting the rocket bottom, chances are it's going to go below the price it really deserves. So honestly, I might just wait for it to hit like 15 or something like that, and then just buy more shares.
I think you're holding too much for it to go too much lower.
Yep. If it went 15, I'd be
Not
so
really.
happy.
I mean,
dude.
it's
he
not
just
gonna go 15.
leveling his average price. So
Look, as much as it will sink further, probably. Let's keep one thing in mind: it's not gonna go below fucking 15 or whatever.
15 is a stretch. To be
Yeah, 15 is a
honest.
giant. Like the guy saying, that's gonna be $4. It's not gonna be fucking shit. Fuck off.
There's not
December 30th, it was 19, and
Yeah.
with the amount of negative attacks and all this press and everything, I wouldn't be surprised if it hit an all-time low. I mean, it was $4 last June. I don't think that below 15 is that out of the question.
I think they need to start talking.
after-
That's what they
or-
need to do to boost the price. You need Cohen to come out and start tweeting. You need the friggin' board to come out and tweet. You need the friggin' C-level executives to come out and tweet and say, we're doing great. And then you'll
honestly,
get
all
What do you
the
guys think
fucking
about the silence, the radio silence by the board?
Yeah.
This whole time. Haven't
I
said
mean,
a
they
damn thing.
they legally
I don't
can't
know
say
what their
anything if I'm
endgame
not
is.
wrong.
I think they just want to avoid the press right now.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
So-
just all it would
Oh.
fucking take for this stock to boom is fucking Elon saying something.
I mean, they put their ticker price up on their website.
Yeah.
What they need to do.
I mean,
is-
can we get Elon to say something? Is that
We need
possible?
Amazon to come in and, and
Can
put in a
we
buy order.
get some-
Well,
Everyone
tweet,
tweet- everyone tweet Elon.
like what do you want them to say?
You know.
You laugh, but the power of that could be
Yeah, definitely.
pretty huge.
I totally
No,
believe
don't
that
you know?
Elon will
Elon's
move-
busy tonight at 9 o'clock. All the Deutsche fucks are pushing their coin. Or is it, it's 10 o'clock, maybe. It's whatever it is. It's
I
tonight.
believe that Elon does move stock prices and cryptocurrency prices.
Yeah.
I just don't think that we can
crypto
like
isn't
go
a
out and be like,
security.
Elon, say
It's
this, say
different.
this.
That's not how it would work. But
I want Amazon to buy them.
There was a tweet that Elon put out a couple days ago that said, "I am become meme destroyer of shorts."
Bro, that was
That's
today.
all he- was it?
That was last
Well,
night.
it was like 2 a.m. Yeah, it was 2 a.m. He was on an acid trip at 2 a.m. and he said that, man.
All right, this is my plan right here, and it's not a financial advice, but just to let you know, my plan is leveling my average price till I can break even. That's it. Period.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, that's probably the best.
I would love to, but I don't have any money.
That's the best plan you can come up with right now.
Yeah, if this goes down, I'm leveling more. For sure.
Yeah, like if it went, that's what I'm saying. If it went to 15, it'd be so easy for me to level up.
I wouldn't be surprised if it goes up again eventually in the future.
But are people really getting skeptic, or are there still people who are going to hold? Like,
Oh, I'm holding. Even if I break even, I'm still holding. I don't care.
Take the L.
The value is gonna go up.
Is it really an L if
Yeah.
you don't sell?
Honestly, I think GME could go long really easily.
The
All
way-
I have to do is get esports.
The way I look at it, I paid $3,000 for the entertainment this
They're
week.
making
in this
moves
Discord.
anyways.
I mean, also you got to take into account how much cannibalism
I
is
don't think
actually
that's why the
going
majority
on,
of people are here.
where
The majority of
hedges
people here
attacking
are
other
because of
hedges
the
versus
squeeze
retail.
And
Yeah, that's
Hey,
true. I read that somewhere on a post on Reddit.
Real quick, can you guys hear any of the background noise from me?
nah, bruh.
No, not at
a
all.
little bit.
I'm at work right now, so yeah. If you guys want any insider information on a power company, just let me know. I won't give it to you.
Oh
Hey,
my.
who was asking about synthetic longs?
Go ahead. Spread some knowledge.
So
Yeah, floor's all yours.
My wife just bought a
GME, the
synthetic
highest
long.
percentage of float short in the world. The article states this percentage, blah blah blah, 139%, blah blah blah. While some say this could be a sign of naked shorting, S3 analysts argue including synthetic longs in the float calculation gives a more accurate picture and short interest is closer to 58%. So yes,
Yeah, we knew that earlier that S2 was kept putting in synthetic longs now into their algo.
So you're
Evening,
at a
guys. What's
plateau.
up?
So you should be good at this price point as long as it doesn't drop significantly.
Yeah.
Just as it keeps dipping, I just keep throwing $5 at it just to lower my price per share cost. I've already knocked off like $20 per share today.
There is still a lot of short.
We'll know the short interest Tuesday, right? So we'll know if S and or Tex are giving us the real number or anywhere close to it.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing is there's some there. Somebody's still shorted low.
Yeah. So probably the best thing to do, regardless of whether there was a high amount of shorts or not, is just basically to try and lower your cost per share, regardless of what happens, so you can mitigate the amount of damage.
I agree.
And set your alerts.
Yeah, I mean that's what I had to do because my original average price was 300. I bought in again, lowered it 259. I just bought another over the last couple of days, and now my average is 193. And
Nice.
if it hits 200, I'll be happy. I mean,
Are you gonna
at this
pull
point,
out at 200?
No, I have stepped limit orders for selling. So I have like 200, 250, 300, 350, and then it goes up in $50 increments after that.
I started out with just a little over 125 a share. I'm sitting just under 105.
I think whatever short is out there still is some of the worst shorts in the world right now.
Yeah. Wait, can someone give me a TLDR of what's been going on? I haven't been here for a while.
Pretty much. I just got here, but
Oh,
Does anybody got pastebin access?
all of you guys sound the same. I'm gonna be honest.
Bruh.
That's racist.
Isn't it?
No. It's based. It's based. Trust.
Defender just talked about some good stuff.
Yeah.
Been some
It's,
I don't know.
so
Really smart.
Defender just went like old man, like listen kids on us for like 10 minutes, and it was pretty.
You want to hear a horrible story about a loss?
wait, do you have bears in here? Like, I wanted to hear a legitimate opinion.
Yeah, that was Defender.
Oh, Defender. Okay. I don't know,
You
man.
wanna hear a horrible story about a loss?
He basically said if the numbers being reported are accurate, we're probably out of the game. But if they're not, then someone needs to get in trouble, and he's
Yeah.
upset at them too.
Okay, that makes sense.
They're accurate.
I'm on board.
Not out of the
But-
game yet.
I actually feel like I could honestly get behind Defender, just because he has both sides, and he's actually playing it.
Yeah, I think
Most of the people that do come in here are like, oh, sell. Like,
Yeah, but
spreading fear
we
and
just.
stuff.
I think we're a little biased because we just lived through Robinhood restricting trading, like tweets disappearing,
Yeah.
like a fucking coup in Reddit, like
Bird.
AOC tweeting about us. We know that there's a lot of sketchy shit going on, and we know that people are lying
Yeah.
and people are fucking shit up right now.
It's just
So we don't know what to believe.
Yo, someone
and
just
we
said
have
they
money
wanna
in
hear a
it.
story. I want to hear a story.
Want to hear a story?
Yeah, I'd love to hear a story.
You remember eBay when it first came out? Yeah, they were selling like Pezzo dispenser and stuff. There was a lot of auction websites that popped up.
Mm-hmm.
There was one called On Sale.
Oh,
And
yeah.
You remember On Sale?
Yeah.
So it was around like 25 cents a share. And I dumped about 5K into it. And because of my job, I was working lots of nights and doing all sorts of crap. I didn't watch
Mhm.
it. I was one of those guys that puts money into the stock and just leaves it.
Mm-hmm.
So one day, a long time after that, I went and looked and I had like 10 cents. And I was like,
Bruh.
what the hell happened? So I look at the chart and it
10
went
cents
from
per
like,
share or 10,
I had 10
cents total?
Total.
Oh,
it
Jesus.
was below zero. It was gone. So literally I go look at the chart and it had spiked up to 92 and went right back down.
Oh my god.
Damn.
There were, no alerts, so I didn't notice. So, yeah,
Damn.
that
bruh.
sucked.
That did suck.
Suck dick.
Yeah, it just
Said you do
I don't know
on
what's
GME.
going on anymore. Like the subreddit, it seems to have degraded quite a bit. It's like, you could hear, like, I'm used to be hearing both sides, right? Like bulls and bears duking it out on the subreddit. And then now it's just GME spam, and it's just it's getting a bit old.
I think what's probably going to happen, like a lot
I
of
think it's because this isn't over.
communities I've been in. Once this all blows over with GME and everything, we're going to see a lot of people just kind of fall off that are here in Discord and whatever.
Right.
Eventually, the ones that are actually, found like, hey, this is quite interesting. I've learned some stuff. Those are the ones that are going to probably stick around. But the ones that are just here for all the hype and everything, they're going to leave and move on to the next thing. And that's, I've seen it happen a lot.
Honestly, it's better that way.
Yeah, because honestly, a lot more new people. I mean, hell, I'm new. I didn't even know this was really here until I just happened to see something in my Google feed, and I'm like, hey, let me take a look at that. I like GameStop, and here.
So, just for some people that are, like sad or whatever about this whole GameStop thing, they are allegedly moving pretty heavy into the PC market. If this is news, yeah, they're doing that. If not, sorry, but they're also thinking about doing like computer building workshops in the stores because, let's be honest, PC is the way of the future, and consoles are just gonna trail off eventually because you hit.
It's gonna hit 300 again.
I
I
think
will
it's
say
a
I use
analyst, but
It's
I
just
don't know.
okay. So I didn't.
If
I
it-
got
it'll-
into
it'll-
GameStop
if it hit
relatively early.
300, it'll take a while.
I got relatively early into GameStop at about like $80 per share. I got like 3 of them.
I mean, we're not going to be sitting here holding shares to a worthless company if that
Yeah,
makes
yeah,
anybody
yeah, but,
sleep
like-
a little easier at night. I slept
I'm
just
holding
fine,
mine.
so I'm not really.
I have a
worried.
relatively small account. I had like a $300 one, turned it into 1,000. I didn't sell. I just feel like I lost a lot of money.
But
Although
do expect
It was free money.
the
Consider it was never yours.
Yeah. Oh no, it was definitely my fucking money.
Last
Definitely my fucking
Best
money.
fucking sleep I've ever had in this past week.
I'm
So
holding
stop
to the
there.
end.
You know what? I quit my career fucking that I had for 3 years because they were fucking a bunch of assholes. So I like this a lot better.
But like the
Yeah.
question still remains
too.
why yesterday when the stock couldn't be shorted, it rose.
I believe.
So I was trying to bring that up when Defender was talking, and then I kind of forgot all about
Also,
it. But
who's
is,
using what sounds like an electronic flashlight?
What?
Dude's
playing
Valorant
Valorant,
on. These guys
Wait,
have
what?
put
Me?
on his microphone.
Oh.
Hey, just
okay.
asking for a
I'll
friend.
mute.
Where can I get an electric flashlight?
I'm b-hopping, dude. I'm
I
b-hopping.
actually have a
trust.
great company
Basically a vacuum.
email or DM Trash Panda. I'll give you the link to the,
Alright,
to the
sweet, thanks.
website.
Hey, can you turn on push talk?
But yeah, in all
Yeah.
seriousness, yesterday they couldn't do ladder attacks, they couldn't short, and it rose, or at least stayed steady. So it must mean they're shorting. They're ladder attacking.
It was between like 105 to like 90 all day long. And then
So if they're still
this
doing
morning-
ladders, then there's a reason, yeah? Surely.
So I mean, I think that's like where we come into is like we want to think that we're still in the game because we have all these people in the Discord that are like just blatantly trying to, get us to sell and stuff and just give up. So I mean, I feel like a lot of us are just like, well, they wouldn't be doing that if, they weren't worried and stuff.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah,
Is this the noise you guys are talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, that was me. Sorry.
Alright, thanks.
It's not my flashlight though. I'm greasing the bearings on the trailer. My bad.
That's exactly what I would say too.
Sounds like a flashlight to me, bud.
Sounds
like
a
euphemism for a
trailer.
See, when you've never greased the bearings on a trailer, but you've used a lot of flashlights, that's what happens to you. That's what you think.
Some Milwaukee fucking grease gun.
Wait,
What
the
am I
guy
doing?
that said
That sounds like
real.
a flashlight. What model do you have, and why does it make that sound?
Christy,
I've got the
That's
Quark
the
Twist
question you guys
and
should be
Combo
asking.
3001.
Oh, damn. Okay.
The 3000
Model that I have
wasn't
always
it,
asked
but
me to
that
do. Shit, it's
3001,
annoying.
that's that.
Yeah, we everyone, not financial advice, but you should invest in their company.
Which company?
The Quark Twist Combo 3001. Electronic flashlight.
Yeah, so to those two dudes that I linked, that link too about the electronic flashlight. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Jesus.
Hey, now that we're taking advantage of we actually on a game HQ or GME SQ, anyways. What do you guys think about the status and the future of video game as an industry? With all these new games coming out, Cyberpunk not being ready, and all that crap.
I think a lot of people are going to take a lesson from Cyberpunk. I think CD Projekt Red are going to go two ways. We're either going to fucking massively come back from this, or
You
they're
think
going to
so?
crash.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree.
There's no in between, because they're either going to really pull out the bag and fucking make Cyberpunk the game it was always meant to be, or they're just not going to get trusted, and gamers petty, they're going to hate them for it. So even if they do release something good, there's going to be huge movements to pirate it, etc.
So I've really noticed something that's really kind of pissing me off about the gaming industry is they make a very big promise. I mean, look at No Man's Sky, and then they just fail to deliver for the longest time. And then just when people are like just starting to just forget about it.
I mean, that happens every now and then. It's just kind of the industry, right? They just overpromise, and then when it comes, it's a piece of shit.
I mean, fair enough. If No Man's Sky's producers release another game and do the same thing, then fuck them. But like for CD Projekt Red, this seems to be an isolated incident, so they should have a chance.
They just got greedy and released it way too early. Okay, let me go on
Probably
mute.
shareholders, though.
Okay, quit greasing your bearings.
Whoever's spreading seed, right?
Who's snaking?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, CD Projekt Red just got greedy, man. They released that way too early. They fucked themselves on that one.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Sorry, I forgot I was unmuted.
Although I didn't think the game was that bad, like compared to what everyone was saying. I mean, I had fun
It's
playing
the
it.
expectations.
It's so bad.
It's
I had
like
fun
every
playing
game that
it.
comes out now, the expectations are so high, and yet they come out with something that is just completely backwards ass from what you expect, and then there's
And it's
5 or 6
not even
patches
us
in the first
creating
hour.
unexpected or unrealistic expectations. We only expected what they told us.
Right,
and what they fucking
I thought it
showed
was fun, but yeah, it was very poorly optimized for sure. No doubt about that.
There's a lot of games
half
that
of
have
the
come
shit was
out that
missing.
just were crap when they first showed up. Most of the Call of Duty stuff, over the years, it was doing fine, and then almost every single, you couldn't even play the game at release. So they had tons of
Yeah,
that.
it's cyclical.
Yeah,
So
that's
if
true.
you
It's all cyclical.
id Software used to do a lot of stuff for them, and they of course got bought
Let's
up.
be honest, Warzone saved
geez.
Call of Duty's ass.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did. It brought me back.
Warzone
But,
is
like,
huge
fucking
for them.
Black Ops, Cold Wars, like, I don't understand what's going on with that, because the engine seems fucking clunky and horrible compared to Modern Warfare.
It's pretty buggy, but I don't know. I have fun on it. It's just your typical arcade
Yeah,
shooty
I have
thing,
fun
man.
on it, but even like the map
It's
designs, I
fast-paced.
think they're pretty crap compared to
Oh, yeah,
Modern
the map
Warfare.
design are dog
Modern
shit,
Warfare's got decent maps.
What's the
I'm optimistic for the VR industry
Yeah.
in the future.
Yeah,
That's only going to
massively.
get better.
I mean, with Oculus,
I'm excited for that.
that's fucking insane. Oculus is doing
And
mad
like
well.
that is that's a good opportunity for GME because not very many people can still afford the VR stuff. Those things cost a lot of money because you also have to have the computer to like have just to generate
I
all the
think
images, right?
GME could have some kind of renting opportunities going on, especially for high-end VR. A lot of people would rather rent it and play with it for a week rather than put out the grand that you need to get a Steam. I don't know what Steam thing's called.
The question
That's
is
a
like, are they
great
going to get
idea.
their advice from boomers or are they going to get their advice from us?
I think with everything that happened, they kind of have a desire to perform. We're kind of putting this expectation on them. I think they'll do it.
Well, Reggie's there, so I mean, I was fucking having some weird wet dream that Reggie was gonna call up Nintendo and be like, "Right, Nintendo, buy up all these fucking shares from GME."
What?
I want Amazon to buy GameStop.
Because that's what happened during the Volkswagen squeeze. Like Porsche stepped in and fucking massively bought the shares. So, it's not a bunch of retards.
But didn't Porsche keep it secret or like down low for a while until like it was finally revealed? Oh, Porsche owns all these.
I think
We're
so,
fucked.
yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Otherwise, it would have given time for everyone else to. I mean, for the short sellers to jump out. So I guess that's the difference. Everything we were doing was public. Firstly, secondly, we're not one entity. We couldn't fucking like half of the people now are selling, half are holding, and it's been that way the entire time. There's no consensus because we are decentralized. So yeah, in a way, we were doomed from the start, I think.
I'm hoping and praying that the institutions might be clogging up most of the stock.
Why they try to sort out.
Even if they are though, and the hedge funds somehow covered, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it
They
doesn't
haven't fully
matter
covered.
because then they would probably they would either hold or sell their positions, and if they sell, then at that point you just need to fucking short.
Yeah.
They haven't fully
I mean,
short,
what was the
covered all their shorts.
volume today? Was it a large amount of volume?
More than normal.
Oh right, so everyone was genuinely selling off then.
Yeah, like 60 million.
think this is gonna get worse.
So the outstanding share. Oh wait, are you talking about outstanding shares or what?
I'm talking about there was a massive price drop. Was it short ladder attacking or was it genuine sell-off? And if the volume was that high, it sounds like genuine sell-off.
I think it was either
62 million.
I think
today.
it was either selling off or just the price stabilizing because people weren't trading or something.
But wait a minute. Well, but wait a minute. So does that mean? I mean, if you were selling off, I mean, a bunch of people, individuals, and maybe other institutions, wouldn't the volume be like exponentially higher?
I'm not sure about
I don't know. A lot of there was around half of the volume was shorts closing.
Yeah, the daily volume data from FINRA is a little bit over half of the volume today was shorts.
Yeah, I'm looking at another data source, and I'm getting I can calculate the same amount.
Your total volume is like 60
Right.
today. Yesterday was 42, and then it was like 78, 37.
And still, yeah, and still a bit lower because I remember one of the guys here, the British guy that lives in Japan. He actually made it a formula, and it went up to the billions if it were true that natural people and institutions were actually selling off and not just and not the other way around, which is ladder attacks and stuff like that.
But I mean, the other
I
thing
think
to
it will
take
it was a huge sell-off day because they could cover 40% of shots.
Yeah.
The other thing to take into consideration is whoever has all the short positions, they might just be thinking, well, we're going to take a massive loss on this and gradually sell off our shares instead of doing it all at once. Cover our bets instead of doing it all at once, so that it doesn't make a win for the retail industry or for the retail traders. Because then there's going to be more looks, there's going to be more regulation put in. We're going to do this thing again. If it fucking mooned and went to 1,000, hell yeah, we're doing it again. So it might make sense for them to at least make a lot of us lose before they do that.
Okay.
It means that they're going to try and buy slowly, right? I mean, as the float decreases, that's going to be a kind of a risky proposition as well.
Well, even if they buy slow, okay. So theoretically, if they try to buy slowly, if everybody could agree to just fucking increase their buy limit to I don't know 1,000 or some shit, then they would have to buy at that price. But the problem is you got to get everybody to do that.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of motion right now, so I don't think anybody's really going to buy.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think a lot of people are in the red, and they would be happy just to get close to what they lost back.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you're going to have huge amount of stuff at 50, 40, and 30. What a lot of options
I don't
look out
know
there.
if there's going to be a lot of just selling activity without it being spurred on by their shorts.
Yeah.
I think maybe maybe you got some people that have limits at 800 or maybe 1,000, and I think they'd be happy just to get that shit because that would be some little chump change that they can get.
I'm not gonna lie, mine are at 8.
But if literally everybody sets the shit to like 3K, they would have to pay out at 3K. But
That's
excuse
what
me,
I
not
mean.
3K,
That's the
30
difference.
30K. If everybody sets their buys at like 30, excuse me, their sales at like 30K, right? If everybody fucking did that in the world, they would have to do that. But I
Well,
don't think that's possible.
I'll tell you what I'll do, because TD Ameritrade Think or Swim will not let me do it for over 200, 300. What I'll do is I'm gonna call them by phone tomorrow, and I'm gonna tell them, listen, all my shares, I want them to be sold at above $3,000. I don't care what you do, just set that up.
Apparently you can manually. I'm be honest. If I get 1,000, if they set that shit at 1,000, right, for GME, that would literally like I would get all my money back plus some change.
Yeah, that's a discount, bro.
And that's not even counting the money I put in fucking AMC and Naked Brand.
Yo, sell me your stocks, dude. I'll buy them. Fucking $1,000 each.
I am at
that's
30,000
discount.
a share each, or 1,000.
No, 1,000, dude. I'm making that profit at 30K.
Bro, I'll sell them to you. Fucking take them, mate.
I'll fucking sell
paper-handed bitch. We found the paper-handed bitch, boys. Fucking kick them. We found the paper-handed bitches.
Hey, I have a question about Fidelity. It won't let me set a limit anything past 50% of the previous like ask. Is there any way I can get around that?
So
call them directly and then request.
Call and request. It's the same thing with TD Ameritrade. They won't let me do the same thing either.
If I call and request, can I set it myself, or will they have to put the order in for me?
No, I think they do it manually.
Oh, yeah, I think they do it manually.
Someone sent a link a couple of days ago that showed Fidelity list, like Fidelity's top stocks and buy to sell ratios. Anyone got that link?
I think it's in the basement.
Oh, brilliant! Is that a live one?
Man, that S3 data going out like that's so like, man, I'm pissed now that I see these estimates and then their estimates. Like, it's like quite valid for 22nd throughout 26th.
So what does short float at 121% mean? Does anyone know?
It means that the short interest of the outstanding shares are 120% of the floating shares. So those that aren't restricted.
It's closer to 100 now, the estimate that I'm seeing, like that update daily. That estimate is from like what, 15th of.
Is it official though?
These are estimates. These are estimates.
Oh, okay, now.
Jesus
The
Christ!
only official source is the FINRA data.
If the fucking institute, like, if they update this shit and the institutional own is still like 120, that would be funny as shit. It might not move, but it would still be hilarious.
Data is quarterly.
Yeah, it's quarterly though. So we literally won't fucking know until like the end of March.
No, we know next Tuesday.
No. So next Tuesday we won't know the institution ownership, but we'll probably know like the short interest.
Yes, and then if it's still 120%, I'm calling my fucking lawyer.
If it's 120 for shit, 20%, then some shares were counterfeited.
Oh yeah, we do have to keep an eye on the what's it called, the failure to deliver as well.
Which in that case, I probably would call this. I would probably call GameStop and be like, listen, y'all need to have a fucking meeting right now.
Shareholder meeting, yeah.
Or
my concern is that the firms are just gonna straight up lie.
Or what?
I mean, what's the fine for them lying about their short interest?
It's around.
I don't think there's like a standard lie, but with the amount of regulatory scrutiny that they're under right now, ain't no way. I don't think they're gonna lie about
with
it.
the amount of regulatory scrutiny, I think they'll get away with it.
Bro, how many people got arrested during the 2008 crash?
Like
one person.
One
Yeah.
Wasn't he a
Exactly.
Russian dude as well? That poor bastard.
Whoever was looking for the Fidelity, putting the link in Nitro Boosters.
Oh yeah, I got it, but it looks like the information hasn't been updated since the 3rd.
Bruh, you gotta be kidding me. Wait, last month?
Your boosters won't get.
No, this month.
Okay,
No,
so yesterday.
No, that updates every day. It's 42,800.
So what I'm seeing, it says top buys and sells as of market close, 2nd of the 3rd, 21.
Oh, that was yeah. I'm a little behind in my days.
That's fucking weird. Why wouldn't it show daily? I can't seem to find one for today or.
Are they
yesterday.
They probably just haven't updated it yet. I mean, after hours is closed, but they probably just haven't uploaded it to their site yet.
Okay, right, that makes sense because it's only just turned.
Well, okay, so allow me 1 second here. I know for a fact that estimates are not official, obviously, but they have to be based on some data, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there is a chance that it might be somewhat, accurate.
There is a chance that it's mostly reflecting what's happening, and then there's a chance it could be completely fucking off.
Well, that's true.
So if you look at the estimated short interest on December 31st was 68 million, but the actual exchange reported short interest was 71. And then on the 15th, the estimated was 71 and the exchange reported was 61. So there's always.
Where do you get that data?
It's Ortex.
I'm not challenging. I'm just
It's
curious.
Ortex.
Okay,
So
thank you.
It's kind of, they usually kind of follow each other, but it's never going to be right. So you got to look at the float, how many are on loan, stuff like that. So it's just an estimate.
Can you tell me some
Did
from the
Nokia's
Ortex
earning
data?
report
Can you
come
tell
through,
me
by the way?
so the December data, 30th, it's from which day?
30th.
The data is like delayed, right? So it's from somewhere around Christmas.
Well,
For which data?
do you
For
want
FINRA?
the actual numbers or the estimated?
The actual number. What was it?
So was it December
FINRA data.
15th was exchange reported short interest 68, 127, 116.
And what about January 15th?
January 15th was down to 61, 782.
This is interesting. Like these estimates I'm seeing are like tenfold.
And the FINRA short interest in mid-January was over 200, right?
Yeah.
What is going on here, guys?
Holy shit! Okay, there's.
I don't trust these metrics that much. No. Hearing those, even FINRA numbers.
Yeah, don't trust the estimated because that's literally coming off of what's the float, what's the free float, what's on loan, all that. They take an estimate and then they try and figure it out. And sometimes it's very high and sometimes it's very low, but it usually falls along a little bit.
So they're not that far apart. I mean, it's not that different.
They could be 10 million apart, easily, but you never know.
Well, always like fucking Stansted and South Park.
Yeah, estimated.
This estimate I'm seeing can be like fucking 1000% off. If these
so
numbers are correct.
the big thing is when you turn everything on and you start looking at all the numbers, and if they're kind of following along with each other, then that's pretty accurate to what it is. So if you're looking at float, on loan, things like that, if the estimated is close to those numbers, then it's probably pretty close. But again, it could be really far off.
We're speaking.
I mean, especially in an event like this.
Yeah, my assumption is that there's probably a lot of crap still out there that they've got shorted, and they've gotten rid of a ton, but it's probably the easy to get rid of stuff versus the
This
oh my
estimate
god,
has
what's
never
going to happen
gone-
now? I mean, if it jumped up like
this
100 right
estimate has
now,
never
that'd
gone
be
below
shitty.
like 1/3 of the like shorts out there are probably what I'm looking at are probably for a really low price. So 1/3 of this like shares, talking about around 20 million shares, are shorted to very low
I
prices.
mean, if you're getting ready to get screwed, right? You're not going to go out and take the stuff that's going to be the most expensive stuff to get screwed on and throw it away. You're going to take the stuff that, okay, we can take this loss, and if we can get it to start moving in the direction we want it to, then the really bad shit we'll get rid of later.
In fairness, when my wife's boyfriend screws my wife, screw me as well at the same time. So, you know, from life experience, it's entirely possible that could happen.
I mean, I would love to see it jump 100 points tomorrow, and then Melvin screams.
Everybody here is completely only talking about GME, yeah? Just to be sure.
Yeah.
Because the other stuff are a bit fucking weird. Okay, so everybody, I'm assuming majority here are holding.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Oh,
Bread.
bitch.
What else? What else?
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
waiting for
guys.
Amazon to buy GameStop.
Okay, guys.
Or Nintendo.
I am on Investopedia.com and I'm just looking up like can institutional holdings be more than 100%? They're saying generally speaking, no, because they're saying if it's over 100%, you need to assume that there's an issue with the data. And the two main primary reasons for this is slow updates or short selling.
Go on.
Continue.
That's what I'm just saying. Like it could either the primary thing to cause institutional holdings more than 100% is either slow updates or short selling.
So they're saying if it's short selling, that it's a valid data point. Then
It is a valid reason for why it's more than 100%.
Right, because they try to short the stocks that didn't exist in the first place.
Yes. Or in another thing, it could be a slow update. It could be that the system hasn't completely recalculated everything yet. Personally, I think it's a combination of both.
I don't. I think they're.
I think it's the second one.
I think they're pretty good. I don't think they are as soft-minded as the Reddit suggests.
But we won't find out till Tuesday, huh? And that's if they give us the correct report.
So is it FINRA or is it S3 that's going to give the report on February?
Should be FINRA.
It's FINRA.
Shit.
But I guess everyone's saying that they can technically just falsify their short percentages, take that $20 million hit, and that's it.
Yeah,
that's true.
But they could end up like Enron. You burn the books, baby. That's fraud.
Yeah, Enron was a fucking mess, bro. I remember that shit.
24 years for one.
What's funny is that if there are counterfeit shares and they get rid of the counterfeit shares, that removes them from volume, which should increase the price of the stock. Right?
Except for all the people that are probably selling.
True. Yes.
One of your big problems with this, right? So the stock price started going way up.
Yeah.
At one point, and even at $200, at $100, this is a lot more than it was just a month ago. So anybody that got in at any price below that has made money.
Pretty much.
So
yes.
if it goes up to 480 and you sold then, you made a lot of money. If you thought it was going to go to 1,000 and then maybe you said, all right, it's down to 200, I'm going to sell now because I'm losing my butt and I ain't going to have no cookies tomorrow from the Girl Scouts, then you sell. And there's a lot of other, there's probably a lot of investors and probably some institutions are like, okay, time's up. And they may have a lot more research than we even see. And they probably got some bean counters sitting there going, hey, dude, you need to get the hell out.
I mean,
And
some
that's what
institutions
happened.
they probably had like a certain price that they were looking for. They made it and then just sold off.
I sold AMD at 42 and it went up to 50 something. And then it went back down back in the 1 gigahertz race. And I paid off a vehicle. That's what my goal was.
I'm still holding. I'm still holding AMD. Mine's I only have like 10 fucking shares, but mine's at 87, and I'm actually considering just selling that shit off just to offset some losses.
No,
Yeah, if I had stayed holding AMD, I had about 2,000 shares. So
Actually, I probably should buy some. Probably should have bought more instead of fucking like dumping it into.
I had McDonald's at 13 years old, and I sold it a couple years later.
Christ,
it was a bad idea.
Outstanding shares is 1.2 billion. Fuck.
But regardless of what we think is going to happen with the short squeeze, I think GameStop at $50 is a steal, just because of Ryan Cohen, what he's going to do to turn it around.
Maybe. I mean, yeah. So like.
Not financial advice.
Alternatively, what you could do is that if this is the new plateau, buy now, hold, wait for him to announce some shit, shoots back up to like I don't know $70, and then cash out, and then be fine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring my average down because I first got in at like 250.
That's the plan, my friend. That's the game plan right there for a lot of people, including me.
Yeah, we're just diamond hands, you know.
I can lose it all because AMC made me money. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, I still have stock from my company that I could just sell and just replace the shit that I lost. So
I gained from crypto last 2 weeks as much as I invested here. So, zero sum game, me fellows.
I don't know if anybody heard the news this morning on JAC. This is a long play.
Did I really?
They announced a merger with 23andMe. I don't know if anybody's following that.
wait, who announced the merger with what?
23andMe is the heritage. Hey, mail in your fucking sperm and you find out where the fuck you came from site. Well, they just announced that they're being bought by a company called VGAC. This is going to happen in about 90 days. The stock was sitting around this morning around $14.
Okay, but
this is a huge play.
It's
If you look at their balance sheet, yes, it is a merger. It's going to be a new. Look at the paperwork, brother.
Oh shit!
Look at their float.
It's a special purpose acquisition.
Look at their new symbol that's coming out. It's going to happen in the next 90 days. It's 23andMe is going to retain about 80% of the company ownership. This is a huge deal, especially
You know
at
what
$15 right
NASDAQ
now.
is?
I'm not a financial advisor, but maybe something to research on.
It's an SPAC, man. It's not a fucking acquisition. It's a way you go public without doing an IPO.
Exactly.
It's like a quick in the public.
It's still something to look at because their balance sheet, 9 mil. I mean, that's pretty decent. They're only going to climb up from there. I bought a bunch
SPACs
this
also
morning.
let retailers get in earlier than they normally would.
Hi, GME.
Yeah, so
GME.
the question about SPACs, so like, what happens when they go private again? Because isn't the whole purpose of that is public markets for funding and then go private in under like the next 2 years?
Depends on what
Does
they
anyone
announce
know?
next. That's the only thing that I'm waiting on. Well, at least I bought.
I think
like
it's
I said, I bought
based-
time. I don't care if it's $10 or $9. When 90 days comes around, that stock is going to be hot because everybody knows who 23andMe is right now. At that moment might be a good long
I
play to
prefer
look at.
Ancestry.com.
That's their main competitor.
Oh my god, I'm down 60% on AMC.
It's gonna come
Right,
up.
80. Sorry, I didn't mean.
What metric are you using?
Other units.
What metric are you using that you think it's going to go up?
Using FOMO as his metric.
FOMO.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's what it really is. Like Hims is the same way. They're another telehealth company. They went public with an SPAC as well, like 3 weeks ago, and they're killing it.
I think it's boomer tech too. Like, that thing was so boomer oriented, 23andMe, as far as I'm aware.
I think some of these SPACs are doing some of like the IPO stuff where you see it comes out, it runs up really fast, and then it just dies for a while.
Turn your mic off while you're trying to catch your breath, bro.
Somebody just Push it off, man.
Go stretch. Go
Dude,
stretch.
COVID.
Go stretch.
Just a reminder, please set it up to push to talk, please.
Apologies, Does anybody
He
know
just
if
took
it's
his emergency cyanide capsule.
Does anybody know if it's actually time limited? I'm smooth brain, don't know
Time.
enough
What
about
time? What
specs.
is time limited?
Any spec, or is it per?
What do you
spec?
mean?
It's called the SPAC. I don't think it's called a SPAC. Could be wrong though.
Asperger's.
Special purpose acquisition C. I don't know what this is. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they eventually go private.
Sorry for bringing this up, but so basically they covered their shorts.
Well, we have no idea if they have yet.
We don't know that.
We might. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like February 9th might be some bad fucking news. They might have.
I don't think they covered it all.
I don't think they covered it all. They
mean-
probably I don't know. I'm thinking like maybe they have like maybe 20% cover left or something. I don't know. Pulling it out my ass.
But that's the
What does it
thing.
mean
At
when
those
they cover?
prices, I mean, at those prices, I mean, well, we already know they lost a lot of money anyways. But man, at those prices, they were shorting at $4.
Either they
Oh,
coupled
there's
or they
lower than
doubled
that.
down.
What does it mean they're covering? Exactly.
So if they have a short contract, they need to buy up shares to quote unquote cover the cost of their contract. So in order to fulfill their contract, they need to buy the number of shares to close that out. If they haven't, then they have to pay interest on the particular contract that they're holding.
Eventually, they can't afford
Okay.
to pay the interest or to pay the amount of shares again.
Now the thing is that since apparently shorts don't expire, you can theoretically keep it going on forever as long as you can pay the interest. They could just wait this shit out.
Why do you think shorts don't expire? What are you talking about?
Shorts don't expire.
Because they don't.
They don't.
They
don't.
So wait,
They have
Options
a
do. Shorts
Well, okay. So options do, but shorts don't.
Why do you think?
What's the
They just
difference
don't.
between a put? What's a put between a put contract and these shorts?
That I don't know.
Because I mean, Are you sure you're not talking about a put contract? That's what it means going short.
No, dude, you're talking about a short contract. There's no obligation to. They don't expire.
It's a short contract. I've never heard of this.
There is no short contract as far as I know. There's
Isn't a short
of fucking.
Are you guys talking?
You borrow the fucking stock from the original owner, you sell it to somebody else, and then you buy it back at a lower price, and then you give it back to the fucking original owner. But there's no fucking expiration date on when you have to do that.
It's not like
Yep, that's correct.
It's
What a
not.
put is,
It's
though.
not like something that a retail investor can do. You're talking about networking between different hedge funds with massive capital that can actually back the deal and have a guaranteed trust that even if they lose money, I'm still getting my money. It's a gentleman's agreement.
No, puts and shorts are different. This is not financial advice.
If they had puts, if they were all like fucking puts, then they would expire, right? Which means that the squeeze would have been inevitable.
There's no expiration, but they can get margin called.
But if they have
Can't have their shares called because of low float.
Okay, so they could be margin called. Okay. But if they got the capital up, then they don't have to.
Okay, so
from Investopedia, the world leader in stock stuff, right?
Yeah.
Stocks.
The trader borrows 1,000 shares of stock from his stock loan department with the intent of to short the stock. The trader then goes out and sells short the 1,000 shares for 1,500. In the following weeks, the company reports weaker than expected revenue and guides for a weaker than expected forward quarter. As a result, the stock plunges to 1,300. The trader then buys to cover the short position. The trade results in a gain of $200 per share or $200,000.
Okay, well, I'm seeing a short sale as defined as exactly what you said, but the seller has to return those shares at some point in the future.
Yes.
Yeah.
Usually
Well, the thing is, they'll just have to keep paying those margins and premiums. But if they can't,
share price
they can't
doesn't
do
matter.
that,
They just
then-
have to return the amount of borrowed shares regardless.
Yeah.
That's where it costs them
Okay, so this is something that we can't do. This is like an institutional investor.
Yeah, it's
Here, I'll dumb it down.
No, you can
to little
sell.
brains. Think of it as a loan. You go and you take $1 million loan. You have to pay interest on it, but instead of $1 million, it's $1 million worth of shares of a company. You go out to the stock market, you sell them, you get the money, and then when the stock drops because whatever happened after that, you buy the shares back, but instead of costing you $1 million, it costs you $250,000. You then return the shares and you keep the $750,000 minus whatever interest you paid on the share loan or the short selling from the one you borrowed from.
Okay, gotcha.
Hold on.
And in my understanding, there are two ways to effectuate. The first is, you putting the interest pressure on them, like what happened before, because their shorts were at generally low prices, right? And so they were taking out increasingly higher losses. The other way is to reduce the float to the point where there's not enough shares, and so the shorts start getting called back, which I believe.
Nice.
We lost him.
Bro, you okay?
Yo, they got him.
Sound like he just fell or something.
They got him.
Yo,
Not been
I think my man, got squeezed.
He got knocked the fuck out.
Bro, my man got squeezed.
Everything he was saying was correct.
Yeah. So
anyway,
what was he saying?
I just come back from supermarket to get my food since I.
Mega penis.
Wait. No. Go the fuck back out and go buy something from GameStop. Go buy a fucking Nintendo Switch.
The other part, guys, the other part of this theory that you might have missed, I don't know, is that a lot of those, they're reshorting the stock as we speak, and they have been since. So while they've been covering their shorts at those low prices that they bought into immediately, like incrementally, they're reshorting the stock at the higher price that when it was up at like 200, 300, 150. So they're reshorting the stock now.
What?
And covering their positions.
Yeah, 60% of those shorts are from those high prices.
Oh, that
but
makes
they're making money.
so much fucking sense now. Because okay, so for the last 3 days, if they kept on reshorting, right? They kept on reshorting, and then they suddenly stopped the reshorting, and it goes down. Then they could just cover that.
Yes. And then short it again at that price, and then as it keeps going down, then they can sell them again, return them, make the money, and just rinse and repeat.
That's why. That's why.
And
prices,
2nd February,
yeah,
they had made the book day, so that they have only less than 100% out. Or
But what if it's kept in the middle though? In between the $4 shorts and whatever the 3.
Then the higher
$400
short could
are.
potentially cover the lower short, or at least manage the bleeding.
All this talk of prices reminds me of that sketch from Tim and Eric
right
Awesome
where it's
show.
at now. If it stays at $50 for a while, that's going to hurt them where they're going to keep bleeding money because it's not going to keep going down. So let's say, for example, they have a short at $55. If we keep it hovering between, $50 and $55, they're going to have to keep paying interest on that $55 short until
there's a problem with that.
There's
And
a
that
problem.
So if they have shorted stuff, one of the things with your cost to borrow is, as there's more and more shorts, that cost goes up. And I think there was an article that said new shorts coming in when this was maxed out were at 80%. So nobody was shorting at that time because nobody's going to pay 80%. So the max was somewhere around 32. That has now started to drop.
Yeah. So for example, right? If say you have a short at like $4, right? But it rose up to, I don't know, say 200, right? If you short it at 200 but have a smaller short interest, it's literally better to keep that higher one, because if it falls down to like say $50, then you could
you recoup the cost.
You could theoretically recoup the costs off of that, because wait a minute.
So
guys, can I ask a serious question here? Has anybody here ever had root canal treatment?
Yes.
Yes.
I think I need it.
What did he say?
No. root canal
Wait,
treatment.
wait,
Like,
hold on
when
one
I,
second.
when I
Hold on.
when I eat like
You go.
so when I eat like chocolate, it like right through the middle of my tooth. It's
Chocolate.
like a nerve.
Did you
like a
say
nerve is,
chocolate?
Like,
Dude, let the guy talk. Let the guy talk.
chocolate. It's like when I bite into it, it feels like the chocolate actually sinks right through the
You
middle
want
of my
you want a
tooth,
quick test?
and it hurts quite a lot.
You want a quick test?
What? What, to see if I have root
Yeah,
canal
see if the
damage?
bottom of your tooth's messed up. So get like a toothpick or something plastic, and if you bite down on it, and when it comes back, when you release, it hurts. That's usually a sign of nerve damage.
Oh my god. Ow. I do it just without anything in my mouth, and that's both of my molars on my left side.
So you either have a cracked tooth or you need a root canal, and I can tell you this right now. The difference between root canal 20 years ago and today is friggin' fabulous.
A lot.
It's crazy.
Okay,
Dude,
so
you won't even
Like, it
know
doesn't
it's that.
hurt anymore, right?
They put a
Ask 'em to knock you
blindfold
out.
on me, and then I put headphones on, and they're like, "What channel do you want to switch to?" And then it's music and headphones, and I didn't feel it. Nothing happened. It's wonderful.
Sure?
Yeah, you should probably get treatment
Yeah.
now before it fucking.
It just costs a shit ton of money.
So I
Okay, but second, let's move on. So
Yeah,
someone said something about they had something interesting.
Okay. So what I was saying earlier is that okay. So hypothetical situation, right? Let's say the shit goes up to $200, right? It's at $200, right? Okay, so you already have a short at $4 with a high short interest, but it rises to $200. You could theoretically short at 200, right? Assuming that the interest is lower, right? So you don't have to pay as much. Well, if you're shorting, technically speaking, you're buying more contracts, right? You're buying more, and you can actually use that to say cover and close out the lower short. Now you just only have one short contract. If it goes even lower to say $50, right? Well, then you just buy it $50, cover that short at $200, and you just pocketed $150. Right? Is my math off on this shit?
That's correct.
I'm listening.
So that's how you could actually cover your position. And then in the last few days, remember, the stock kept on like fluctuating up and up and down. That could have just been them making new fucking shorts.
And the brokers don't let me short. Haven't let me do it for like 5 days.
Yes. So in this case, they might actually be covering. They might actually have more shorts and closing out their own their old shorts.
Yes.
They're putting themselves in the same situation they were in before.
They are, but remember, if it keeps fucking going down to like say $50, like okay, so in this particular case, right? It helps them if the short interest keeps lowering and there are shares to buy. If everybody keeps buying up shares and holding, then yes, they're still fucked. But if people keep fucking selling, then they can actually close and make a profit.
Right, because they still gotta buy those stocks anyway. So yeah,
they still have to buy, which might explain why the price was stabilizing in the last few days.
Well, it wasn't today. Yesterday it was, but today it wasn't.
Well, they might be in a situation where their shorts for $4 are gone, but they now have shorts at like say $400.
Well, they also supposedly had restrictions.
Yeah.
That's why I say tomorrow should be interesting.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I think
In my opinion, I think GameStop's going to like 30 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's going to 32.
30, 25, something like that. Yeah.
I think it'll
great.
hover around 30.
Is Horn here tonight?
Last
Not
part is going to
financial
be so
advice.
fucking good.
Horn, are you here?
I don't think he is.
I don't think he is.
I guess
Oh, did he go to sleep?
I don't know if you guys
He
have
has been on
talked
quite a
about
bit.
this yet. Headline: Wall Street Journal. The Wallstreetbets founder sold his life story to a Hollywood producer.
that for 100,000.
The
I don't
Jartek?
care about WSB Reddit, man. It's just all noise.
Was it
I mean, yeah,
Jartek?
but it's
I mean,
real, but
like
it's
the
still
original
noise.
founder.
Whatever
the guy
retard
nobody
bought the
likes,
founder of Wall Street
Jamie
Bets.
Rogozinski.
That guy had nothing to do with any of this. So what's his life story
Exactly.
worth?
That's why I'm mentioning it, because it's just completely
I was gonna say,
like what the
like,
fuck is
Reddit out of
going on.
movies to make.
Yeah, like the roaring kitty guy, like surely to fuck, like he wouldn't sell for 100K. If anything at all.
Yo, what time is it where you live, bro?
10 to 2 in the morning.
Oh wow.
Jesus, it's almost 9 p.m.
Yeah,
here.
but I mean, ever since I put GME stocks on, I can't sleep.
4 a.m.
Do you
4 a.m. Club.
I'm in the UK.
He goes to sleep when it's 350 and wakes up when it's 40.
That would suck
It's in
ass.
Scotland.
Man. I wouldn't wish that upon
Has
anyone.
anybody got 8 hours of sleep this week though?
Yeah.
That's actually plenty.
Yeah, one day.
One day.
I think.
Because like, my
so
position
sleeping
is
like a
this: like,
queen.
what is it? Next Tuesday is when I'll know. Should I get the
Realistically,
hell out of this, or should I keep staying? That's all I know.
Yeah.
realistically, what actually happened is I put in like 2 shares at 250, and I instantly watched it drop to like minus £40. And then I was like, nah, it's just gonna go down, maybe 200, 150, and then rock it back up. And I went to bed and woke up, and I was like, I'm minus £250.
Hey, can you say fuck the Mayweathers?
I'm not Irish, I'm Scottish.
Wait, you live in Glasgow.
Yeah.
That's not what he
Yeah.
asked, bro. He asked you.
But you're still the same.
So you want me? So do you want me to say it in like Scottish, or do you want me to try and speak in an Irish accent? Because they are different.
Either way,
Please,
that,
for the love of
do
God,
that or
speak in an
DJ.
American accent.
Wait, say again.
Fuck the Mayweathers.
Fuck the
Scottish
Mayweathers.
isn't an accent; it's just speaking in tongues.
Fuck the Mayweathers.
You cut him off.
Fuck the Mayweathers.
I cut him off too. Fuck.
Who the fuck is? Oh, I can't do that one. Who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, you're giving him McGregor lines? Come on, he's Scottish, not Irish.
Who the fuck is that guy?
So Scottish and Irish is very, very, very different, man. But like, obviously, you guys seem to think it's similar. If you want,
I got one.
If you want me to say something, bro, tell me what you want me to say, and I'll say.
I've been to both countries. They are totally different.
I want you to say freedom like Mel Gibson did.
Say park.
Bro, man, it's too.
In Braveheart.
Like, that's fucking.
Say park the car in Scotland Yard.
Park the car in Scotland Yard.
I want you to tell me that you are going to a local drinking establishment to watch some sort of television sports event in the most Scottish way you can think of.
Why go to the pub and watch fight?
Go to the pub and
Sheesh.
What is?
I remember the
Did
first
anyone know
week in
if
Scotland,
Michael
I could
Berry-
hardly understand anything, and I thought I can understand English.
Hey, remember when boxing was still popular here?
how I learned how to understand
Fucking
that.
hell, yeah, decades ago.
Most
Does anyone know if Michael Berry sold everything that he was banking on, or is he
That
still in it?
retard never sells. What are you talking about?
He's old.
What do you think, man? You think that guy is
No,
losing
he's here.
money?
Position.
My autistic cousin's a better investor than Michael Berry is.
That's why he's up how many millions of dollars anymore?
Made like 400 million on this shit.
Just for a
He
second.
did?
Just
Jesus.
for a second here, bro, because I actually don't think that some of you actually understand it, okay? So, like, autism is not as fucking bad as you guys think. Like, some of the best quizzers and gamers, everything in the world, they all have autism. Like, you don't realize it depends.
No.
It really
We
depends.
think
It really depends what strain of autism you have. If it's
There's no strain.
Strain of
DSM-5.
What
It's a
strain of autism?
you smoke.
Where are you at in the
There was autism spectrum
Bloody-
disorder,
bloody
there was
right,
Asperger's
mate.
syndrome, and there was pervasive development disorder. Those were all in DSM-4. Now it's
Yo,
DSM-5.
man,
it's
I
called
got that.
autism spectrum
I got
disorder.
that bad autism.
You got that purple
strain,
kush,
dude.
bro.
I got that Corona
yeah,
strain.
no, but you
bruh.
know what I mean. Like obviously you've got people that struggle to actually speak to people.
Yeah, we know, we know.
But like obviously, like people like Shroud and shit like that. He openly admitted if he wasn't autistic, he probably wouldn't be.
Burn.
My son's got epilepsy.
Shut the fuck up.
He's got
autism. Yeah, most people with autism are pretty high
my
functioning.
son.
I have, and they're all great traders. Too.
GME to me.
Wait, you have autism?
I have autism and epilepsy.
What stocks do I buy? Tell me now.
No financial
I don't know.
advice.
I own a restaurant. I'm not into stocks.
What?
Give me autism advice. Use your autism powers.
So normies are.
Is that
wrong.
offensive to you when some people say that?
I don't really care. I built a mask over my entire life, and I did a pretty good job with it. And my mom's also an autism specialist. She has a doctorate, so I was raised pretty well for this. But for a lot of people, it's kind of better not to tell them that they're autistic, because knowing that they're on the spectrum, a lot of people wind up committing suicide when they find out.
Wait, so what? How does it affect
think
you
about
then
that?
in terms of like living? Because you sound like normal.
It's called masking. I'm extremely high functioning, so I know how to interact socially, but it's more or less like an analytical type of social interaction. So I'm thinking through it in my head. There's not as much of a flow. It's no different than doing a task. I don't enjoy it, but I don't like being touched. I don't make eye contact. A lot of people think I'm lying when I'm not. A lot of people think I'm telling the truth when I'm lying. It's really fun.
So you're like the accountant?
Basically, he's basically has like 180 IQ.
Yeah.
No, it's 134.
Come on. Wait, Danny.
Come on, boys.
You guys keep be talking over him, but he's helping out some people.
Are you like the kid from Atypical?
No, but I like that show a lot.
It is.
No,
Hey, Danny,
he's extremely. He's
so you know
extremely
a
smart.
lot about autism, right?
Not a lot, but enough.
Well, you know enough, right? So is it possible for someone to have, I mean, a typical condition to the one that you have, but they're fine with making eye contact, they enjoy social interactions, and you know that, I mean, I guess they like attention.
Well, it's called a spectrum
Right?
disorder
Like,
because of that. It produces itself in many different ways. There are people that honestly you couldn't tell the difference between Down syndrome and autism with them, and there's people that you can't even tell that there's something wrong with them. That's why it's a spectrum disorder now. Pervasive development disorder would be kind of like what you were talking about, and that is just a spectrum disorder now. But yes, it shows itself in so many different ways that they had to update it, and they basically went back in time and said, listen, we don't know what the fuck this is. We can't call it 3 different things. It's just a spectrum. These guys are different. It's a neurological condition.
So to determine how autistic you truly are, how much GME do you own?
67 shares.
Oh, I own a fuck ton,
$100.
dude. I own a fuck ton.
That's only mild autism.
Wait, 67 and a.
I want to ask you just
Why didn't you
to the
sell
guy,
it?
to the guy who's got autism. I want to ask you a serious question, yeah, because I'm assuming you were diagnosed young, or maybe like early teens.
I'm 22.
Yeah, but what age were you when you were diagnosed? with it?
21.
Oh,
I was with my mom, and she thought that my social interaction was pervasive enough to not qualify me. She did a report on me when she was getting her undergrad, and I wound up doing it myself at 21 years old. She didn't want me to go in for a diagnosis because she feared how I would think about it, but I did a lot of soul searching. I was almost certain about it. I had friends that told me I had issues with social interactions. I went in, I got that diagnosis because I started having seizures, and I was going through like an entire doctor process anyway. So I just went to see a neuropsychologist. I went in for a couple days. They did all the testing. I did the TOVA test for ADHD, which is a test of variable attention. I did an IQ test, and I just came out with
Can you map? Can you map?
Just to be I've been like kind of through the testing. So I went. I'm UK. You're obviously like US or Canada. I don't know, but over here, I was 18, so obviously an adult. And before they can test you on anything, they have to give you blood tests. So they took my blood, and that's obviously to check for like diabetes and everything like that, to see if any of that can affect your kind of moods and things like that. Is that something?
The healthcare system's set up differently here. So I just went to my primary care physician, and I got a referral for a neuropsych, and I just went straight in. I didn't have to do anything. We have private healthcare, so we kind of just call our shots ourselves. It's one of the arguments for it. I'm not going to get political, so that's all I'll say on that. But my mom's a teacher, so I don't pay very much anything. Until I'm 26 years old, I'm still under her insurance.
Dude, can you math? That's my question. Like, can you
Yes.
actually math?
Math is my thing, but I don't study it at all. I'm extremely lazy, and it's my fail. Like that's my thing. I'm really lazy and I hate it. I can't get over it. I can't motivate
If
myself.
you like
Charts at all?
trade options.
I own a restaurant, so I 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. I do nothing after that. I do nothing
kind of
before
restaurant
that.
is this,
Danny, you never
It's
hit
a
me
cafe.
back about how you're doing, like with all the restrictions.
Who messaged me?
Shreddo.
Shreddo? You messaged me about the
Yeah,
restaurant?
man, I hit you back like last night, I think.
Yeah, I'll send you our Instagram and you can see a picture of me. You can see the posts we've had. It's kind of rough, but I'm not gonna lie, the peril protection program is really clutch. We got a lot of money. The economic injury disaster loan, I got $89,000. It's a 30-year loan and it's at 3%. So just that alone,
That's pretty good.
Yeah, they're if you know what you're doing and you play it correctly, you should be okay through this. If your business is failing anyway, it's going to fail regardless.
Yo, who here owns the most
Fuck yeah,
shares
man.
of GameStop?
Like this guy.
You have to show 20% failure in order to get the next round of PPP, right?
Yeah, it's 25% reduction in gross receipts, but I'm in Southern California, so we had to close completely. So I won $102,000 for quarter 3 of 2019, and 2020 I did $4,000 because I was open for 4 fucking days.
Right. What kind of restaurant are you? Because I'm in
It's
the
a
business.
breakfast and brunch cafe.
Oh, right on, dude. Dude,
Yeah,
I do
we're getting our
high-
ABC license, so I'm trying to open dinners.
Right on. I was going
What
for
is the name of that place?
I
that
don't
you-
want to do that.
No,
Yeah,
don't talk stuff, dude.
Yeah, don't tell that.
Yeah.
I
because I
know
feel
a
like
couple
I've
of the
been there
people in here.
before.
If someone wants a confirmation, I know a couple of the people in here. You can see my name in the restaurant and stuff, so you know I'm not bullshitting you. I'll send it to Shreddo.
Oh no, that's not
no,
what I was
You're
asking,
good.
man.
No.
I just
No, I
wanna
feel
know-
like I may have been to that place if it is in California.
Yeah,
It's in the Inland Empire. I'll
places
say that.
in
That's safe.
California.
I'm a chef.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in California.
I'm a
It's
chef up
California
in
bigger than Canada.
NorCal. That's why I was asking. But yeah, crickets.
Well, there's just a lot of different types
See,
of people in here.
Riverside
And
or
I
San
love talking to
Bernardino
you
County.
guys.
And you're probably also still being streamed, so.
Do you manage your own social media?
Yeah. If you want to do that for cheap, I'd definitely talk to you about it.
Well,
hate
I
doing
am
it.
glad that
hate
I
social media.
asked, bro. I am so glad not to self-promote. I'm gonna shut
It's
the
just
fuck up
DM me,
now,
Danny
but I'll
Scott,
message
nothing
you.
more.
Dude, be careful, dude. Don't just sell your business to anybody.
I'm
you
not
talk to
stupid.
on
I know.
fucking-
I'm not stupid. I'll be okay. I've been on the internet for a long time.
No, the reason I ask is because
I
I've
mean,
been
don't
working
give your
on
business, not sell your business, like sell your whole business. I mean, don't give business.
No, I know.
to
I'm not telling anybody. I haven't given anyone any actual information.
What do you mean
good
by
morning,
like,
guys.
premeditating everything you say? Like, what do you mean by that?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What are you asking?
You said you like replay everything you're about to say before you say it, or
No, I'm just. I'm
has
kind
to
of.
think
I have
it-
to. There are certain social contracts that people have with each other that become an intuition that you develop as a child that I didn't necessarily develop. So I have to think about them actively. It's kind of like playing director in my own head sometimes when I'm interacting socially. But I've gotten good enough at it to where you can't really tell what's going on.
I too.
fucking A, I think I'm autistic.
We're all a bit autistic. That's a joke that I like to say.
Yeah, like you need to have, like, everybody has some variation in your neurology and what do you learn when you grow up and what do you not learn because of your environment or something that is genetic. And like you need to have a deficiency that is large enough to qualify for a diagnosis. So, but many people can have like traits, but not actually autistic.
I was bullied as a kid, but I blame that on being raised by immigrant parents and like not, having the same social skills as everyone. Because like they were immigrants, and like I basically like learned to communicate like as an immigrant, but in English. So yeah, I like was just pretty fucking weird.
I would argue that masking that you do, like you internalize it, and it sort of becomes like an intuition, even though you're thinking, you've thought through that you have to analytically.
Yeah, it does become a
orchestrate
sort
lot
of intuition,
interaction.
but there's a legitimate dialogue behind it as well, which
Right,
it's
right.
not it doesn't qualify as anxiety.
Hey, do you guys like
Does it qualify
GME?
as anxiety?
Yeah, I have
love this.
anxiety issues, but the dialogue that I have going on when I'm socializing, it qualifies as masking, not anxiety.
Right. It's different, but yeah, and that has a different chemical process too. But because anxiety is like a result of cortisol elevation. But like, I just would argue that like neurologically, there isn't that much of a difference between asking and like intuitively like going through.
Well, it is a neurological disorder.
Yeah, I know. I'd say, or not even neurologically, but I guess philosophically speaking, like.
Well, it's the process
that's your
at which you
opinion,
get to.
man.
It's the process at which you get to the result. That's why some people talk about like flowing in conversation versus like giving a presentation where you have to think the entire time. Like, have you ever been drunk and had a conversation? You're like, whoa, that was easy.
But are you talking about difference between neurobiological and like neurobehavioral differences? So
Yeah, neuropsychological versus neurophysiological.
It takes a lot more energy too.
I'm just saying, if you can get to the same end result, that goes more to the argument that like whatever autism is a neurological condition, it makes more sense to classify it as like an atypicality rather than a disorder.
Well, it's atypical. That's what they call them. There's atypicals and there's neurotypicals. They call a lot of people on the spectrum the atypical.
Nice. Hey, is that Scottish guy?
Do you get drained? Do you get drained a lot in social interactions?
69.
I would say I'm an
The law
introvert,
requires
but that's
that I
just
answer
normal.
night.
But I just get overstimulated really easily.
I mean, do you have to
Sounds
like?
hot.
Does your energy level like teeter off if the more social you are in person?
I think that's
You have
just
to, like,
my natural.
recover?
I think I'm just naturally introverted. I don't think that has anything to do with.
Yeah, that's just introverted people do.
Because I know.
I have Asperger's, so I was wondering.
Yeah, my mom's class. I worked with my mom's class a lot growing up. They were really fun. I was a kid, and they were all high school kids with autism, so they all thought I was their older brother. And they love the social interaction. They get off on it. There's a whole deal. One of my friends owns Project Inclusion in Las Vegas. It's an autism nonprofit, and that's the whole deal. It's social interaction and getting these people like out of their shells and to talk and to interact, because we have personalities beneath it and personality traits. So I am just naturally introverted, but
No, I know.
I love being in Discord talking because I don't have to be around people and I don't have to worry about anything else.
I mean, when you talk about your masking, like, does it drain you, or have you gotten used to it?
I can't tell, honestly. I think that's part of the therapy that some people go to, which I'm not currently in right now because I don't like doing telehealth.
No, okay.
Does anyone else have ADHD?
Yeah.
Everyone has fucking ADHD.
Yeah,
What medication are you taking? Because my doctor doesn't want to give me Adderall.
70 milligram Vyvanse.
To all the corpos and fucking
Bro,
dogs that are
Vyvanse
currently
is-
listening to our
If you
Discord
want-
chat. Welcome
if
to
you want
ADHD
Adderall-
101.
Who in the
If
chat?
you want Adderall, you
Asperger's.
gotta say. If you want Adderall, you gotta say you had problem with the school paying attention, because ADHD is not developed after you're born.
I mean, yeah, that's what I
It's-
told him. He fucking gave me Wellbutrin. Like, what the
Oh,
fuck?
what the fuck?
Hey Danny, have you heard from that?
Just go ahead and math. Seriously.
Have you heard from that neuroscientist guy that comes in from time to time?
What?
That neuroscientist guy, that Mason Hargrave, I think. Have you heard him
No, I
speak at all?
haven't.
Okay, well, he was in here.
You should find a different neurologist.
Not as much the last few days, but that guy is a neuroscientist, like an actual. He works like on machine learning and like interpreting brain scans and stuff like that. And he has high functioning autism as well. His name is Mason Hargrave on Twitter. You should look him up. He's got some.
So he became a neuroscientist. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say his name was?
Exactly. That's what I said when he was telling everybody his story. Mason Hargrave.
Oh shit! I ran into him in the chat so far. Yeah, I know who he is. Interesting guy. Okay, I have a question. I know you retards have probably discussed it, but have any regarding the current coup attempt on the Reddit, or is there any new information about that?
Subreddit
Or
drama
mod
has a good
purge?
post.
If you look in the announcements, they posted a bunch of shit.
That's in Discord announcements.
Yeah.
Oh, Discord announcements?
Yeah.
That's only one side of the story, though. I do believe ZJZ, but the mods on Wallstreetbets have also released.
On Reddit, there's a guy and he's got links to send an email to the GameStop company.
If they hadn't been active for so long, why weren't they just purged?
Counted.
Who knows? I think they have top permissions, so they couldn't be purged. There's some kind of seniority thing going on.
I don't know. It sounds like fucking bullshit to me that they're fucking gonna give that money that they're making to charity. Like I read that and it just seems so fucking weird. Like,
Yeah, let's get receipts or ban.
the side that you didn't know, we're giving it all to charity. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, you're totally giving a fucking $250,000 contract deal with fucking Netflix to charity. Yeah, you're totally fucking just gonna write all that money
maybe
away
they
to
are.
charity.
Like I would have more respect for them if they didn't though. Like it's just fucking weird.
Okay, I think it'd be more believable. They said we're donating a portion, not all of it, a portion.
Or, you know,
Let's
putting
be
it in
real.
GME or something.
Just be like, fuck that, we're getting this bag, bitches. We're fucking Reddit mods. We're getting $1 million bucks. Like, what the fuck?
The thing is, it's more believable.
Do they have their own charity they're going to donate to
The
themselves?
the WSB Foundation.
Nonprofit.
Well, fuck, would be hilarious. Like, you just don't know. The Wall Street Bets, they recently donated fucking $10 million. Like, what the fuck?
To the people that lost all their money taking Wall Street bets.
Oh, it's the Wall Street Bets. What's y'all's current opinion on today?
We're going to see the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Dropping.
Not financial advice.
I don't know. We might see it level out because short restrictions will be in place tomorrow. So we'll get the same behavior we saw yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, probably. Except this time we're actually going down after close.
I don't know
I have
why
a question.
earlier I was all diamond hands, but now I feel like selling.
Does anybody know, like,
I want to see what happens.
the days to cover?
Sorry.
0.7 it was this morning, so it should be now or something.
You guys want to know how this thing defines short interest ratio? This platform
this
I'm looking
S3?
the data from.
I'm seeing
This is not a long story.
days to cover. I'm seeing days to cover here is like the amount of shares sold short divided by the average volume. Right?
The amount of shares
Yeah, this is
sold
like
short
as
divided by
shares.
yeah.
Shares
The ratio
sold
goes
short
from
as a
like,
multiple of average daily trading volume measured over the period indicated. So yeah,
it goes from like
that's
1
why.
to 20.
Yeah, this goes like fucking sky high if you look last year, like 50 or something.
Do you have utilization on your chart? Because that's hilarious to look at.
Hey, is the Scottish guy still here?
No, I don't.
You know, short interest information lags anyway, so even once we get the the February 9th
But the thing is,
report, that's just going to be until the end of January 29th.
Yep. But we do have the average trading volume, right? So we have half the ratio, and then we can kind of estimate, put some numbers in there. Okay, put in, 30% short interest, put in 60. What does that look like? What does that look like? And then we can really look at the probability of, okay, we're 30% fucked, 70% moon, or, 60% fucked, 40% moon, or whatever, you know what I mean?
So the utilization on September 2nd was 100%, and it goes straight across 100% to the 28th with the 483 high. And currently it's at 71.
They could get a low number on February 2nd by having a high trading volume. So the way it's calculated here is because if it's a daily number, then they take the volume of that day only. The higher the volume, the smaller the ratio. Fucking weird.
Well, gentlemen, we still in this or what?
I'm holding it.
Oh,
I'm
dude,
waiting for
I'm not
Amazon,
gonna.
man. Amazon is
I'm
gonna
not gonna
buy
be
'em.
sitting here. The price is fucking $49. At this point, you're not gonna wait till fucking Tuesday to see the FINRA numbers?
Dude, if I was too retarded to sell at 400, why would I sell
Hey,
at 49?
guys.
Yeah.
Guys, I think a short squeeze already happened, but another one is
Round two.
theoretically possible.
Electric boogaloo.
Exactly. You can let out a little bit of pressure, and then there's still more, right?
Yeah, I think theoretically, I think what happened was a short
Gamma
squeeze
squeeze.
already happened. It was probably gonna go to say 1,000, but it was stopped.
Yeah.
Fucking Robin Hood.
Wait, wouldn't you say it's gamma squeeze though?
That's the general.
So
Or no?
okay.
Yeah, it was
So
a gamma
gamma squeeze. I'm not entirely sure what the fuck that is. But a short squeeze is just when they rush to buy shares to cover the cost of their losses. That's it.
Do you think they did that?
It doesn't say what quantity in which they rushed, but they did rush,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yes.
Right?
So in order for a short squeeze to happen, it's a sudden price in the stock, and then short sellers try to buy the stock to cover their shares. So if they rush to cover their shares, it might explain why the fuck it went from, I don't know, $20 to $400. That could have been a short squeeze.
Yeah, well, I think we have to calculate for whatever
Wasn't there a gamma in there
was
too?
released, right?
Gamma,
Because
I'm not so gamma. Listen, I'm on Investopedia like right now, so I don't see any shit about gamma or nothing. I'm just saying by their definition of a short squeeze technically already happened.
Yeah.
But I'm also saying
that
I'm also saying that if there's still more shorts that are out there, another one is still theoretically possible.
Yeah.
The question is how many shorts are out.
Yes. The question is how many more fucking shorts are out there.
Well, the thing is, they didn't go from fucking 120 down to 0. We know that. They didn't do that much, right? They might have gone from 120 to 80, 120 to 60. But the thing is, I'm reading here that like 10 is high, 20 is extremely high.
Yeah, because I'm on Investopedia, and they're working with short interest numbers of like 18%.
Percentage.
Okay.
10 to 20
Yeah,
per short percentage.
correct me if I'm fucking, I'm an ape, right?
Anything crazy. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. Like the short ratio is the number where you average out fucking whatever days to cover with the percentage, blah blah blah. The short percentage.
Yep.
If it's 10 to 20, there's not much gas left in this fucking tank if it's that low. We need it to
for
be
sure.
around
For sure.
40 to 50%.
So here's
the thing is, I don't think
honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea what their short position is now. But I by this definition, I think when it went up to $400, that was a short squeeze. But I think another one is possible.
Dude, I think all the other short sellers are probably getting the fucking hardest dicks right now.
I think that the shorts were like already.
Though.
I think
Like,
they're going
they
to
were
reload
already-
the shorts. Why would they not reload the shorts at these prices? Not even them, but other short sellers. They're probably
They've
fucking
been doing
right
that
now.
this whole time, dude. They've got shorts up at $300.
Yeah,
They got shorts at $200.
so
all the way.
Actually, in this scenario, reloading a short
good. That helps them.
So yeah, so in this particular situation, reloading a short at say 400 is actually the best thing they can do right now. Because if we do another, if they try to rush and they try to buy and cover their, like say they bought, you remember I said earlier about the $400, like shorting at 400 as opposed to the $4, right? Like $400 versus $4. They can cover their $4 shorts, but then they still have the $400 short lingering around. So the squeeze is still possible. It's just that if it shoots up again, if it hits to around like 400 again, right?
Yeah.
Then they can mitigate their loss.
Yeah, I think really, and I'm not a financial advisor, but I think lowering cost basis is a very effective tool when prices are, fractions of what some people bought it at. If you spent $300-400, you can lower your cost basis fucking fast when you're literally 10th of the price here.
Yeah.
Not a financial advisor.
Yeah, I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm just saying like scaring off people into selling their stock, plus redoing your shorts at say $400 as opposed to like $4, and then rushing to buy to close at $400. Another short squeeze is possible, but if it goes back to 400 again, then it just mitigates the loss again. So just reload the fucking shorts. That's the best thing they can do. Reload the shorts at a short interest.
Yeah, but
if it goes they got rid of the shorts. They got rid of most of the shorts. They got rid of 2 weeks ago on the Friday, and then there was media attention to drive a pump in the stock.
Yeah,
to pump the price up. It wasn't like they were not selling the shorts in the fucking 200, 400 price.
What I'm saying is the media shorts, right? The media coverage plus them trying to rush to cover their shorts, those probably caused an incredibly large squeeze.
No, it wasn't about them covering shorts. They've increased their shorts during that.
Yeah,
pump.
No.
I
agree. That's what I'm saying. They've increased their shorts. They probably increased it at 400 when it peaked.
It's not the period of time during.
If it's likely,
them covering the shorts during the initial, or not them trying to exit while the initial boom was happening.
That's what I'm saying.
The reshorting happened after the dip. So after Thursday, after they shut down fucking trading, they've been reshorting this whole time.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But if I'm looking at the shorts sold, I'm seeing that it's flatlining from Friday, 22nd January. It's flatlining until 26th of January. During that time, they haven't sold any shorts. They have covered them already, what they needed to cover, and taken the losses.
They don't.
And then,
are you looking at level 2 data somewhere?
Wait a minute. They don't have to here's the thing. They don't have to necessarily do that yet. Remember, if they redo the short, and they get the stocks from fucking somewhere, they don't have to close it immediately. They could just wait for the shit to go down and then close it.
Yeah, they have like around 30% of the shorts left right now are probably for a really low price that they're trying to keep till the end of the time, and 60% of the shorts out there right now are from higher price points that they don't care. Like
okay. So hold on. So this person is making a point. They're saying, wouldn't it make sense for them to drive down the price with short ladder attacks to get the price to where they're comfortable with closing? Yes, that's okay. That's what I'm saying. Like you could. Well, okay. So Deviant, you have a point. You have a point here, but. The thing is the interest on it. So it might be cheaper to get it to say 400 with a smaller interest rate than to say try to pay it at a lower amount with a higher interest rate. Is what I'm trying to say.
What I'm trying to say that the price hike we saw to the hundreds, that was more about media attention and a pump than a short squeeze. The short squeeze happened the Friday before that.
I think it's a combination of both.
So
what my data shows me.
So
like
what we're looking at the data
terminal
is you had 3 days where you had almost 600 million shares that transacted, and at that time, every
Buzz, let me
single
get it.
indicator,
Yes, Give me a kiss.
22nd, 25th, and the 26th.
Mine shows 200 million. Yeah. Total
Yeah,
600 million. Yeah.
So your cost to borrow, your on loan, your free float, everything starts dropping like a rock, and it's a 60% drop. As they started to short, that happened, and on the 28th, which is when we hit 483, they had dropped most of their cover. And the reason why I say we know this is because Melvin Capital lost 53% or whatever it was, or 47, I don't know. And there was $5 billion gone. So that was basically what looks like the squeeze, and it shot to 480. And the problem was is everybody was expecting 1,000, but we just didn't get that.
Yeah.
So that big chunk has gone through, and it continues down until this week, where the first, the second, and the third, which I have data for, we are plateauing on all those indicators. But the cost to borrow has gone way down also. We've dropped over 10 percentage points.
Yes.
So it's cheaper for them to get anything out. The thing is we're not adding a whole ton of shorts. They're plateauing. So we're not seeing a bunch of shorts. There's probably shorts being bought, but there's probably a lot more that were covered.
Yeah.
Were shorts
And they
even
took that
available?
loss, and they
Well,
got
I
rid
think
of
the shorts-
they got rid of the crap, and now they're down to the big bonus round.
Yeah.
How I understand the coverage of the shorts, that it was actually done on 22nd.
Yep.
And like not on 27th when there was the huge
the big spike was.
Yeah, I think they covered them much before, and then they put out news that
they put up news. They put out new shorts at higher numbers.
No. I don't mean new shorts at this point. They put out media attention.
At those prices.
Yeah, on
and
the
they
27th,
faked that they had to.
Yeah,
they faked the information that they had to like bail out this shit. Like that could be just fucking. They fabricate this shit, so everybody's like, oh my god, they're in a bad position. Let's buy. Let's buy, and then it was just a fucking hype curve.
Yep.
And that's why it didn't spike up to 1,000.
I think the spike was a combination of possibly like a mini short squeeze and the hype. I think it's a combination of both.
What data do you base that on?
It is a theory that I have. I have nothing to back it up. It's just a theory.
I see that.
Yo, guys, did you see that GameStop's on sale right now, bro?
Yep.
I'm seeing like the short interest ratio was less than 50% from 22nd to 26th. And then it started increasing because they started buying more shorts.
Okay. So
or selling shorts.
What was the short interest at 400?
Like
well, you went to
400 price point, was it
Yes.
like 28?
The highest interest rate was 33.89, but if you were one of the things is when you get to that high price point of an interest rate on these things, new shorts are higher. So if you've got a lot of shorts and you're paying like 30%, and then you come in and there's no float, you're 100% utilized, new shorts are sometimes around 80%. So you don't want to buy any shorts. So you want to get that down. So as that dropped across those days, then it got really low, and now it's down to, what is it now? 18.
Okay. So it's now so now would be the best time to reload the shorts if they could short.
Yes. But right now it's plateaued and it's flattened out for the last couple of days. So basically, we don't have anybody really shorting. They're probably sitting on it. We don't have anybody buying. And most people are like, it's over, I'm screwed, and they're selling. So this is what you see. There's the emotional factor. Okay, it's down to 50. I bought it 200. Oh my God, I'm not going to be able to eat Girl Scout cookies. Time to get out.
But they were still
So-
today. Today there was still 100% short interest ratio.
Okay, so then that's the that's the
Well, how do you
flaw
know?
in my
Where are
theory.
you getting that number? A short interest
Where's that
ratio
number
is a
coming
different
from, man?
number from a short interest percentage. A short
Yes,
interest
it
ratio
is.
is a number between 1 and 20 that refers to that averages like the days to cover with the overall short interest.
My days to cover is 0.71. So
So so where are you getting 100%
I'm not.
short interest?
Yeah, I'm
No,
sure.
the other
Not
guys.
short interest and divided by like the daily
107%.
volume, not divided by like shorts bought per daily volume.
yeah,
or
my
per volume.
estimated short interest is 26 million.
So it would have cost them more to try to reload the short at 400 than at say 4.
Yes.
Okay, then my theory is crap.
Well, that doesn't mean that when it got down to, you can still start shorting around 100 or so, right?
Well, yeah.
But
So
the question is, would you want to do that? Because you're already trying to get out of this stuff. And if people see the shorts start to go back up, there's a chance that somebody's paying attention.
Electric boogaloo.
I just need GameStop to be $500.
Well,
I'll be really
what if say you bought the short at 400 with that interest, and then you do short ladder attacks to drive the price down?
And you cover.
Then could you theoretically cover, right? Could you theoretically cover then, and then just only deal with the 400% one?
I don't think you needed to do that, because once it hit that 480 and like every single guy that was down there at like a 10 price, and they counted how many donuts they were going to be able to buy, and they said, screw this, I'm out. So you've probably got a lot of sellers. We keep on hearing the buy volume's huge, right? And there's not as many sellers, but how much are they selling and how much are they buying? I'm sure there's a lot more people selling everything compared to people buying just a couple, because there's no more, most people that have bought don't have any money. And then on top of that, there's just nobody out there that wants to buy, because it just keeps dying. It's a long squeeze is what it is.
Well,
it's literally a long squeeze. This is what a long squeeze is.
Okay.
On the buy to sell
And
ratio,
they
Fidelity had 42,000 buy orders and 27,000 sell orders as of yesterday.
Yeah, so more buys and sells.
So
But the
you're
buys are like minuscule compared to the sell orders.
So you're
Yeah,
saying
but
so
does
you're
that
saying
define
that we're
quantity of the order though?
Nope, just number of
Well,
orders.
quantity should be, compared to buy orders, sell orders.
Yeah,
must
you're
be-
right. Yeah.
Is the percent down?
So
50.
Can somebody here? You guys seem to be like a little bit more smart and educated. Can you guys explain to me why the pattern for AMC is pretty much the same?
Good fucking question.
Illuminati.
That's a really, really good question. They're probably both being attacked at the same time.
It looks like it's two algos in synchrony.
They're either both being attacked at the
Probably
same
because
time, or
everyone
you wanna
who
know?
holds
I have a
What's
feeling
going
that.
on?
Okay, they're either both being attacked at the same time in the same way on some conspiracy shit, or they're completely out and we're causing all of this right now and we're imploding. It's one of those two, which is scary to think. And I hope it's them, but
So what's funny about AMC, and this is where it gets kind of interesting, right? So the days to cover is down to 0.65. That's pretty low. The estimated short interest has gone up almost every day.
Round
And
two.
the on loan has gone up every day. The utilization, though, is actually lower.
What's your utilization?
are you telling us all the
Back down to
trends in AMC?
88%. The high was around 100 on December 11th.
$100?
No, 100% utilization. That means all shares are being utilized. So the first
100% utilization. Okay.
100% first was in September, and then we had early December, and now it's dropped off, and then it seriously dropped off, and then it started to go back up, and that's when we had our little peaks and valleys. And right now, days to cover is starting to go up. And everything else is starting to trend up.
Oh,
Is that a good thing?
We all need a wheelbarrow for our balls.
When do you estimate that things will actually start squeezing?
For what?
For GameStop.
I think it's done. It's just whatever's left over is going to be. There's a chance that Melvin probably sold whatever it could. That was the cheapest buyout, but the really expensive stuff might be left behind, and it's slowly but surely getting us to that point where they can get out. The problem is how much of that is actually still left. And it's probably not Melvin. It's probably somebody else. Melvin's probably gone.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Somebody else
Melvin has completely closed their position out according to their media.
That's
Yeah,
why.
Yeah, but he
My
probably
thinking is
probably gave some of their
maybe
position
a
to
dead
somebody
cat
else.
bounce up to 100 plus. But then again, that's.
Did you call it a dead cat bounce?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
What
a
the
common term.
fuck does that mean?
You ever seen a dead cat bounce?
No.
No.
No. What the fuck?
Try to drop a dead cat.
So you
Rigor
learned
mortis?
something new today about stocks. It's called a dead cat bounce, and that's when you have a little pop up, and then it immediately goes back to where it was. You'll see whenever you see a trend line going down, 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 and then all of a sudden there's a little bump, and it goes up a little bit, and then it starts going back down again. That's called a dead cat bounce.
Okay.
Yes.
It's like it running into the resistance, right?
Yeah. A dead cat. It hits the ground, comes up a little bit, it's still dead.
Nice.
So there's no way, at least within the last week, that they could have reloaded a short at 400, but at a lower short interest rate.
I don't see why they would do that. It's a possibility. The interest rate's still kind of high, but I don't see a reason to do that. And if you're trying to get out of positions that are lower, plus people will see it. It'll start showing up.
Defender, do you take long
I
positions?
take a lot of long positions.
So you don't day trade?
I do occasionally. I've done some, but most of it's because I get a couple hands here and there.
So basically, like, you have a day job, but you just trade on the side?
I do have a day job, but I mean, I've got, just to put it in perspective, I'm probably around 350 in stocks, options, bonds, ETFs, mutual funds.
Huh. I was just gonna ask, like, I don't know. Are you looking for an apprentice?
An apprentice.
Everything that I have learned comes
Show me
from a
pay stub
long
and I quit
line.
my job and work for you.
Yo,
So
everybody shut
my
up.
grandfather.
Let him
so
speak. I didn't hear what I
put you this way.
Hold on.
My grandfather made about $18,000 a year at his max.
Still arguing.
And he died with somewhere around 2.2 million in the estate.
Yes.
My father did exactly the same thing, and I have a big chunk of that now, and I get to play with it.
Congratulations, no one cares.
Yeah.
Dude, what fucking Defender's awesome. Yo, Defenders, I know this is GME HQ, but I'm curious, since you're imparting some wisdom and you go along on a lot of things, what do you think of General Motors for long play?
I think it's good. It's got a potential.
Defender, follow-up question. Who are you looking up who is supplying their supply chain for their 2030 announcement going all EV?
I haven't really looked at GM, and there's a reason
Okay,
why.
that's all you gotta say.
I don't like GM, period. So I'll tell you right now, who was it that said it? I think
That
it was
was me.
DMV said it. I've said it too. If you like a company, right, just take a look at it and see what you like about it and maybe invest in it. So when I was 13 years old, my father came to me one day, and he'd been buying me junk bonds back then, which were just stupid and made lots of money. But I had about $400 in some savings account, and he says, if you're going to buy a stock, what stock would you want to buy? And being at the age, I was like, McDonald's. So he took a look at it.
Hell yeah.
And the next thing I know, I owned like
Fuck yeah.
10 shares of McDonald's, and I made a few
Muck
thousand
rib.
and used part of it towards college.
Man.
I look at stocks My main thing with stocks is how many Wendy's dollar cheeseburgers I can buy.
Hell yeah. 4 for 4.
Oh yeah.
Do you drive a Land Rover?
No. I drive a 2010 Ford Ranger.
It's a peculiar question.
Ford Ranger.
Yep.
It's a fucking
That's
Ford
a goddamn
Ranger.
Ford Ranger.
I'm a Ford Ranger.
If you go out and you look at rich people, there's two types of rich people. There's ones that go out and buy a $100,000 sports car,
Okay,
and
we've
then there's
heard-
the guy that buys the used car that's 4 years old with
heard
low
this.
mileage. Who do you think's
I
better
was
at
gonna, I
managing
was
money?
just asking because the name Defender, Land Rover
No.
Defender.
Defender comes from Quake 2.
Oh,
Damn,
the
you're
Quake
old.
days.
If I suddenly come into
2803 was another number, but then they stopped allowing you to have a number at the beginning, so then I just combined Defender 2803.
That makes sense.
Anybody go to QuakeCon?
All right, no.
QuakeCon.
No.
There's probably some people here.
I wasn't
who don't
even
know what
fucking born.
Quake is.
Quake is actually, if you
Does
like,
QuakeCon
there's
still
a
run?
there's a new Quake out.
No
right?
Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Quake Champions.
That's yeah. Quake Live was better.
I played old Quake 1.
GM.
The only time I played Quake was at the old GameWorks where they had it on that giant screen, and you would play it. You guys remember
Yes.
GameWorks? They had like all those like virtual. It was like they had like a early stage VR where you could play fighting games where you. Would
Oh
stand
my
on the fucking
god, that
stage
VR
and,
game was the
throw
fucking
kicks
worst.
and punches and Tekken.
VR game was terrible.
That was a good game actually. That was a lot of fun. But they also had Quake on like a giant screen, and you would play with like I can't remember what you played with, like a joystick or whatever. But
Didn't 9 Inch Nails do the music for it?
For Quake, yeah. For Quake 2.
Yeah, that was good shit.
It was good. I used to listen to the old soundtrack off the CD. Hey, Defender, I was wondering, I IM'd you a message.
Who are you?
Just DV code. I was just curious, like, if there's like this kind of a high looking number of options at $800. Is that just speculators or
Thinking that's idiots.
just idiots?
I mean, and there's always the chance that somebody else knows something, right?
So it's not meaningful, probably.
Is the discussion about stonks over for the night?
No, I'm talking about GME.
I mean,
Yeah, GME,
what do we think about that? The 800 calls expiring very
I think
soon.
that's kind of crazy.
I have no
you
idea
think
what that's
it was
about.
someone with just
illuminate
retard
me?
money? Someone put a nice big $1 million premium on 800 calls expiring some this Friday and some March 26th, I believe.
No, I meant what does that mean? 800 call.
That they have they have options with strike price at $800, meaning they think the price is going to be $800.
Quite a few of those.
For
Is
expiration.
options
Yeah,
basically
it came at a
failing
nice $1
stocks?
million premium.
Trust fund baby, maybe.
It sounds like a retard with a bunch of money.
Probably was a retard with a bunch of money.
I told a guy about a stock back
On
around
yeah.
.com bubble, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm probably going to invest in this." And he
Oh,
got
it's
his
boring.
father to go spend $10,000 on it. And I was like, "What are you doing, dude?"
What?
And he's like, "Well, you're going to spend money on it." I said, "What? Have you ever traded stocks?" "No." "Okay, well, all right, whatever."
Hey, fuck it.
He did make money off it, but wasn't like, oh God, we're rich. And it's like 10, 12% or something.
Okay, that's not pretty good.
YOLO.
Back then, I was trading like $500, man. It was like, oh man, I went up $20. Woo.
Nice.
That's 20 cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I pretty much did that with my TFSA at the beginning of the year. I don't know if you guys have been following, but Corsair, the tech company, had his
Dude, they
IPO.
Corsair earnings come out.
Yeah, their
soon.
Yeah.
IPO, huge success so far.
Shit.
They're doing really good.
And I think it was 10 days. I made 100% on it.
Dude, yeah, they're nuts.
Yeah, that was fucking. And for the last 3 days, they've gone up like, what, 15% or something like that?
15%, yeah, right?
Like in the last 2 days.
Yeah. I heard their IPO. I just put a good like maybe like $500 because I knew that shit's fucking. Corsair has a good monopoly over PC
and
parts.
they're expanding.
To add the real
So where do
excitement
you-
that
I
is
never buy any of
deserved
their So shit. You're bullish
from
on
your
it.
$500
Yep.
investment, your $20 gains. Back then, cheeseburgers were 39 cents at McDonald's. You get a whole bag of cheeseburgers for $20. I just want to put that up.
Fucking A.
When the hell are you talking about?
The good old days.
So we're
1950.
so we're bullish on Corsair.
I am.
We
at
think
least. They
earnings
have
will be good.
potential.
Well,
I think so.
I don't see why they wouldn't.
Usually, and it's been a pattern, it goes up to something about 47, 48, and then goes back to 36. It's been doing that for the last month or so.
It's rare I see a PC build without
Mm.
Corsair RAM. Like just that
Yeah, well,
alone's enough to tell me this shit's
my
gonna
case
pop.
is Corsair.
Yeah, I have majority Corsair parts.
I'm looking at a Corsair keyboard right
Actually,
now.
now's a good time for PC parts because the newer games are coming out. You got the new chipsets coming out. You got the new processors, and every time they come out, everybody's got to get new stuff.
Them doohickeys.
Yeah, my only disappointment this year is actually AMD. It's so been underperforming since the CES.
I thought the new Ryzen's were pretty
Yeah, they're
decent.
decent. The thing is, Intel is so late on it.
I thought Intel was falling back.
It's,
right.
They're so late on it, and their presentation at CES was so shit that they lost like 12% in 3 days, and they still haven't recovered.
To be fair, CES this year was hindered entirely. Don't forget, because it was like what virtual
But
this time around.
I mean,
I didn't
if
even
you
look
looked
at
at whatever, what was Nokia? Nvidia. And Nvidia's share just fucking soared. You saw that with Intel also, but AMD just fucking dipped.
Please fly again.
Yeah, well, it will at some point because it did 100% last year. So it will get up at
AMD
some
was
at
one of
some
my
point.
longs.
Well, it's still one.
Yeah, AMD really
I paid off
bounced
a
back.
car with it.
I remember when AMD was fucking $2 goddamn. I had some friends like tell me it's
What?
yeah. AMD a few years ago
How
was
long
$2
ago was
damn.
this?
Like if you look at July 1st of August 2015, 161 per share.
Holy shit! It's like what, $90 now or something?
Today it's at 99.
But literally a
Fucking
few
dude.
years ago, like AMD was fucking like $2.
Yeah, they were dead beat.
Okay.
That was about the Ryzen wasn't really
So
around.
AMD news, something that you need to know about AMD. And this goes back to why AMD will never die as long as Intel is alive. So does everybody remember the 1K, everybody get the 1 gigahertz and then the x64?
Yeah, the 1 gigahertz
Who gets to
board?
that first
Yeah.
makes the money?
Oh, dude, that's
Yeah.
such an interesting read.
Is there a new architecture coming out?
No. Back then, AMD got the 1K first, 1 gigahertz. Right?
Okay.
So they did
Intel
that
fucked
first, and
them.
then Intel was falling behind. AMD got x64. If you go into your Windows operating system today,
Yeah,
and
it's
you look at it there, it says
64.
AMD 64 all over it. And
Yeah,
there was Intel 64. It was like INT 64 or something like that, right? And they couldn't get it to work. So AMD gave them x64. Now, why did they do that? Well, that's because AMD used to be a foundry for Intel. And they have an IP sharing agreement.
That's what's in there.
So Intel couldn't get AMD 60 or Intel 64 to work, so they just used AMD 64. And that's why Intel got x64. It's because of AMD. So if AMD ever dies, right, Intel is going to be broken up because it's the most powerful chip company on the planet, right? So anytime that AMD has problems, and they've gotten money from Intel before, Intel will support them because as long as AMD's there, Intel will never be a monopoly. And they have an IP sharing agreement. It's still in place. It goes back to when they were a foundry. So they will never die. So if they get down to $1, you buy the shit out of it. And then you just sit.
Obviously.
That makes sense.
What do you think about Apple's new in-house processors rivaling, the likes of AMD and
I
Intel?
think
As
it's
long as they keep
risky.
on putting Intel processors in their friggin' desktops and laptops, I don't really care.
But
No, they stopped doing that.
Yeah,
They did their own chips.
Yeah.
So they're going
The
back to something
MacBooks
that
are
looks like
now
Spark?
starting.
I use
Yeah,
M1 chip, and
kind of.
It's an
pretty
ARM
fucking good.
ARM
I mean,
processor.
it's gonna be
Yeah,
based
M1.
off of AMD though. No, excuse me, ARM. Sorry.
ARM, right?
That's kind of funny.
But
Yeah,
the,
but ARM's
like
like a license
SoC.
that isn't owned by either.
ARM.
it's a really low power chip. Power usage
Yeah,
per
that's
mix
the biggest
is
thing.
really low, so the low heat, super nice chip.
15-watt TDP.
And even nowadays, like even
Really?
Amazon Cloud
It's 5
services,
nanometer actually, M1.
Amazon Cloud is running a lot of those. Like
Defender,
not,
read us
I'm not
quickly,
saying they
Victor.
have their own ARM chips, but it's
Oh,
really good
we're
technology.
not getting back on that
and
AWS.
people are adopting it.
We're not getting back on
I
AWS.
think ARM is the
Piggly
future.
wiggly.
Risk is gonna win.
I
In
do
my
like
opinion.
Apple on a few shares. It's just because it's the hype. I mean, it's one of the biggest things.
Yeah,
They
Every
have a
time
shit.
we-
They have a shit ton of
and tomorrow-
capital, and they have a high brand. So I mean,
Yeah, and they can buy whoever they want.
yeah, they
But,
can like if they want something, they'll just fucking buy you.
Yeah, they're the old Microsoft. Oh, we want this technology, we'll steal it, and if they get
Or-
mad, we'll just buy them.
Or if you want, if you want to contract with Apple, you're gonna do everything in your fucking power to maintain them as a client.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I love to say this, but every time they come out with a new phone, you just got to say welcome to 2 years ago, because
No,
it's like, can you guys get up to date with everybody else at the same time, possibly?
It doesn't fucking matter. Every time they come out with something new and shiny, someone's gonna fucking buy it. I know
Yeah.
because I buy every new shiny thing they get, and every fucking iPhone they come out with, someone's gonna buy it. I know because I have a friend that buys every iPhone that comes out. Doesn't fucking matter if it's an
Guilty
S or
of
not.
such.
He fucking buys it.
And they're getting more and more into the corporate industries with their laptops and desktops. They're what is it? The
Defender.
ADFS or whatever it is, their new encryption technology. Man, I had to fight with
ADFS.
that for 6 months because you just couldn't figure it out.
Hey, Defender, you there?
Mhm.
Hey, I just messaged you. I'm at work right now, but my brother just sent me that link that I sent to you. Can you take a look at that and let me know if that means anything?
Logger.
Which one are you?
Mind. It won't let me paste, obviously, in the main chat or Nitro Boost.
Oh, Wallstreetbets. That friggin' site's like crazy right now.
So I think Defender was sent by Melvin to go. I'll talk about building PCs and distract us from the mission.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, I buy all my stuff. I got 2 Xboxes. They're both from friggin' GameStop. My kid used to go in there and trade out games all the time. We got GameStop cards left and right. I used to go to it all the time. I'm like, wait a
Dude,
minute, what do
the
you mean it's going out of
midnight-
business? That's where we shop.
Bro, the midnight game releases for
Oh,
World of
God.
Warcraft. Oh my god, just standing out there waiting to
I
go
mean-
and then just like calling out of school, fucking like fuck that shit. I'm gonna fucking grind. Those
I mean, it
memories,
pissed me
bro.
off that I could go download the game faster, but I'm
If it
telling you
all
right
goes
now,
to
man,
shit, it'll be a
Amazon
good
need to buy
museum.
GameStop. They already got Twitch.
If they fucking buy that,
What do
the
you think
stock,
what do
if
you
they
think
did
the
that,
prop-
stock would actually probably go back up to 300 temporarily.
That's, I mean, because they have Twitch, sounds actually kind of reasonable.
Well, they wanted to get.
I think
They got
Microsoft
into
would do more like
foods, right? So they bought Whole Foods, right?
Yeah.
They've been buying up all sorts of companies that are brick and mortar. Why
Yeah.
would they buy Whole Foods? Well, it delivers a different service for Amazon, and they can get in the food market. You buy up
data.
GameStop, then all of a
But
sudden you got retail places you can do the same thing because there's people that still want to walk in and take a look at stuff.
So one of the reasons why they would buy is to get the data out of the company.
Yeah, there's 50
That's a great
million members that are part of GameStop or whatever. So that's a data list that are potential clients. So that's a pretty valuable list.
Oh man, line that up with Twitch, and then they know
I
exactly
think
what
they'd
games.
buy
are
because
going.
Luke is going to be running
That's a pretty
it.
deep.
I was about
That's
to
a pretty
say.
deep mailing list, dude. If you think about it,
I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
if anybody's gonna fucking buy GameStop, it's probably gonna be Microsoft.
Yeah,
Whole
they have a deal
Foods.
right now.
So Whole Foods was listed right before Amazon bought them.
What do you mean listed?
Listed on the
Like
market.
public?
Public. Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I'm looking at this older chart, and it looks like their price dipped to $33, and then Amazon buys them, and it shoots up to 43.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, let's just say the shit levels out at like $50 or $30, right? If Amazon buys GameStop or Microsoft or whatever, I think the shit would temporarily go up to like 300.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a much bigger increase than what happened to Whole Foods, but you know, given all the hype
isn't that
and
what
given all
happened?
the media attention
Well,
that would
isn't
get,
that what happened to VWs? They got bought up by Porsche, and that's what hyped it, was the supposed acquisition of it and shit. And that's what fucking
Well, that's what
we
triggered the
we
squeeze.
didn't know that, but we didn't know that Porsche was holding VW until after the
Yes.
squeeze.
I'm speculating on that. I thought that was an interesting thing.
No,
I
it's
don't know if that's
it's interesting. It's
happening.
interesting, but that was one of the catalysts.
That is interesting.
any other
I'm thinking
chart
about
readers
Amazon
on
groceries.
TradingView notice that when you try to look up GME, it just stops on the 28th. There's no chart, like it's completely wiped. Or is that just me?
Not on you.
Let me check.
I mean, I do crypto. I'm not even, usually with stocks, so I do a lot of, data analysis and stuff for like trend reversals and bullshit like that.
No, I see data for today.
No.
October.
I'm talking about in the past. Go back to the 20, back a week or whatever, and there's just a cutoff. You can't even view the.
No, I got it. You want me to send you it?
Yeah, that's weird. I don't have full though. I'm just using the
Fully
demo.
refresh the page.
Which dataset are you talking about? Which site?
TradingView. I can't.
Oh,
see
you have to
past
just
last
increase
month.
the.
I go back a week. Well, yeah, no.
Can you increase the period?
I know how to use it. I'm just saying I cannot. It's not even showing me a graph going back past a week. Like no chart.
That's
Just top left, increase the.
I'm just refreshing, like a full refresh, Control Shift R.
Okay, cool. Oh, there we go.
And top left, if you put the range to 15 minutes, maybe then you will see more.
Well, yeah, no, I switched it in and out like the hour candles, 30 minutes, and everything.
Okay.
I don't know. That's weird, but I do have a demo.
You pulled the bar on the right to like squeeze it down.
Yeah.
I don't know what you call
Yeah,
that.
exactly. To look at the long term.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it now.
Okay. Okay. I might have hit something. Just reset it.
What I find interesting that we have still a pretty high indicator of like variation between prices in different regional markets of GameStop stock. The prices are varying by currently it's like a 10% difference, and that's like at the Volkswagen range.
Well, I think people spent a lot of time today explaining why it's not comparable. Like, yes, the scheme is.
I was in there, like it's the old graph, like that. It actually was. It was a lot harder to read because it included
catalyst was totally different.
Extended trading hours, and it was only German stocks. Now I'm including Mexican market, and I'm including also US market. That now it's starting to make a lot more sense. And then you have also 2 crypto exchanges for the stock, but those are only like 1 week back. So that's not so useful for looking at the past, maybe for the future. And so now we used to have like 3 different markets to compare. Now there's 5. So it's bit better view. And I can see the baseline is never dropped this week below 4% difference in markets. So the market is still trying to find the correct price for the shares.
Dude, I bought 2 shares of GameStop at 50, and I feel I'm sweating, dude. Like, is this shit gonna go back up?
Or
you could see it rise pre-market and then drop like a rock again.
Will it probably go back up in the
It's a
future?
gamble.
Yes.
A dead cat bounce.
yeah, but not tomorrow morning.
I'm gonna remember that one
I'm
forever.
not a financial advisor, by the way.
I'm gonna be,
Every
I'm gonna
time
be
I
honest.
look at a graph, I see the dead cat bounce down. I'm just like, well.
Honestly, I think it's gonna stabilize, and then it'll probably just be normal and just increase slowly. So, yeah, you probably get your returns back in, I don't know, 10 years.
I've held stock longer.
Sheesh.
So if you bought it like 400, I don't know, man. You might want to keep that shit for 20 years if this shit doesn't squeeze again.
Start lowering your
just
cost
sell it.
basis. Hey, Defender.
Or like either that, and if you cannot get out, then just sell it the year you need.
What would you say to someone who got in only 5 shares at like $90?
We're going to Mariana's Trench, man.
Well, I got in with 22 shares at 103, I think.
Let me see what the fuck I got in.
So
at.
I guess I have a question for Defender because he's, you sound like an OG, and I guess to the rest of the channel, and I want to preface it with the fact that there's a ton of people in here who can't talk and want to learn about the markets. So I guess Defender and anybody in here that can talk, do you know anybody who's been day trading for, let's say, 5+ years? And or have you been day trading for 5+ years? And what advice would you give to anybody in here right now listening in, trying to learn?
Be patient, but not financial advice.
Strato's the guy. Strato, you're the guy streaming on YouTube.
That is
right?
not me, bro.
Because he said he's been waiting for his chance to ask a question to the old guy.
Oh, dude, I've been asking Defender questions for like the past 30 minutes.
So-
well, shout out to all you YouTube weirdos. You guys are fucking
Yeah, so
weirdos.
I'll give you the same advice that every single person on YouTube, no matter who they are, that's day trading will give you. And that is make sure you do all your, what are you wanting to get into? How much money do you want to spend? And then make sure that you are actually looking at what you are doing. Because a lot of people, the biggest problem I've seen with people that day trade and lose it all is they go in there and they see something jumping up. And so they go in, and then of course it goes back down, and they get out of it, and then they jump back in, and they get out of it, and they lose it all. Because they didn't do any research on it to figure out anything about what they are doing. And that is huge. It's not about, a lot of it is timing, but a lot of it is just looking for what's going to happen. We keep on talking about GameStop, AMC. You got all these different stocks we're talking about. Is AMC going to go up? Well, it probably will eventually because COVID's going to be over. I'm looking at airline stocks because they're down. Some of them are down 50, 60%. Are they going to come up? Probably.
Yeah, I noticed American Airlines is quite low.
Yeah, UAL's down. I mean, these are stocks that, they're long plays, so you can't really day trade them, but you start looking at stuff like that. What's the news? What's going on? What's Biden doing? What's Yellen doing?
You have to be careful with some airlines though, because some of them are definitely going to go bust.
The big guys will probably stick around, but you're going to see some.
Biden's probably getting
going to
his
come out of
pens
this
changed.
a lot. So you're probably going to see a lot of mergers coming up. There's not been a lot of MMA, a lot recently, mainly because of COVID. Prices are down. Companies don't have money. So I'm thinking there's going to be some big mergers coming up, and we've been doing this like crazy.
A lot of companies on discount, man. for sure.
Bro, all right. So like the airline industries, like the smaller airlines, they might get fucking eat up by the larger ones, and that's shit's just been happening for
Survival, man.
decades.
That's pretty much what happens there, man. They have
It's
to merge.
so if you look back in the 70s and then into the 80s in the oil industry, right? What happened? You know, I had an uncle worked in the oil industry, and he made the best thing. I love oil companies that are in the middle. So he worked in the oil industry, and in the 80s, he got laid off, lost everything. They had to move out of their house. I mean, everything went wrong. So what did he start doing? He started building oil pumps. And from then on, he was fine because it's middle industry. But all the oil companies, they started to merge. I mean, there used to be a Mobil, there used to be an Exxon, you know, there was a Gulf, you know, that's part of Shell now or whatever. So all these people have merged together. Now even Exxon and Chevron are talking about merging. You're going to see that after this. You're going to see more mergers coming up. So that's what I'm going to be looking out for. There's a lot of what do you call them? The semiconductor industry, right? This thing's
TSMC.
been M&A like crazy, right? And right now, things are starting to come up. You know, you see that, you know, Intel's been down. A couple other companies are going up and down. But what was the big one that got killed because it was in China or whatever? NXP or somebody. This is going to happen. You're going to see this consolidation. In China, there's no telling what's going to happen with that because they've got more semiconductor industry than anybody in the world. So we don't know what's going to happen there. But I expect to see a lot of M&A coming up. There's probably going to be a lot of, you know, the SPACs are coming out like crazy now. You got that stuff going on. There's lots of stuff out there we can hit, but you got to do your due diligence. You got to look at this. You know, go look at the chart. What is it? What did it do 10 years ago? You know, what was the difference? You know, I bought Ford in 2008 because it got like $1, whatever it was. Anytime, you know, buy Warren Buffett, buy low, sell high. You know, there's been times when I made more money just waiting for a crash. I mean, I would love the market to crash right now. It'd be great. I got tons of cash. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for companies that, you know, big companies like Apple went down the other day. All these companies went down. It's like 600-point drop in the Dow, right? That's the time to buy. It's down.
Because
You
they,
see a
they
big
just
dip in a
equalize.
really good company, you know, because everybody gets bad earnings. Everybody has problems. You know, AMD goes down to $2. That's the time to buy. That's when you get into it. If you're looking for the super fast, I want to get a bunch of stuff, the timing is incredibly important, but you got to look at it and see what's happening. And number one rule, I'll tell you this right now, because I'd be a lot richer if I didn't have this one rule. And that is, I want to get in at this price point and I want to get out at this one, and I'm done. If it goes up,
that is,
I don't care. If it goes
Yep.
down, I do. But the thing is you got to make that decision. And this is one of the biggest problems I see with day traders that lose a butt ton. So they go in there, they get a stock, it goes up like 20%. They're like, I'm going to sell. And they sell, and it starts to go down a little bit. And they're like, yay, I did it at the right time. And then it starts to go up. And they're like, I'm buying back in. They start buying back in. Then it starts going down. Oh, wait, I got to sell. Oh. That's one of the things that'll kill you. Never regret what
discipline.
you did. I bought GME. I lost some money on it. Who cares? I made some money on AMC. I don't regret it because that was my price points. The minute you start doubting what you're doing, you should not be in the stock market. Flat out. Go buy bonds.
I love that.
Go get some friggin' mutual funds. Go get a savings account at 0.5 interest. If you got $1 million, you might get 10,000 a year. But if you can't deal with buying and selling and losing money, you're never going to be able to buy and gain money. It's just flat out not going to happen. But you got to time it. If you're going to day trade, you got to watch that crap. And I guarantee you, if you get into day trading heavy and you're doing well, you're going to spend a lot of money on tools. You're going to get subscriptions, and you're going to be going, man, if I could just make this much money, I can get me a Bloomberg terminal at home. They're only like 24 grand. You know, there's people that do that stuff, but make sure that whatever you're doing with that stock that you like, you do what you want to do with it, and anybody else says anything. And all the stuff that we talk, you can look at the charts. Everybody has an opinion on it. You know, you can know everything about it the stock market and still lose. It's just going to happen. But if you get emotion into it, you're done. And I would suggest not getting in the stock market. It's just like, hey, I went to the casino and I got $1,000 on a slot machine. Well, I'm going to go up there and get me $1,000. Comes back, I spent $2,000. I didn't get squat. You don't need to gamble. You need to stop. So, the person that went and got the $1,000, he took $100 with him. He said, that's all I'm going to spend. That's the smart people. Every time I go to a conference in Vegas, I take $20 with me and I put it in a slot machine and I leave $20 less. But only $20 less. That's my advice.
Yeah, and don't try to buy your losses back.
Don't do that. Please don't. Like,
not financial
thank-
advice, by the way.
Thank you so much for that. I'm kind of in that transitional period where I like a month ago I was actually looking at Bloomberg terminals. I'm not quite there yet, but I've been doing pretty well so far in my limited experience.
I'm going to be long-term investing in Workhorse and Nia.
So
to the moon.
either way, I just wanted to thank you for that, and obviously thank you probably from a lot of people who are listening in the Discord on the live streams. And I just wrote down like 8 sticky notes.
I'll put it to you this way. I am not good at poker. It's not that I don't know how to count cards or do anything like that. I get 3 kings. The other guy's going to get 4 queens. It's just going to happen. So I don't play poker. I'm okay at stocks. If you're good at stock, if you're making money in the stock market and you're doing well at it and you're doing all this stuff and taking care of yourself, then you should do it. But if you start getting in the stock market and you're trying to find a box to live under a bridge, you probably don't need to do it. Clint Eastwood said it best. Man's got to know his limitations.
That's very true.
So the best part is that I don't know how old most of you are, but I'm assuming most of you are young and this is like your first time trading. Just be happy you lost this money at that age and not like at fucking 60 years old.
A lot of lessons were
If
learned.
you're putting money into the stock market and you don't do research in the stocks that you're putting it in, then you're gambling. But if you do research, then you're investing.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question real quick? Towards the gentleman who said don't try to buy your way out of a losing position, I believe?
No, I said don't buy. I said don't buy your losses back. Like, don't try to come back on your money. If you lost like $200, just forget it. Don't try to put more money in it and buy back.
Don't try and average down your costs, basically?
Yeah.
All right. That was my plan for all this.
I'm looking at it now, and my thing is it's gone down. Like how many days in a row?
If you can't
About
afford
3.
to lose it, I think.
Yeah.
Is the cap.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, you could have just, shorted and didn't cover your losses.
Yeah, I don't like options and I don't like shorts. I just
play long and wait for Amazon to bite on GameStop. There you go.
I'll hold it till it's
I
dead.
think
So
not a financial advice.
Defender, I posted you the link to the chart and to the difference in different markets, GME stock. And I see that every time when the day ends, so that there's a big difference, it's going to continue next day and go the same way it was going at the close. So I think tomorrow we will go down and quite fast.
Yeah, tomorrow, we're going down to 25. I wouldn't even be surprised. But again, not financial advice. I'm not a financial counselor or anything.
there's a couple of days I actually thought about buying on the bottom and then just selling like an hour later. But recently it's just not worth it.
Well,
there's one day it got down to I don't know what it was. It got down pretty far and then it bounced back up and then it dropped off again.
Yeah, well, just don't get emotional.
Yeah. The thing with that is, you don't get very much for it, and you got to pay taxes on it. So.
Not if it's in a TFSA. I don't know where you're from, but up here in Canada, we got something where you can just put a maximum amount and you don't pay taxes on whatever you gain. That's fucking awesome.
Sounds like morale is pretty low right here.
Mine's not.
Valuation of the company, we can go higher.
You lost a lot of money.
Even at
it's
the
a
worst
learning.
possible scenario.
If you lost tons of money, you can always make it back. That's one thing. Now it might take a lot more than you wanted to do. But if you think about 2008, I mean, I'm telling you right now, I covered the crap out of my butt because I saw it coming.
I'm pretty sure the hedgies are paying people to be in this Discord, taking over as much as they can.
Oh, definitely.
I wouldn't doubt it.
The dips are definitely
I think they're probably
right?
listening. But is everybody? I don't know. Most of you guys are. A little bit
There's like a lot of the market is in a
man.
phase where there's like always like it needs a catalyst or something to happen to get an upswing. Like without that, we're just like the cow's tail.
I keep on thinking the general market by itself is way overvalued.
Oh, for sure. I sold like a lot of stocks today.
Yeah, I've been cutting down a little bit just because I'm kind of worried.
There might be like some estimates say that there might be anywhere from 2 months to 2 years.
Yeah, I'm looking for one of those Black Mondays.
Are you talking about when the next crash is going to be?
Between now and when the world ends. Hopefully soon. I'm waiting for a Black Monday, man. That was a buying opportunity for my father, man. He went crazy.
Yo, Ryan Cohen followed Roaring Kitty on Twitter. Nice.
Oh, Defender. One thing people were talking about is all those failure to delivers. Is that relevant, you think? Because that's part of like why people think, that some data is wrong because there's all these failure to delivers.
I think that's I'll tell you what I hear a lot in here. There's a lot of discussion about different things that kind of borderline conspiracy theories. And I
just trying to find anything like that is supporting the view.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, if there's something really, really bad here and something really bad happened, depending on how bad it is and if there's actual fraud, this could be just crazy. And of course, we'll all be part of the class action lawsuit and get our 18 cents and go buy a quarter of a cheeseburger. But if something really, really, really bad happened, it's probably going to come out. And I don't think there is. And I don't think the failure to delivers really does much. I know a lot of people were like, look, there's 5 million. And then they ended up finding out it was not really, you can't add them all together. It's just each day. And then you don't know how many were actually fixed the next day. Because one of the things about the stock, we always talk about this. Hey, I can't get my money out of here because you got to wait for it to settle or this is happening. I get stuff on E-Trade. Hey, you bought too much of this. You don't have enough money to do something, sell something else. So a lot of that becomes conspiracy theory. I mean, I personally think the Robinhood thing is horseshit. Flat out. I do not care what that man says. He took out a full page ad to say, look at what happened. And it's like, dude, you can make a phone call and say, I need backing, and you'll get it if they're behind you already. So I think that's a lot of horse shit. So I think that was kind of crap, and I think that's going to bring out regulations. But and again, this is a once in a lifetime type thing that we've got going on here. I mean, literally 100% plus volume across this company, shorted so ridiculously stupid.
you a
So this
question,
is
man?
Yeah,
probably going to bring
I
out some
bought in for the
regulation.
experience, so I can just say I was a part of it.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Can
I
I
was
ask
like,
you a
hoping that we
question?
get on a textbook. Like, oh, that's me. I was in that.
I got friends who are like, man, you watching GameStop? And I'm like, yeah, I own a couple shares. And they're like, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to lose all my money.
No, what are your thoughts on this? Is it's more of a well type thing that really Wall Street Bets is just getting a lot of media, but it's really a lot of cannibalism between other hedges.
There's still
You know,
potential for a squeeze,
I've
right?
heard of Wall Street Bets before, and I've been on the site before. I've never posted or do anything. I ain't got any karma. I don't even play with Reddit that much. I'm mainly on Discord. And I got in here to this, and I'm hearing some of the same things that I heard back in the day between people. We talk around, you know, hey, what are you doing with this stock? What are you doing with that? You know, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper. Oh boy, what are we doing now? And it's all the same stuff. And you got to really read through it. And then there's people that'll say stuff. I mean, I got this huge article I've been reading through, and it's kind of the same thing that we've been talking about. You know, what are institutional holders doing? And you really don't know, because a lot of this stuff is, you know, they're supposed to report it, but when are they have to report it? When is the actual report due? When is the actual data true? I don't sit in front of Bloomberg terminal. Does a Bloomberg terminal even correct? You know, there's tons of stuff on here that just, you know, you don't know, and you got to kind of gut it out. And that's one of the things is when I look at it, I'm not looking, you know, I wish I had gotten in this thing at $1. I looked at GameStop like last year sometime. I was like, it's ugly. But, you know, sure, I'd love to be a millionaire right now. But there'll be something else that comes along and I'll be a thousandaire. So whatever. But this right here, this event is really cool. I mean, it's kind of neat. So I'm enjoying the crap out of it. And like I said, I made money on AMC. I was kind of poked around with that. I might poke around with some more, but I have to see some more evidence. So I'm covered, but a lot of guys aren't covered. Make your decisions. What you want to do.
So we're just waiting for those FINRA numbers on Tuesday, right? That's kind of what's going to determine whether the numbers have been accurate.
I'm telling you, if they're not accurate, I'm calling a lawyer, man.
The
FINRA
FINRA numbers on Tuesday is going to be really what makes or breaks this whole fucking thing. Like,
if it comes out and it doesn't make any sense at all, I'll be like, I want to sue somebody, and I got a lot of money.
I need to figure out who to.
Sue Ken Griffin. Go straight to him, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Michael Jordan
false-
was in on it. I know.
Yeah, false data reporting. Good. You could definitely do that.
I mean, really, if you do a lot of fraudulent stuff, you can go to jail. That Enron guy. I mean, one of them
Yeah.
died before he went to jail, but the other one did.
Fuck, dude,
24
these
years.
chicks might as well beat goddamn Enron if they get caught with it too. You know, if they were doing fraudulent stock, what was it, counterfeit stocks? Oh, fuck, they're fucked. They're screwed.
And they were talking about it earlier today, and so the bad thing about that is anytime that something really bad happens like that, then the government gets involved. And the government tell you what to do. And the government don't know what to do. So next thing you know, you'd have a bunch of regulations.
And
Like-
the government often is in on it themselves.
Yeah. It's like, what was it? Who's the internet guys that were trying to explain the internet to Congress? It's like,
Zuckerberg?
That's not our
Zuckerberg?
site. What are you talking about? That ain't me.
Google.
The internet is a
People
series
like
of
Dianne
tubes.
Feinstein should not be allowed to make decisions on anything involving the government at this point, especially including technology.
Have you ever seen the YouTube video of the admiral trying to explain submarines to the legislature in like Australia or whatever it was?
I'm about to find it.
It's hilarious. He's like, how long does the submarine? We can't tell you that because that's confidential. It's like, we're going to buy submarines and we know these people know how to build submarines and it will do what we need it to do. That's all you need to know. Give me the money.
Give us our budget.
It's
please.
hilarious.
Wait, Pauline Hanson at a hearing?
I don't know.
Is that what it
It's
is?
the admiral talking about submarines. It's hilarious. He's just kind of like, you a woman. You don't know, do you? You a congressman? Go away.
So we're arguing against greater government intervention and fails to deliver and counterfeit shares now? Is that what I heard?
No, that shit needs to get fixed. That's bullshit.
I think a lot of things. Well, think about the FINRA report, right? So what is it? End of the month, it's done, and then we got to wait a week. So why? I mean, I'm still upset that if I deposit a check in the bank, it still takes like 2 days to clear. It's already there. You guys got a little number on it. You scan it in. You know the money's there. Why are you holding my check?
Want to make money on it.
Exactly. I was in the military, and I'll tell you this right now. In the military, you pay income tax. You know what's really stupid about that? That money pays my salary. So
Unless you're in a combat zone.
Well, it's kind of dumb. It's like, wait a minute, I'm paying income tax, and my paycheck comes from the federal government that I just gave money to. So why am I paying tax? Why don't they just let me have it, and then they just figure it out later because I'm getting it all back? I mean, you ain't getting, $1,000 a month or whatever.
That is true. Most states is 100% return on your taxes, so it doesn't make sense. There's not most. There's very few states that I can think of off the top of my head that don't give you 100% return on your income tax.
And it's like, when I was in, I still remember there was a guy on post, and he had a big family, and he was living in housing quarters. He got food stamps because there was not enough pay for his family to eat. And I was like, this is just dumb.
Yeah, that was like, what, 25 years ago is when that was happening? If that, probably sooner. I just got out of the Navy, so I can speak to this a little bit.
Thank you guys for your service.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your support.
Thanks for
in the Navy.
You motherfucker, you want to die?
There once was a stock that put to sea. The name of the
My
stock was
man.
GME.
That's the actual
price blew
Navy.
up and the short stripped down. Hold my bully boys, hold. Soon may the man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our eggs and hold. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when Ryan Cohen joined the board. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take his shares and hold. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. Before the news had hit the market, Wallstreetbets came up and bought it. With diamond hands, they knew they'd profit if they could only hold. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. No deals were cut, no shorts were squeezed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the artist creed. He took the risk to hold. Soon may the tendy man
That's me right now. Fucking hold me. Not the left.
Take our gains and go. For 40 days or even more, the stock went up, then down once more.
It's
All gains were lost, it was
224.
but still those traders did hold. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The short's not squeezed and the gain's not won. The tendy man makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go.
I fucking love it, man. Makes me feel good. I don't know why.
I love it. Thanks. I just
tell
love
me
the
to,
fact that sea
hold,
shanties are for some reason back in vogue now.
The song is powerful, bro.
Sea shanties have always been cool. Come on.
I mean, the only thing we have to do before this whole thing ends is mod this into like an old copy of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. That would be nice. Oh, you want to do that one? Okay.
You guys need to chill with the singing and shit. Remember, it's like 3:30 a.m.
Come on.
Guys, what do you think the price will be at opening times?
What?
What do you think the price will be at opening times?
Oh shit, man.
I don't want to speculate because honestly, it's hard to say. The volume that was happening today is indicative that it should come back up, but
Damn,
The
money
fucking-
men are at it again.
the fucking ladder attacks really did a number, and they're not going to be able to short unless it's an uptick tomorrow, right? Is what I understand. It's got put on a short list restriction or whatever.
Yep. That's
It's
right.
supposed to be
Something about the
uptick on Tuesday,
amount
maybe.
of percentage.
Yeah. No, Mike, it's not game over. There's data we're missing. Everybody who's asking, oh my god, it's no. There's data we're missing. It's not over. You've got fucking institutions joining the party now too. There's fucking millions of dollars of calls, literally calls that are worth millions of dollars that are expiring this week, next week, and the week after that, and leading into March. This ain't over. All right.
So, somebody was saying that retail really only accounts for like 15% of the shares.
Yeah,
Where
something like
it's
that. So
really,
y'all who are a little
else.
worried that it's over, it ain't fucking over. Trust me, the squeeze is not squoze. I still firmly believe, and I said it earlier, and this is like the 5th time I've said it, because of the media attention that GME got last week, it was a fucking pump. It was not the squeeze. It was a pump.
this.
If it
So
was a
I like the
squeeze-
stock. Were you here when for like Defender's thesis on what he thinks happened?
No, I've been doing homework for university.
Oh man, I would have loved to hear you and Defender talk about what you think. I don't know if he's still here.
He was before the song. I don't know if
Can you give me
I like the song.
Defender's
I
here.
like
Yeah, he's right here.
and I'm holding.
What was your thesis,
So
Defender? I'm
I'll
curious.
try to summarize.
Oh.
Basically, the thinking is, it was kind of like media hype combined with a mini short squeeze.
I totally
and
agree with that thesis. Yes, 100%.
I have a question.
Let me go ahead.
So I just got off work right now. I just saw on Robinhood they took off the limits. Does this mean we're back
We're
in?
back in, yeah. That's
I mean, I guess yeah, you could just go back in on a
Robinhood.
second wave, yeah. But
But-
fuck Robinhood.
no.
Guys,
Defender-
look, I've got a
Defender-
question. I've got a serious question. Now, if the squeeze gets squoze and we rise to 1,000 or above or close, what are you gonna spend it on?
Hookers and blow. What else? Wallstreetbets retarded.
Flavor
one.
diamond
grease.
Honestly,
I'm gonna
a trip
spend
to
it on.
Thailand and buy
I'll get-
some
I'm gonna-
clothes.
Samoas.
I'm gonna spend it on an exhaust system so my car go.
I got a restaurant in Thailand.
Girl Scout cookies.
I got a restaurant in Thailand.
See, I would buy Girl Scout cookies too, but I feel like you could just share.
What is this
Oh.
Girl Scout?
Samoas,
I just
man.
bought 50 more new stocks now that the price dropped.
And I'm gonna invest in crypto coin. Fuck, man.
Dump it in Doge. Let's go.
Nah, real crypto coin.
If this shit goes over $400,
Cardano, fucking Polkadot.
man.
That's
Fucking
interesting,
with that.
actually.
Like ADA has been really nice for me.
No. The good move would be to
Yeah.
turn around, right? All your gains that you're gonna get, turn around and slap it in Noke, long Noke for the year, and just ride that shit out. I'm telling you.
Bruh.
Yo, who the fuck is Discord? Who is that?
Like wait for a drop in ADA price to the less than 0.4. like
Discord, why are you sitting there with your mic on mute, but you're messaging me privately? Are you trying to give me abuse? Like, what's happening here?
Yeah, Satoshi's
is-
right. Not financial advice, just financial opinion.
What is
like
Nokia's
ADA at
fundamentals
0.44
and
is
stuff as
pretty
far
nice
as-
already.
The funny
keep
thing
on
about
forgetting that I
Nokia
get
is that for the
messages, so I
longest
don't-
time, I always thought it was Japanese. It blew my mind to learn it was actually based in Finland.
Yeah, right.
Because when you
Really?
see it, it sounds like something from Japan, doesn't it?
It's a Finnish company, dude.
Yeah, I know.
We
That's
have a
what's just
town
so
called Nokia
funny.
in Finland.
And the guy
and-
who's leading Nokia now is a guy who literally came up in the company and was responsible for its major success in the 90s and early 2000s. The new CEO is that guy. Like,
So he's
Wait, he's
the singer, basically.
he's the OG badass motherfucker.
The one who made cell phones indestructible.
Do you know what else
He
Nokia
made the
does
Nokia
in Finland?
3310.
Nokia manufacturers. We have Nokia.
I didn't know that.
We have Nokia rubber boots. We have Nokia tires.
Yeah,
we have
dude.
a lot of like shit. Nokia used to make like CRTs in the 90s.
It's like that. In
What are
too.
they
They have-
bringing to the table as birds now? Then, like, what's their stake in the industry?
Backbones of the internet, like that's huge.
Yeah, and now they have how much capital have they dropped into 5G?
Factorial permutations,
Okay.
ordered arrangement of elements.
So they're one of the big players on the 5G expansion, basically, is what you're saying.
5G caused COVID.
Yeah, okay. Get your Suge Knight then and put it in your house. You'll be all right.
I know they
On
do
your device.
old infrastructure.
Guys, can we just take a minute and just like fucking have a feel for me, because I'm down 70% and I just get beat 10-0 in Fortnite.
Here, let
box
me
fights.
tell you the ultimate retard story. Okay, bear with me. I am probably one of the biggest retards in the chat right now. I took a cash advance. This is legal. I looked it up. I took a cash advance on my credit card of $7,000 and I slapped it into GME at 190. Okay, you're gonna be all right. Trust me.
Yeah, no.
Wow, yeah,
that
that
is
is
what I mean.
incredibly retarded. I have to admit.
We'll be all right.
That's a what, 19% interest rate?
No. It's actually not that bad. It's like 9.
Ask the government for a bailout.
Yeah, I can do that. No, it's like 9%, but it's seriously, you'll be all right. And that's money I'm still comfortable with throwing out there, even though I didn't technically have it, because I'm gonna be all right, you know. And it's just money. You can't carry it when you're dead. So
There it is.
Look,
Yeah, I
like,
mean-
regardless of what happens
You can
here,
be buried
regardless
with
of
it.
what happens here, right? There's hundreds of thousands of us, so we should literally just make a chat, and only one person can type in it. And every Friday, this person says, "Everybody buy this at this price," and boom, we all cash it on Friday. Easy.
Who is the
Questions about stock manipulation?
No. We make our own Discord server, so there's no SEC in that, you know. Nah, I'm joking.
Who's this guy?
An entrepreneur or a criminal?
It's
Usually both.
Criminal entrepreneur.
Every criminal's an entrepreneur.
That is true.
Pablo
Unless you're a
Escobar.
murderer.
Where does the
Would you like to see my card?
He still gotta feed himself, make some money.
Yeah, well, can you hit me with it?
where does the money go when you short a stock and you're not like and you fail at it? Like, does it go to the company or does it go to like to someone who is lending you the money?
Goes to your broker, I believe. Because you're essentially borrowing shares from them.
So let's say
I keep hearing short. Can someone give me like a precise definition of what it means to do that?
It just means you're betting on the stock
Short is
going
not-
down, basically.
Yeah, you're selling stock you don't have.
Let's
How do
say
you
I
do that?
didn't.
How
Yeah,
can you
you can
sell
ask
stock
that
you don't have?
You profit off of it going down.
Can I ask a question? Does anybody else here get messages from people that can't speak? Because everybody keeps messaging me and sending me friend requests.
It's your accent.
Guys, if you want to speak, you have to boost the server. Click the arrow at the top left corner.
To short a stock, you borrow a stock. So you go in the market, borrow a stock, sell it at the current market price. So then if it goes down, you buy it, give it back to the person you borrowed it from, and then you pocket the difference.
But if it goes up,
Can
it's the other
regular
way
people
around.
do that?
Yes.
Yeah. So if let's say it goes up, then let's say I shorted it at $50. So I borrowed it at $50, sold it, and now I have $50. Goes up to $70. Fuck. and this guy wants his stock back. I buy it back at 70, and to give it back to him, I lost 20 bucks, right? Even though I didn't actually put anything into it, right? Because you're borrowing the shares. So let's say you borrow the shares, sell them, you get 50 bucks, right? That's why they want the companies to go bankrupt, because you borrow the shares, sell them, you essentially get you didn't have to put any money in. You just have to pay to continue borrowing until the company eventually goes bankrupt and all that money was free.
If you were wrong, do you have to buy the stocks or do you just lose the fee that you paid up front?
Your voice is fucking nice, man.
Okay, so we have Walmart Ben Shapiro, so I guess now we have Walmart Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, we have Walmart soundboard guy too.
Wait, which one am I? Can I be Walmart Jim? I'm Walmart Jim Cramer.
No, you're not. You're too Canadian to be Jim Cramer.
Hey, what do you mean? Can you actually tell by my voice?
Yes, it's always the O's that give it away.
Oh, okay. West Coast or East Coast Canadian?
East Coast.
What you talking about?
No, East
bro,
Coast.
I'm not some newfie, bro. I'm not from.
I'm gonna guess you're more towards the east.
Yeah.
Vancouver. Wait, I shouldn't say that. No, I don't live there.
Where's the Walmart Jordan Peterson? I want to hear that guy.
That's red-haired rascal. He's the Walmart Jordan Peterson.
You can't. What? Just a simple question about social media, really quickly. So, obviously, I know Americans are a little different from the UK in general.
Little.
So, in the UK, I mean, quite
In
massively.
what way?
So, like, in the UK, so in the UK, we main use Facebook and Facebook Messenger, Snapchat as well. And Twitter, sometimes Instagram, quite a lot as well. But I believe in America, Facebook is not as populated as it is here. So I've just got a question: that how many of you in America actually use Facebook?
A lot of
No
people
one in the
still
UK
do. It's
uses
just
Facebook.
the fact that younger people aren't, and people are just getting tired of the Zuck's bullshit.
I think very many
It's actually
millennials
quite
and Gen Z
deep,
actually use Facebook. Boomers are definitely using it.
I was just asking because, like, on my Facebook Messenger, I must get probably 20 message requests a day with just like porn links to try and steal the account. Like, it's dumb.
Thoughts, dude.
Oh god.
Donks.
Yeah, it's not like that here for me, at least.
But you should see all the single ladies in my area, though.
Hello, I'm calling about these sexy singles located in my recent vicinity.
Where I'm from.
If you stop looking at porn on Facebook, then that doesn't happen.
I don't look at porn, though. I don't watch porn. Like,
why not?
So,
because I have
he closes his eyes.
my own personal videos.
So when you short a stock, the money, and you fail at shorting it, the money doesn't go to the company, it just goes to the broker. So let's say I didn't care about going bankrupt and I hated Chevron because they're like the number 2 polluter in the world. If I decided to short...
Yeah,
Sorry,
but they have
what?
a really good dividend.
Yeah, if you could run a smear campaign and get a backing, yeah, you could drive them into oblivion.
Just want to let you guys know, by the way, and just in case you don't know, GameStop stocks are on sale.
But if I fail at shorting it, will Chevron get the money?
If they, you fucking...
Chevron, last I checked, BP were the assholes who contaminated the Gulf Coast.
No, it has nothing to do with the company. It's whoever owns the shares. Because you borrowed shares and then you got to buy them back to give them back to the borrower. Right? It has nothing to do with the underlying.
Clean your room, bucko.
Yeah, your broker would love you.
My dick smells of breath.
What's wrong with Chevron and Shell and ExxonMobil?
I get gas from them all the time.
Thank you. I like my dividends.
I get gas from Shell or Tesco Momentum.
I have a hard.
I like Wawa though.
Wawa has 91. My mini takes
Wait, is that
91.
91 octane?
Yep.
Premium,
I
yes.
No, it's
99.
91's like standard in the EU, right?
No. Standard in EU is 95 octane, and then you've got some places do premium at 97 octane, and the highest that I've seen so far is 99 octane.
Sheesh,
Good
my car would
fucking
be shooting
god,
flames.
dude.
Those are
Yeah,
like
99 is
wet-
normal here for like older cars. 98, 99.
That's a
The
wet
95 ethanol mix is.
And they burn cleaner.
Dude, when I was in Japan, gas was so expensive. Oof.
Oh fuck, bro.
Oh yeah, they don't like gas there.
It's expensive in Korea and it's expensive in Europe. I'm in Germany right now, but I lived in Japan and Korea.
They just force you to take public transit. I mean,
Like, bro, whose fucking mic is that? You sound like you're in a fucking rocket ship.
Who's using their laptop?
This is Graham Pacer test.
Right now.
Can that guy read Piggly Wiggly?
No.
It's like everything
It'll be
is
like,
speech
it'll
to
be like Piggly
death.
Wiggly from space. It'll be cool.
Hey, whoever is eating the mic, read from the cock and ball torture page on Wikipedia.
I just want to bring it up one more time. Earlier today, we found out that Ben Shapiro's sister's nudes were leaked.
Oh my god.
Wait, those were real? I thought they were fake.
I'll see you guys later. Google it. Dude,
Like,
just Google
gets
it.
attention for that reason. That's fucking weird, dude.
You might want to see it.
Like, I'm gonna jack off this girl because she's fucking Ben Shapiro's sister. It's fucked up.
They probably have the same face.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I
I'm just saying there's a reason you might want to take a look. There's something a little. It doesn't make sense.
What? Because she has a cock or something? Fucking.
She has prominent features.
Yes.
Top heavy.
Look, I don't need to see Ben Shapiro's sister's big, hard fucking cock. I'm gonna give her a prize.
Yeah, can I ask a question, right? So, everybody here, are any of you guys actually like fucking rich? Because like in the Reddit, you see people putting like hundreds of thousands into stocks. Like everybody in this Reddit seems to be generally normal.
Define rich. Define rich, because I'll give you a yes or no.
Above like 100,000 a year.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I'm homeless.
No,
Wait, who said
We've
yes?
got a range in here, you know?
Figures,
We've got a range.
I don't do investing though. I'm a data scientist for a bank, so pays well.
I'm in e-commerce, but I've been day trading.
I sell bananas on the side of the highway.
See, man, I really like forex trading. You obviously it's completely different, but that's what I like. And
Was
I
that
find
you
it
hitting me up on
understand.
Instagram to sell me your course?
Banana.
Me?
No, that's a funny joke, but can you actually talk more about how you like Forex?
Yeah, because
interesting.
I don't know. I find forex very easy to understand, like very easy.
I'm a very stable genius.
It's just I don't know. It's just one of those. It's just one of those things. Like, it just kind of comes to me normal to predict when it's dropping and rising. Like.
Cool. Which pairs do you usually trade?
So you swing trade forex.
Cool story, bro. Hold on, I'll change it back to CFD. Wait, one sec. Right, so like mains. Possibly the best main is for me is pound to dollars and euros to Japanese yen. I feel like they're really strong ones, or euros to pounds as well. But like they're kind of constant, repetitive as well. So the coronavirus took a big toll, especially on the Japan ones and things like that as well.
Cool. What article are you reading?
I'm not reading an article, mate. I'm literally just sitting on trading 212.
Okay.
Graphs.
I mean, it's not. What else is interesting? Like the momentum of it. I mean, you're obviously doing it a lot.
No, I don't do it as much as I should. I did it for like a few months straight, and then I just stopped. I had one. I went like repetitive streaks of just profit, like pure profit, and then I took one bad loss, and I just thought I'm just gonna fucking call it quits here for a bit, and left it for a few months, and then I came back. Literally came back to do it like 3 days into it. I seen the Wall Street shit, the Wall Street shit, and just took everything out and just went to that.
So I would suggest using your heuristics of different pairs to see this as a totally different market.
No, this is a totally different market because when I first
read the chart.
When I first started it, I did the Nvidia. Nvidia was a company I did, and I gained off them, and then eventually I took a big fucking loss, and I thought that's fucking risky as shit doing companies. Fuck that. And now here I'm sitting in game minus 70.
GME is going to be a store of value, I believe, though.
You know, I'm praying it at least hits back up to the 550 or something like that, man.
Well, I think it's gonna go back up at least to 100, if not more. But
why do you think that?
Data volume and all.
I was thinking about that.
Like it because at some point they'll be obligated to buy. At some point, so it's gonna go up.
5:30 p.m.
Maybe.
Friday. Apparently.
What do you mean by
who?
if they haven't already been buying? Right.
But if you're taking loss, you're gonna take it this year and next year and the year after that. So at some point they might buy.
No, and
some drive it back
and
that high. So.
I mean, you don't lose until you sell, so.
You don't. If you take a loss, you don't want to do it on 1 year, probably.
Yeah,
but I don't understand why would anyone in their right mind actually sell though? Like even if you're like other investors that aren't retail, like why would you ever sell now?
Because you can invest your cash somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like I wouldn't put any cash into Nokia right now because it's gonna stay pretty much the same price for years and years, unless there's something really good that happens.
Until they go to the moon.
But
FOMO.
But
We'll see what happens tomorrow because the short. Well, I forgot what it was. The short ladder attack shouldn't be happening tomorrow, right?
No, it can't happen tomorrow.
Yeah, so either we see a stable price range or we see a slight.
It's like
I think it's on the
yesterday.
list.
We were.
Yeah, so just like yesterday when it wasn't there, it was just stable throughout the day at like what was it, 90 to 100. It even rose to like 115.
Oh, it rose to 120.
So, right. Oh, 120. That's nice.
So like the highest point yesterday, I'll give that to you. So it was at opening at 121.95.
Well, if it keeps doing that, then going back and forth with the 10% loss, we're just going to be stuck in the cycle then, right? Where there's just going to be continuously added back to the short list.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Do you guys know where to find the actual short reports from FINRA? Because I was looking around on the website and I couldn't actually find it.
I guess
it would be a exchange. Wouldn't it be on like
NYSE? Yeah, the short list is on the NYSE website. But if you're looking for the FINRA report, you might look in the paste bin.
But shouldn't they be? Don't they release it to their website though?
Yeah,
somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah, I think it's on.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I can't find it anywhere. I can't find any of like the previous ones.
Yeah, I don't remember then.
I
know Horn had a theory last night where he thought it was gonna go down today, go up tomorrow, and then go back down on Monday,
and then moon
up on Tuesday, and then Wednesday was when he thought it would Wednesday or Thursday is when you gotta hit.
If Horn's on the if Horn's in the money on that, I will get a tattoo of whatever. What is that? A French horn?
So
I will get a tattoo of a French horn on
I
my
mean,
face.
well, when
It's
you
gonna
think
be a
about like
piggly
his,
wiggly on your ass.
if you think about it, kind of falls. If it keeps jumping up 10% or going down 10%, then they won't be able to do the short ladders, right? So
I miss Horn. I hope he's okay.
Yeah,
he's been really tired and he's tired of the fun.
I'll get a little pigtail right above my asshole.
Is the report coming out on Tuesday, the 9th?
Yeah.
Roger that.
Tuesday's probably make or break for me because it's like if it's
They're probably going to try to
if
do
it's
everything that they can to lower the price by that time.
I'll say this
Yes,
though. Next time you talk to Horn, ask him how long he's been trading for.
I think he's been in the game for at least a few years, but I don't know the exact number.
Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe somebody was talking and I thought it was Horn and it wasn't. But if I'm not mistaken, it's a couple days.
Oh.
All right. So you wanted the FINRA report links?
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
don't
well,
mind. If you
Speculate shit about other people when they're not in this call.
Have you ever
heard yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
I thought Horn said he had been in the game for a while as well.
So if you want to look into them, they're at finra.org/filings dash reporting / regulatory filing systems and short interest. You should find them there.
Oh, beautiful, cool. Yep, there it is.
Just to remind a lot of you new guys, no matter what loss you take, you can write it off on your taxes, so it's not the total loss.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't you have to sell in order to do that?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
That's what I said. Like the 9th for me, probably make or break. Because if it's acceptable to me, then I'm just gonna take the tax write off because that kind of covers me.
Yeah, same here.
Well, at least I can offset my income for a bit.
I actually, yeah, I don't get the tax write-off since I live and work overseas. I get the maximum tax exemption already from my
Don't pay
salary.
taxes.
So
Oh God, are you double taxed?
no, so I work for the Department of Defense overseas, and I make about 150K a year. But the first 98,000, give or take, or like 102, it increases with the inflation rate. I don't pay taxes on. Then everything after that, I get extra taxed, and I don't get any tax exemptions at all because I've already used them all in my first like 100,000.
Well, damn. I'm sorry to hear that, my man.
Wait, who's the guy that found the FINRA page?
Yeah, I did.
Put it in the Nitro. Put it in Nitro as a link.
Yeah, no, I have it. Yeah, I can put that up there. But I have it open, but can't actually see anything on any stocks.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Come out Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find like the old one, so I have an idea of like where to look on the.
Does that tax write-off count for my regular job?
What?
I pay taxes.
You pay taxes on whatever, right? So it's a tax write-off.
Right on.
Another question about stock manipulation?
No.
Yeah.
All right.
Theoretically, for a friend, what you got?
Allegedly.
All right.
Not financial advice, nor is this rallying.
Let's say every single member of Wallstreetbets joined a Wallstreetbets hedge fund, and every Monday the hedge fund sent out an
A
email
memo.
saying that they were investing in a certain stock. Is that considered manipulation, or is it just
No, that would be a business plan.
I mean, listen, we could get a newsletter together, a weekly newsletter, where every Sunday night, an email goes out with one stock on the list.
Nice.
with the high and the low and expected limits.
Sounds like a pump and dump to me.
Not really.
No, it's a
Newsletter.
business plan.
How do you prevent
I'm in.
bots from like? Oh, a newsletter.
Yeah, like an email list. You just set it up on Klaviyo.
Yo, an email bomb.
Why not?
I just gotta say that
I don't know, because then you're putting whoever's in charge of like doing the research, you're putting them on the hook for like the result of like a mass.
So it's a paid email list, $5 to get
Right.
on it, right? And then that we use that to pay our researchers.
Right. And
Okay,
we'll go ahead
And
and
elect our top
we'll
guy.
put some like charts on it and stuff, and then we'll put it underneath a real fancy name like Wallstreetbets Financial Institution.
So I just put the link for the short
Yeah, but
interest.
if they make a bad call,
on
and a lot of people lose money,
Nitro boosters.
and then some of those people are going to get pissed
Make
off
them
at
sign them.
whoever is doing the research. They're going to
Yeah. So it'll only survive
if it
if the
works.
research was done well.
Wait, does this
I mean, but even if you do like the best research imaginable, mistakes still happen. You know, you still take.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. That's why we put a disclaimer at the bottom
That
of the
the
email.
market might be volatile and that
Completely voluntary.
What if you just
we already got your money. So this is like the Motley Fool, but with Redditors.
Yeah. Just make sure you
I'm
name it
in.
Stratton Oakmont.
I'll make the LLC right now.
What if you charged $5
that,
entry fee, and if it doesn't reach a certain user limit, you return all the money, just so you make sure that it starts.
Because we
Like
need
a
a
fill or
minimum
kill.
volume of like 1 million
That
people that
Right,
sign
so
up.
you
like a
charge.
GoFundMe. That sounds like a GoFundMe hits fund.
Fuck it.
Yo.
Well, listen, has it been done before?
What's stopping it?
Because I'm actually my
Can't tell me you wouldn't fund
wheels are
that.
turning right now. My wheels are
became
turning. Who fucking
I did.
suggested this, and why did you do this to
Rayhan
me?
RC.
We became what we hated.
Well, you hated that you guys like started supporting Chevron, so I just gave you my other idea.
I like the Chevron idea.
Yo, tomorrow you
All right, if you want to make this a reality, DM me, and let's have a little meeting tomorrow when you're free. We'll
What's
figure
your
it
name?
out.
Stretto?
Stretto, near the top.
Yo, tomorrow we can buy.
What's going on? I just got back. I went out for a smoke real quick.
Bro.
GoFundMe hedge
Oh,
funds.
that's no, I'm good. All right.
We can buy unlimited.
God damn it, man! I wanted you on the board.
No, I'm all right. I'm a rational thinker most of the time, except for you know,
What are you doing in
when I'm
here?
not.
All right, so
Well, didn't people say Robin Hood would fail? I mean, they're gonna fail
I'm
now, but
not.
think about the
Are you
run they
kidding me?
had.
Like, let's be real. It's
he said, I don't know if anyone looked at this, but when you had a short restriction on, you can actually see a fucking difference of like 2 billion transaction in shorts difference. That's fucking huge.
I heard this counterfeit shares, bro. You say billion?
Hear me
Yeah.
or no?
Well, yeah, billion.
You can?
You mean dollars worth of shorts, right?
60, sorry.
Is that horn?
Translating from French to English is sometimes shitty when it gets to numbers.
Surrender.
Yo, I heard this counterfeit shares. Huh?
Well,
Brother starving.
I will say that the number of held by the percent held by institutions, that thing piques my interest because that shouldn't be right. What if that's a glitch, bro?
What do you mean?
Oh, so on TD Ameritrade, it's at 111 and some change percent.
Different institutions may have different reporting dates, so keep that in mind.
Yeah,
Hey, can you guys hear me?
TD Ameritrade
Oh,
says
nice.
it is.
What's up, guys?
So could we
quarterly.
hold on? So could we use the variance from? Could we just like make an Excel sheet, load the variances from what we're seeing in everyone's, and just assume that's what they are holding or the possibility of what bag doesn't exist but is on the books that they have?
Well, yes and no, I guess.
Yo, you guys think we'll double because like now there's no more limitations?
No, I think that because they have to have an increase to be able to short the stock, so it'll be interesting to see.
Hey,
It's gonna go
is the
down.
data scientist guy still here?
Yeah.
Wait, you say it's gonna go down?
Yeah.
How long you been data science, bro?
Coming up on almost 3 years now.
You like it? I was gonna do the data science route, but I took a different route instead.
I mean, I got my master's in a pretty quantitative discipline, so that wasn't fun.
Yo,
just to
imagine if
get
you
into
bought
this
puts, bro.
job.
What's data science?
But otherwise, yeah, I do like it. It's a lot
But
of good coding and
you're
stuff. A lot of data analytics.
you're a
but,
math person though, right? You like math.
I don't know. I'm more of like I have a hard time like saying I like math. I like statistics, and statistics isn't necessarily
You
all
like
the time math.
It's just numbers, one and zeros.
Yeah, I got into a master's for a data science program, but I ended up not going. But I became a product manager, and I'm enjoying it so far.
Wait, you didn't go to your class or something, or what?
I just applied, I got in, and I never paid or anything, never signed up. I was like, I'm gonna do a different career path, because I was like, dude, I can do some math, but I don't love it. And like my friend, who's a really good data scientist, he's like, bro, I love math. I love doing this shit for fun. I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't have the passion like you, bro. I don't know if this is right for me.
It's I don't know. I wouldn't say it's all math. The learning curve definitely is a lot of mathematics, as you do want like the fundamentals and theory of machine learning and stuff in your back pocket. Because if you're ever questioned about like a model at a presentation or something, you're gonna have to give your your 2 cents on that. You can't just sit up there and bullshit that all day long.
I've done some simple models, but if someone's like, hey, can you explain to me the mathematics behind like your fucking decision tree, I'd be like, I don't know, bro. This is what GitHub recommended.
No, you don't. Yeah, a lot of times though, no one ever asks because like your audience for most of these models, they're not like up there in terms of having that level of understanding
They
for
pay
math and
you
stuff. So you
to
just
have
don't
that understanding for them.
Yeah, but you don't really explain the math to them. You just explain, all right, here's what the data looks like. Here's what the model thinks is important. Here's the metrics. This is what you guys want. Trust me, it's good. And they're like, yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah, I do think that the subject's very interesting to me. And now that I'm learning more about finance and investing, I'm just like, shit. Because like, I'm sure you built some auto trading, no?
Your mic was weird.
He asked if you built some models for trading.
Oh, for trading? No, I know in my deep learning class back in grad school, I did some. I did a program. I just built a program using reinforcement learning. So it's like a type of machine learning for a stock trader, but that was it. It wasn't that great either.
Because isn't it like anyone that can use Python and know data science, they can build the model, but you have to have a successful strategy to apply it to the model, or else it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Can you build a model to find a strategy? Like find relationships in the data?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of machine learning is that it identifies the patterns in the data
But
for you.
don't you have to configure the rules that the machine uses to learn? You know what I mean? Like tune it to make it better. I don't know. I'm not
Yeah,
expert.
of course. So things, but that's all on like the front end. It's called data pre-processing or even data manipulation. That's the real like 80% of the work because anyone can plug anything into a model and just interpret the results. But the real work comes in like manipulating the data and doing all the feature engineering and stuff to get what you need.
Is this what the Wall Street guys pretty much use these days? Algorithms.
I mean, I think they've been using algos for. Okay, someone needs to turn off their mic.
Damn, someone's like fumbling.
Who the fuck is moving?
Yo, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
Looking
they've been
for your
using
tendies.
algos for probably the better part of for a long time now. I'd assume it's probably going back to like the 90s, 80s, maybe.
Yeah,
They're
yeah, I
just
figured
using
that
much
much.
more sophisticated.
Yeah, dude.
Well, I don't even know if it was. I don't know if I would say they're using much more sophisticated models. I just think the data has gotten so good to them now, and the data feeds are so clean that they don't.
Oh, those
It's a lot
data
easier
feeds
for
are
them to run things
clean.
now.
Yeah, especially from all that data from Robinhood.
Who's fighting a box of cereal right now?
Oh
What's
man.
I don't know if you guys have read the book The Flash Boys, but speed is like the gold mine. Or sorry, speed is the new gold for these people, right? They just want the fastest speed so their trades can get through faster.
Oh, they find their addresses on Wall Street so they can be close as possible to the servers. Their trades are like less than whatever microsecond.
Dang, it's been a while since I read the book, but I think that's what they did. Like, if I remember, they were paying like hundreds of thousands of dollars just to move their whatever the server was closer to.
Whose mic is on, man?
Sometimes you're giving
ST Cario with a K.
Giving RoboCop
okay,
a fucking blowjob or something.
Was it?
Nothing. He's just making
Cario with a K.
Okay.
No, that's really interesting.
Do you better now?
There's a hard line from Chicago to New York for this reason.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Too.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
What's up, dude?
There's a hard line from Chicago to New York for.
How do you go faster than
Yeah,
that?
and I think in Flash Boys, they were the ones who like cut that line down and put it through, right?
Did you guys see that
Oh, I
movie
haven't
on
read that book.
Netflix?
I actually wrote that down.
I forget what it's called, but it's these two brothers who they wanted to like create a hotline using cell towers from Minneapolis to New York, I think.
I haven't seen it.
I forget what it's called. It was kind of about what you guys are talking about right now.
Sounds like two Jews. Is that what he said?
Yeah,
Sounds like a
yeah,
fucking
they were
bar
Jewish.
joke.
All I know is they had like they had a boss and she was really hot.
Fucking Ben Shapiro and his sister.
But the
Dude,
guy,
anybody look at that?
Guys, stop hitting.
I'm about to right now.
Stop
You'd be
talking about
kinda
that
bad.
girl's tits.
but to the
I can't get her tits out of my mind.
Who in the fuck is that?
I don't know.
you
It's
gotta
the
put
same
yourself
guy.
on
He's
mute.
literally
What's his
unmuting
name?
himself.
No,
You gotta put yourself on mute.
No, I'm trying to fix my mic.
ST
I'm
Cario.
trying to fix my mic.
It's too loud. Yeah, just mute yourself.
Trying
man.
to
It's too
make
loud.
sure.
What kind of
Yeah,
muted?
he's like, I'm trying to fix my mic. What in the fucking potato chip bag?
Fucking jerking off or some
To
shit.
the guy who said
I'm trying
they
to
cut a
fix
or
my
they laid
mic.
a line down.
In this bubble
To
wrap.
the guy who said they laid a line down
What is-
between Chicago and New York, I know in Flash Boys, like the hedge funds and stuff, they for their high frequency trading and stuff, they had like cut through a mountain to lay down lines of wire to get. Yeah, I know. So I was like, you know what? These people have enough money to cut through fucking mountains and shit.
Yeah,
Like, what the hell am I
the
supposed
fuck?
to do?
Yeah, it's like insane. I think it goes from downtown Chicago to out in New York, in either in PA or like,
ATL,
right next
quit
to the
fucking breathing
Fed
into your mic,
or
dude. You gotta beat off
somewhere
me
in New
shit.
York.
You mouth breather.
Maybe
My
multiple
bad, my
pops.
bad. Let me get my
He's
headphones
all
on. I
heavy
didn't know that.
breathing and shit.
It's a fiber highway with no
Yeah, that's
junctions
pretty
between
cool.
them.
Is it any better?
Yeah, you're good now.
I mean, it's
All right.
like
The
background
movie
game
is
and-
called The Hummingbird Project.
Gay.
Oh, I think I've heard of that. Okay.
Yeah, it was actually not bad.
Yeah. So you found out it was
I
a
don't know,
fucking
man.
sequel to Brokeback Mountain.
I might just rewatch The Big Short just to make myself feel better tonight.
I've already watched it 3
Are
times
we at
this
the
week.
point? Are we at the
Yeah.
point where like the shorts are shorted?
We're at the point where fucking what's his
Christian
name?
Bale.
The guy with anger issues.
Steve
The
Carell.
guy with
yeah.
anger issues is he's talking
Yeah,
to
he's
the
figuring
Asian
it all
dude
out.
in Vegas, and he's getting
Yep,
pissed off.
yep. I thought we were at the point where the prices kept going up, even though they had seen that like the delinquencies and stuff in the housing market were increasing like crazy. And Michael Burry is just screaming in his office.
I mean,
that's the thought. That's where I thought we were at.
honestly, depending on Tuesday's data, we might be.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Hey, I just got my mic. My bad. I had my phone on my chest while I was working on my computer. I was breathing.
Who's the clicky motherfucker?
Bro, what if like
Cario,
what
bro.
if like
Push to talk.
J or C?
C, Cario.
Yo,
Hey, where do you guys get
Tango,
your data
Cario.
from?
For what?
Google.
Just analyzing the markets in general. Like, just if I want to pull a bunch of shit, everything, and just run some analysis or fucking I don't know some algorithms. I don't know.
There's a guy in here whose name is Gay Tofu, and his profile picture is very good.
Now I have to look it up.
I don't know about like good data feeds for that. I would assume Defender would know. Is Defender here?
Like, what do you
Oh
guys
my
use
god, what
for
the
data?
fuck? Tofu, happy.
Where's Ukulele Boy at?
All I heard was tofu, and then I got sick.
I think Ukulele Boy was here this morning, but then he
He was here.
Yeah, we in GME and we going to
Dude,
the
so
moon.
is everyone just
I'm in
holding
Encore, dude.
GME now for the long haul, I guess?
I'll hold
At this
until
point, fuck it.
Tuesday. If it's bad news on Tuesday, then I still have like what $1,000 I can just take out. So.
I'm waiting on dividends.
If you're still holding, then daggum, that's your
Dividends.
only option.
I'm already down 80%. What's another 20, right? Fuck it.
Yo, what if Tesla comes out and says like, "Yo, we investing"?
I'll be like to the moon.
I mean, that's one of the catalysts, right? If a potential one, right? If
What
Elon
I mean, what would
jumps
it do if fucking Elon Musk wakes up tomorrow morning and fucking like
put $1 billion
He'd get an
invest,
SEC
buys
violation.
500,000 shares?
Fucking,
I think he would get
he would be
investigated
thrown in
though.
I
prison
mean,
so
You think
goddamn
so?
you should have
soon.
seen his Twitter last night.
He keeps pumping Doge, but it hasn't really.
Well, wait,
Dogecoin, yeah. What's up with that?
Wait.
I saw
If
that.
who's it? I like stock. Why would he be like thrown into prison if he all of a sudden was just like, let me just buy 50 million shares?
SEC has
of
such a
GM?
fucking hard on for him, dude.
Honestly, though, would he fucking really be thrown in that? I mean, what the fuck?
I don't know if he would. I think he'd be investigated.
He'd be
Why?
Did he not get a $40 million fine for saying he was going to take Tesla private at $420?
Yeah.
Looks like he
What
has
did
like
you
just
say? I
someone
couldn't
else that got
understand
into
you,
his
dude.
account. Like honestly,
I think he could secretly buy it, but knowing Elon, he just never keeps his fucking mouth shut. So that is the.
Can I just ask a question? What the fuck?
If he tweets it, he might get in trouble.
But what the fuck is making people think that Elon Musk is going to buy GameStop?
No
Because
one's
he's a
thinking that. We're just
fucking
playing
bloody
around. No one's
madman.
thinking that. We're just playing around.
hey, I mean, if Amazon bought GameStop, we would.
We're
our
just thinking
shares
of
would
like
be okay.
potential
Definitely
catalysts
think
that
it.
could
It's
set
literally-
this
it's on
off.
that's on the Reddit, bro. Like people actually think Elon Musk is going to buy fucking GameStop. It's on Reddit.
What if he does? What if he wakes up and does?
It's Reddit, man.
Dude, if he bought majority share in GameStop, yeah, that'd be the catalyst you would need. Everything Elon has touched so far, I can't think of much. Everything he's touched has been stupidly successful.
Well, I mean, what about Mark
Not
Cuban,
successful.
the guy who
Everything he
led
touches
everybody
is
on this
pump
fucking
and dump.
tirade?
Pretty
What
high
about that
For
guy?
that diverse career.
Maybe if you touch Elon, we'll start making money.
It's easy for Mark Cuban to say like, "Hey, buy this," but he said he's not going to actually buy it. He has no
never
skin
said
in the
Right,
game,
that's
you know?
what I'm saying.
said
He
hold.
said
He
he's
never
not
said
going to
buy.
buy it,
Or
but
sorry,
you should.
hold.
Why? Why? Why
Vice
should?
is
I don't
also
think he ever
very
outright
good.
said
He never
you
said
should
to
buy
buy
it
it,
though.
man.
I
It's
think.
Liability.
That's my point. It's easy for him to say that because he's a multi-billionaire. He could give a fuck about losing money, but he's just telling everyone
No,
else.
I'm
Wait, but
talking
he
about
never
If you
said
read
that.
his AMA, he very clearly says, if you can't afford to do this, if you can't afford to invest, if you have bills to pay, for the love of God, take the money out and pay your bills. If you've already invested, if I was in your position, I would hold and wait. That's what he said.
I didn't hear that part. Then that's fair on him. Then that's a good point.
You gotta read
Either
first
way,
before you
dude.
start throwing out these accusations.
He's
man.
fucking mean.
GameStop's going to be a big e-commerce company before 2 years from now. So
Musky.
Dividends, baby.
Yeah, fucking? Is everybody here fucking USA and like Canada and shit? Is there any European people here right now?
I'm a European who moved to the US.
Nah, I mean like, I mean people actually in the Europe right now.
I'm in Germany right now.
Finland. So what time is it for you? 5 a.m.
Yeah, 5 a.m.
Yeah, it's fucking
6 a.m.
quarter past.
If
It's
you're
10
up,
p.m.
I'm
here.
up.
You
Why the fuck are you awake at 5 a.m.?
Seriously.
I gotta be at work at 6:30.
Oh,
I never went to sleep.
Sheesh guy hasn't been to sleep either since like
haven't-
fucking
I haven't-
Has anyone here invested in
No,
donkey
I've got some sleep, man.
Sleep's for the week.
I have not slept like any more than like 3 hours in like the past 4 days.
It's just money, man. It's
So
just
you
fun
taking meth or
coupons.
something? Jesus.
Nah, bro, it's literally just nerves. I think because of this.
Yeah.
How deep are you in?
If you didn't learn anything from Defender,
fucking state.
just remember, don't look at it as like dollar signs or dollar bills or whatever currency. Look at it as the cheeseburgers.
Yeah, Defender. $1 is $1 cheeseburger.
You know, you lost a few cheeseburgers. What the fuck?
The
Man,
burger.
I'm down like 1,000 cheeseburgers.
Defender. About 1,000 cheeseburgers.
I'm down 24,000 cheeseburgers
1,000
as we
cheeseburgers.
speak. Fuck it. I wasn't gonna eat all of those.
I'm down 4,000 cheeseburgers.
That's a lot of fucking cheeseburgers.
Oh, we've got to hedge your bets, baby.
I didn't need to eat them anyway.
Sometimes the store doesn't accept your fun coupons. What are you gonna do?
No, I'm not as bad as half.
Well, I'm gonna call their manager.
I know you.
That Reddit article that someone linked was pretty interesting.
I know.
There was
I know you
update
guys
to
are
illegal
fucking
covering.
minus
Oh.
tens of thousands, right? And I'm nowhere near that. I think I'm like at most at a push I'm like minus £400, maybe just over that.
That's 600 cheeseburgers.
Double rainbow. Oh my god.
It's a
double rainbow all the way.
Earlier
All the
today,
way.
I saw a post on Wallstreetbets. Listen to this. The
one.
guy posted he went from real quick from $35,000 invested in GME to $5 million to $300,000. If you want to feel bad, and shit like that.
Ooh.
300K is legit.
I'd be like,
300K is
if
still
I
good,
had
but yeah, it's
gotten
not
3
5 mil.
million,
But
Jesus
man, those
Christ, I
diamond
would've
hands
been
though.
down.
Listen, I ain't gonna lie. The minute I cross $1 million, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm
same.
done.
I mean,
fuck
same.
y'all. Y'all, I don't give a shit what you. $1 million's $1 million. I couldn't argue that.
My goal
I would
is
sell, like,
actually
the
I don't know about
70%.
your guys' goals. My long-term goal is 13 million because the year my parents were born, that was 1 million adjusted for inflation.
I don't get it.
I love it.
What?
I do like the Reddit article that someone had linked though. Is update to legal covering likely 150% more GME shares held than ever created. That's interesting. Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah. So that's basically So it's just fucking a lot of naked short selling. Just gotta wait.
Anybody here that's a full-time trader, or this is what you do full-time?
The analysis from it is pretty interesting.
Today.
I am today now.
Yeah, this shit's been distracting me from my job, bro.
Sorry, say that again.
Who's got the soundboard?
I have one.
Soundboard?
Somebody did the Seth Rogen laugh thing with the soundboard.
No, that's actually
No, that's the real
that's
sound-
actually him.
Who the fuck was that then? Because that was really good.
No, it's him.
Yeah.
Hey, soundboard guy, how's it going?
I missed the laugh.
He's lurking.
No, I'm not the real sound.
Somebody
Hey,
tell
so,
Joe.
So what does it mean when a share is owned by an insider? Is that like the hedge fund people, or
I think
are you
that's
talking about like
somebody who
GameStop?
works at the company
Us as the
who may have
GameStop
information.
people?
Like the
Okay.
board.
So I see
Yeah.
this number
Is
and it
that
says
legal?
that. Well,
Yeah.
the games. Yeah.
that
I'm
Think
sorry.
of Ryan Cohen.
Bro,
He's an insider because he's on the board.
I mean, they can't be selling because they can't be selling or shit. If something goes, they know something's about to go down, they sell it. That's illegal.
Yeah, that's insider trading.
Correct.
Well,
And I'm pretty
so board directors definitely can't. Employees, I think, have slightly less loose restrictions because they have blackout dates.
Another.
They do. I can confirm that. Yeah.
Another
I
restriction
didn't know we
I
were
found
called
out was
insiders. So.
if you do consulting work for big companies, if you're like managing that relationship, you you also can't be fucking around because you're like
That makes sense, yeah.
Because I remember.
So, but anyways, this number that someone posted was that the total number of shares owned by insiders and institutions comes around 72 million. The shares that are owned by us would be around 37 million.
And then how many
The
total?
problem is you add those together and that comes to like 110 million, but the number of shares that was actually issued was 69 million. So like,
how's that possible?
I don't get how that's.
Those numbers must be wrong then, right?
No,
They said they took a really conservative. Yeah, they said they took a really conservative approach to getting these numbers. So
Where are they getting the numbers from? Is there like official data that's
here,
public?
I'll link it to you.
Sorry, how do you? I'm not good at Discord. I'm like a Discord version.
It's in Nitro Boosters channel. Do you know where that is?
God damn! What the
Oh
fuck
wow!
is that?
What the hell? Did somebody die?
Yo.
Oh, how does
No, here.
work?
What I was trying to say is,
$5 every month?
what I was trying to say to the fucking to the soundboard guy was, can you just pick anything at random to add to that soundboard?
I'm sure he can. I don't know. It's probably digital, right?
So you go to the Nitro Boosters chat up top, whoever wants to link to it, and I removed the H. So it's HTTPS, but I removed the P and the S. So you have to.
Or Nitro Boosters.
Let me look for it.
What if,
there it is.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
at the top of the
Here's my theory.
Discord.
Here's my theory.
And the Nitro Boosters, you double click it and click that.
Here's my
little
theory
link
for
that I
next
put
week
in.
and
Is your
this
name
week.
Crazy Diamond?
Listen. So this week, GameStop went down a lot. And next week, we're anticipating the short interest to come out, right?
Tuesday.
The short, I feel like they're preparing for the worst. Like the short interest is gonna be so fucking high, and all the people are gonna jump back in. But before they release the numbers, they want to get it down as much as they can so they can cover it before, like going $1,000 next week, Tuesday.
We'll still be trailing on the data though. That's the issue too. I mean,
yeah.
Hey, real quick. That
They have been covering on 13th.
I apologize.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. They have been covering on 30th, 24th, and 2nd.
But why would they be manipulating the market or manipulating, the media and all that? Why would they be doing that?
27th was a peak. They made a lot of bang when with the hype, they could inflate the value and short it again and then sell it on Monday.
Yeah, there's a guy that's trying to talk, but his mic is really low. So
yeah, the quiet guy. Go ahead.
Who, me?
Yeah,
you.
Close to your mic, bro.
Yeah, what's your name? I'll boost your mic.
I'm using a headphone right now. It's Uno. It's EUNOE. I was just apologizing because the loud noise earlier was me. I forgot that I was unmuted.
Yo, good, bro.
Okay.
That's all.
Thanks for your apology now.
What are you using?
But my thing is though, if we hold about 37 million shares, just us, what do we call ourselves? Apes, whatever.
Independent.
Independent.
We're the autistic.
There you go.
We're the retards.
How much of that do you think we actually paper-handed though?
Oh,
I don't think it's. I think it might be a bit, but I don't think it's enough where they're going to cover from it.
I've only increased my position.
I'm looking to
Yeah, all day today, I've been just like buying incrementally all day as it was dropping. I mean,
I bought like 60
last what I
today.
had that I could play with, but I mean, I bought it. I'm up 1,100.
Yeah,
Wow.
see, I think
Wow.
You guys are degenerates.
I mean, yeah.
See the Twitter thing with the Dogecoin from Elon. Was he actually hacked or was it actually him? I'm confused.
No, that was him. No, that's
That was him.
No, yeah, that was him, man.
Nothing's come out.
I watched it. I was here at 3 a.m. We were fucking hollering. We were hooting and hollering, boy.
How could you short Dogecoin?
Short Dogecoin. Who the fuck in their right mind would short Dogecoin?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Or even
Elon Musk.
you
What
couldn't
he
even.
means by
I mean, I
that
did.
is he's looking at buying GameStop.
Well, obviously, it's the
He's
biggest
just
news.
high, dude. Come on.
Obviously.
It's Elon being Elon.
Yo,
He's high off his
so
tits.
last
Yeah,
night,
you're just talking
hey,
shit.
swear to God, last
Because
night.
when you read like what time he posted those, it was at like 2 a.m.
Right. So, bro.
Hey, no, he was
last-
up to get working on those rockets, man.
Hanging out Joe Rogan.
Sorry, someone's trying to say something?
Yeah. So last night
Good Joe
on the
Rogan.
live stream, somebody started playing Sandstorm, and then I shit you not, bro. Fucking Elon Musk started fucking like all that. I swear, Elon Musk was watching the fucking.
Get the fuck out.
I'm not.
good
I'm
fucking
not.
song.
fucking-
Not kidding. I was
Fuck,
there.
Dude,
Holy shit,
It was
dude.
fucking hilarious. And so like while everybody there was a couple guys who were talking about fucking Dogecoin, and so like they were getting hyped up, and so like Elon Musk Twitter's fucking popping off, and then the
dude, that's what I was saying. That was fucking me, bro. That's what I was saying.
Listen, it's. I feel
He'll
like
be
it's a
back
way
here,
for him to
you
be
know?
like,
Yo,
listen,
Elon,
you
if
can't
you're
be in here
listening,
talking.
fucking
Juice us up.
yeah.
Is this Discord?
Yeah, Elon, if
the
you're
one
here,
that got
buddy,
banned for a little bit?
we love your fucking self-landing rockets and shit, but please buy GameStop.
Take
Don't
us
be
to
a
the
bitch.
moon.
I think
It's
I'm gonna
so
buy a fucking Tesla.
daddy, dude.
I'm buying a fucking
Here's
Tesla.
the thing.
Fuck it.
Now, hear me out, dude. If Elon buys GameStop, then we all buy Teslas.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Fucking
That's
fair.
So
fair.
at the
Good
end of the
point.
day,
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
ROI
that's
is
a deal
positive.
right there. If you buy GameStop,
I'll
we'll
do
buy a
that.
fucking
For
Tesla
one.
with the
If
proceeds.
Elon Musk buys GameStop, I will literally go out and buy a Tesla the next day.
Think about
honestly,
it. Tesla
Hey,
is
I'm
pretty
in for
much
that
an
too.
e-com company.
Fuck yeah, I'll
So
do the
you can just
same.
upsell us
Shit.
for life.
you see
Especially the
Tesla
new
is
Cybertruck.
If you can
fucking
get
insane.
one, you're gonna wait a
Dude,
year to get one.
Cybertruck makes me fucking buzz.
Actually, think about it.
Get a
Tesla is
Cybertruck.
insane, right? You've got cars like Bugatti Veyrons and Chirons, and the Tesla still does 0 to 60 quicker. It's fucking
It's a
insane.
totally different
So
type of car.
Chiron
I have a
Viron,
question
go
for
fuck
everyone
yourself.
here. Have any of you actually driven a Model S?
Yeah.
Yes,
I have
dude.
driven.
I
I have
fell
driven
in
a
I
love.
got
Model
two guys
3
I work
before.
with. They have a one has a Model S and the other one has what was it, the
Do they
Model
have?
3?
Do
really
they
love
have
that
the
one.
performance?
I
So-
want to take that
performance
Porsche Taycan
performance
for a
package?
dip.
I've
That looks nice.
never ever drove one, but my friend used to work for Tesla, and they just give him company car to drive back and forth with. So he's
So I went to Pikes Peak last year, or sorry, 2 years ago. And we rented a Model S. It was 5 of us. The one thing I'll say is autopilot is terrifying because you have to give the car trust. And the one problem I have with it is if you go, over like a billboard, just something overpass, when it sees the shadow, the car 2-footed the brake on the highway, dude. Am I fucking almost like no lie?
Oh
That
no,
happened.
no.
It scared the shit out of me. We had a regular like 85D, not a performance. It was fucking quick.
It does
Like
sound
mid range,
terrifying.
just
Yeah, but
rolled.
how was Pikes Peak, man?
Yeah, how was Pikes
Pikes
Peak?
Peak is dope if you ever go. So the problem with Pikes Peak is this. It's beautiful. If you go to the highest point, it's called Devil's Playground. You can spectate all day. The problem is you have to show up at 2 a.m. You have to drive up the mountain. Devil's Playground is at 10,500 feet above sea level, so you will get altitude sickness. And then you're stuck there until the race is over. And the race is over at like 3 p.m.
And you can't even boil a fucking pot of tea.
You can't do shit, but I will tell you, the views are unfucking believable, and it's.
You guys seem to be like pretty generally fucking chatty and friendly. Yeah, so like all we talk about is fucking constant stocks, and I get it. It's a game thing, but I think it's been pretty nice, like just talking about cars, like, even just the fucking Tesla shit. And stuff like that,
Yeah,
man.
man. I'm not here for the tendies. I'm here for the friends.
You sound like you're from Scotland.
Juicy
I
friendies.
am, yes.
Anyways, let's
Are you
go
a
back to
Coulthard fan?
stonks
Say that
now.
again?
Yeah, fuck your friendship. Where's my stonks?
GME HQ, by the way.
Yeah, stonk
are
talk,
you-
stonk talk time.
Damn, bro.
Doing
I
it.
can't hear you because these fucking monkeys are shouting.
Can
I was gonna say, who's your favorite F1 driver?
Lewis Hamilton.
Fuck you.
Bandwagon.
No, not a bandwagon, man. Like, look at my Discord
like-
name.
Verstappen.
Max Verstappen is good as well. Max Verstappen is
Dude, Verstappen's made me some money, man. Not gonna lie.
probably I'd put him up there top 3, probably, yeah.
I like Ricky Bobby.
How about Kimi?